is wonderful, counting is marvelous, counting's the best thing to do. Counting is happiness, counting is ecstasy, I love to count, don't you?
Hello everyone, welcome back to
Kryptofreaks,
The Revenge. It's me, Captain Logan, and joining me as always is my wonderful, fantastic co-host that continues to stay up with me all night long to watch all of Smallville. I don't know why he does it, but I'm really glad he does. It's John!
Hello, everybody.
Hi, John. I haven't seen you since the last one. It feels like it's been a really long time.
It's the longest gap between them that we've done because our schedules couldn't line up that last month.
Yeah. I blame you, really.
It was my fault. I also blame me.
No problem. And also, we've got Austin. The day goes.
That song really threw me off. Like, it started playing, and in my head, I was like, I was born on a wagon and a traveling show. And then all of a sudden, the Count started singing. It was real weird.
I don't know why you're surprised by that. I've used the same song going all the way back to when the show was scripted.
I don't remember what we did yesterday, let alone other times I've been on the show.
Oh, that's fair, yeah. You slept since then, but you probably didn't get like a lot of sleep because we stayed up too late last night talking about the atrocity that was the Flash.
Exactly.
Anyway, well, I hope everybody's doing well. I hope you're ready for another long-haul crazy watch with us. And thanks a lot for being here, whether you watch all of these episodes or you check in and out or you watch some of this after the fact. You guys are really wonderful. Thanks for making it worth our while to keep doing this. We always get a pretty decent crowd through a lot of the day, and these have been doing pretty well after the fact. So you guys are great. We really appreciate you. It's season 3, which is in some ways probably my favorite season. I always go back and forth between 2 and 3. This is one of those, kind of highs and lows sort of shows. Like I've always said, I have a real love-hate relationship with Smallville. So season 3 has some really awful episodes, but it probably has my favorite episodes. Like overall, Perry is in the season. That's probably my favorite, if not in my top 3. I think next to Rosetta, it's probably the best episode of the whole show. And it's got the classic 2-part Lex Goes Crazy episode with Asylum, and who doesn't love that? So there's some great stuff here. But then it's also got stuff like Truth with Chloe making people tell her the truth like she's a living like a lasso of truth, and that's just
like that Tim
obnoxious.
Roth show.
I don't know what that's
Lie
a reference
or
to.
whatever. Tim Roth was in a show where he could tell lies.
Oh,
it's like that.
I remember that show, but I think that was just like a generic cop show. Like he could tell people were lying.
Yeah.
You always got to have
Wasn't
that
a
gimmick
superpower.
where somebody has that one somewhat lame superpower that just gets you, an episodic television show really easily.
Yeah, like you have a guy who can tell if it's butter or not.
Yeah, and then it seems like a quarter of those are somebody can like talk to dead people. Right? Like, why are they always so morbid, those procedurals, those supernatural procedurals? Anyway, so as we did last time, we're going to have a super chat menu tonight. For $2, we'll play you something off of the Superman soundboard, and I've added just a few more things to the soundboard this time. It's going to be mostly what we had last time, but there's quite a bit of fun stuff on it. And then for $5, you can spin the Wheel of Weird and make John and I and whoever else might be here with us, like Austin, who's not going to be here the whole time, but he'll be here for a little bit.
Which means I'll have to do every weird while I'm here.
Yes, yeah. So try to get us to spin the wheel as much as possible while Austin is here so that he has to do some of that too. And anytime it says Cap or John, we could just make Austin do it instead or also. And then for $10 super chat, we'll take Smallville quizzes. We did some of those last time. That was a lot of fun. And what else? The top super chatter for every, let's say, 8-hour period, maybe 6-hour period. I'm not sure yet when I'm going to cap it off. Will be an honorary Kryptofreak. We're going to do it that way this time. We'll put your name up on the screen, and we'll have it there for I want to say forevermore, although if we get too many of them, we won't be able to keep it all on the screen for the duration of all 10 seasons, but we'll at least promise that you'll be up there for this whole stream and probably next stream, and we'll give you Kryptofreak powers, and we'll name you Well, I say we'll name you. I guess we weren't naming people. We should have done that, though. But it's Kryptofreaks. They don't, like, have supervillain names. I don't think there's one in the whole show that goes... that, like, declares they have a supervillain name. Why do they never do that? You'd think one of them would do that.
Nope.
Yeah.
To be fair, some of these do read like supervillain names, like Grim Death Griffin.
That's true.
And Dagon
Spear. That's a pretty good supervillain sounding name. Absolutely. And Robert Wilde sounds like an evil man. He's going to join us later on the show, by the way.
Yeah, he would be like the Wild Thornberries, but a supervillain.
I've never seen that.
He'd be like that. He'd be Tim Curry.
Well, he'd be like that.
And he would be like, "Oh, smashing."
Thanks for all the congratulations in the comments, guys. I just put up a post today and let everybody know that my wife is pregnant again. We're having our 6th child and our definite absolute final child in December. We're having a Christmas baby this time, which is going to be nuts. But anyway, thanks for all the congratulations, guys. Appreciate that. And we're going to go ahead and get right into things. So Exile is our first episode for the season. And John, would you remind everybody where we were left off with the season cliffhanger last year? Last year? It feels like it's been a year.
So Clark puts on a red kryptonite ring and runs away because he feels bad that the ship somehow killed Martha's unborn child and blames himself.
Well, then somehow it exploded and there was a shockwave.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the shockwave.
Or are you saying somehow because it's crazy that it caused a miscarriage, but Martha was somehow fine and didn't seem to break any bones at all?
A little bit of both.
That's kind of amazing, actually.
And then Lex was flying in a plane with his wife. I think they got married.
Newly married wife, yes.
Newly married wife, and then the plane goes down and she's missing.
Yep.
He's stranded on an island.
We don't know that he's on an island yet, but that is where he'll be.
Oh, spoilers
you're getting
for
ahead
a
of
20-year-old show.
Yeah, what we so well I'm just saying technically you wouldn't know that quite yet because the last image we saw was the glass at the front of the airplane breaking into the water.
Yeah, that's right.
They're going to cheat a little bit with that. It looks like he should be dead. But anyway, we're going to go ahead and just jump right into this, folks. Make sure that you get your DVD, your Blu-ray, Hulu, however you're going to watch this, to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. If you're watching on Hulu, make sure that you have a subscription that doesn't include commercials, so you're not really going to be able to keep up with us. And obviously, we're watching it without commercials, and I'm watching it on the Blu-rays. I think John is streaming it, and Austin is streaming it.
Yeah, I'm on Amazon.
I'm on Hulu.
Okay, so really all the different ways we can do this, except for the old DVDs. Which is good, because some of those had interlacing, so that's not the best way to watch those.
I've still got mine. I need to upgrade.
Yeah. Yeah, I felt weird about getting rid of mine, because I had them forever, and I was kind of nostalgic for them, and I like the inserts, but I did go ahead and sell them, ultimately.
Yeah,
just for space back here.
Anymore. Nobody uses DVD.
I mean, I still use a lot of DVDs, but... Okay, well, there's no need to continue stalling here. We're going to go ahead and start this straight away. And here we go. Oh, I should also mention real quick that we've got our count, as always. So I got to get back into the swing of things here. And you can see on the screen there, if you're watching us, all the different things that we're counting. And we'll also occasionally jump from that to our episodes, and we'll show you what our ratings are, what our sign flips are for that. So this was last season. Here's this season. It's all blank. We got 22 of these. It looks so daunting, you guys.
And yet it's still shorter than last season.
Oh, is it? Yeah, because it was 23, wasn't it?
Last season was 23.
Yeah, and I didn't number them for some reason. Oh, wait, no, I did. I didn't number one. I see. Anyway. Okay, well, that's good. So that's 45 minutes of extra sleep we're going to get this time, John.
There you go.
So help us out with the count if you're so inclined. We're definitely missing things here and there. There's no way we're getting a perfect count, but this is kind of a scavenger hunt, so we get as close as we possibly can. So as you see there, we have 26 Kryptofreaks overall for the whole show. We're not counting season to season. We're just counting the entire series, and we've got 22 Clark and Green K, etc., etc. I'm not going to count them all down. Let's go ahead and get right into it. Here we go. Everybody get ready to press play when I say now, and we're just about to do it. And Austin will be completely lost because he didn't watch much of last season.
I saw like 2 episodes.
But he's caught up now because of that that brilliant, captivating recap that we just got from John.
I was only half paying attention because it was John talking.
Oh.
All right, here we go, everybody. Everybody, please press play right now.
3 months later.
That kind of thing always kind of drives me crazy. Where you say
Metropolis.
You probably haven't seen any Metropolis
Noah
yet.
sent in a super chat. Clark.
Oh my God, Clark! There he is.
I think it's really strange to say 3 months later when you didn't show us anything else. Like when this was broadcast, it probably had a recap. It's kind of odd if it did that they didn't put it on the Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Or on the transfers you guys are watching, because like 3 months later, from what?
This is shot like a car commercial.
Yeah, I remember thinking that when this was on.
I remember when this song was popular, and I hated it then, and it hasn't gotten better with age.
It's funny, I don't think I ever heard this outside of the show.
I've never heard this before.
Was it popular? Are you sure about that?
I mean, I heard it on the radio a lot, so I'm assuming it was
Was it just popular because it was on your MP3?
This was before MP3 players.
Oh, I don't know.
That's true. It was, but it was not before the LimeWire and Kazaa days. We were downloading illegal music and putting them on our hard drives.
Yeah.
That was happening. So Metropolis is always very, very blue. That's how you know you're in Metropolis. That and, there's big, tall buildings everywhere. So everybody thinks Lex is dead.
And that daily planet shot will be reused for the next, when they get back to Metropolis in like season 6 or 7.
And forever. You'll just see it over and over again. And they put a ton of money on. The most egregious one that we keep reusing forever, we probably talked about this already, is that lean-up shot that we do outside of Luthor Corp. We start at the bottom of that, we just raise up. When you get to season like 7, 8, 9, it's like every episode you see it at least once. Anybody else expecting Clark to order an apple martini right now?
I'm just hoping Blade shows up and kills everyone.
Like, does this not look exactly like Club Zero?
Yeah, it's shot very similar.
Yeah. Well, and this might be the same director. I don't know if this is a Beeman episode. Or not Beeman. I'm going to crack open the textbook here. This is a Beeman episode. Look at me. Okay. And it's a Gotham Miller script, of course, because they generally write the finales in the first episode of the season. The premieres. Oh, look, there's a phone booth. You know what's about to happen here?
Yeah.
Well, actually, what's about to happen here is Austin is going to roll his eyes and laugh real hard. That's what's about to happen.
Oh, I'm excited for that then.
We'll see. We got to have the big obvious reference. So he goes in the phone booth, and then he's going to pull his shirt open, and Austin doesn't know about this yet. Actually, that's a better reaction than what I thought we were going to get. He growled. Did you guys hear that? So Austin, the ghost of Jor-El in the computer thing is upset with Clark because he has not turned his back on his human family, and Jor-El says, "You need to leave." He doesn't tell him where to go or anything. He's just like, "You have to leave." And Clark's like, "No," and he's like, "Oh, you can't defy me, Kal-El." So he
never come back.
So he etches the House of El symbol on his chest. And I'm not sure why that doesn't heal. I don't know how. It's one of those many questions to ask Drell when I get to heaven. What's it made of? How does it stay in his skin when he's Kryptonian and heals from everything else?
I will give Welling this. I like that he's making a conscious effort to separate the two like personalities.
Well, he's trying to play it the same way he did the other 2 times he was on Red Kryptonite.
Yeah.
Except that he's, got some more pathos with it now. So, like... No, I like the way he's playing it, too. I mean, it is certainly still some of that, like, Spider-Man 3 emo thing.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I like how kind of tortured he is. Where there's this self-awareness of, like, I don't want to be on Red K, but I'm doing it on purpose in order to escape. Hayden Spring, I am not going to get a tattoo of that. No O put in a $2 super chat and said, Clark, it has begun.
Clark.
Clark.
See, that's what happens when the Wheel of Weird is spun while I'm here. You get legendary memes like Clark.
Oh, I'm seriously thinking about putting it on the wheel 2 or 3 more times just so it'll come up more often. Or maybe I should add that to the super chat menu. So there's like an extra thing just to get us to do that outside of the wheel. That may be a good idea. These clown masks are crazy.
Well, yeah, we just entered Twisted Metal. No,
Oh,
I was supposed to kill the motorcycle driver.
Yeah, I'm sure there are folks that, if they saw this post, after the release of Dark Knight, they would think this was a callback to that. But this, of course, predates that by quite a bit. Yeah, the one with the giant mouth is especially, like, Twisted Metal.
It's so weird that we got to the beginning of Season 3 and, like, we're already in Metropolis and he's fighting crime, but not as Superman.
Well, he's actually not fighting crime.
Well, he's also committing crime.
Yes.
Like,
he's doing both.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to find out that... Why is that in slow motion? Was that stock footage of a helicopter? Did we shoot that? I have no idea.
But you couldn't get more seasons of just in Smallville, like, without going to Metropolis? It's weird that we got
they went to Metropolis. This isn't the first time we went to
Metropolis.
Metropolis.
We were in Metropolis in the first season.
Oh, okay.
So what you got to understand about this show is that in order to have more Superman references and that kind of thing, they put Metropolis about where Kansas City should be.
Oh, that's right. I've heard you talk about that.
So Smallville and Kansas City are Smallville and Metropolis are sometimes 4 hours away from each other. They're sometimes 15 minutes away from each other. It really just depends on what the script needs. I'll try not to talk about later stuff too much, but I have been watching from 5 on a little bit so that I've got that more fresh in my mind when we get there. And there are some episodes in Season 5. There's one really egregious example of this in Season 5 where something happens in Smallville, and then suddenly a character is in Metropolis in the same night, and there's no possible way they could have gotten there in that amount of time. It's insane. They start playing really fast and loose with travel times.
I remember thinking that as a kid, especially in the later seasons, because it felt like everybody was at super speed to get there and back.
So it's like Game of Thrones. That has that.
But they're so inconsistent with it, because then there's those points, you remember this from last season, John, where you'll have things like John going to Lex asking for a helicopter ride.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. But then you'll have another episode where somebody just gets there, and I think the one in 5 was like, I can't remember if it was somebody that didn't even have a car or what, but it was really bizarre.
Robert Wild asks, do the shields on the cop uniforms and the police cars count as Superman references to the Superman logo?
They do, but I don't want to count it every time. Have we counted that before?
I don't remember. I am
going to go ahead and count that big long one that was on the cop car, because that we hadn't seen before. The ones on the shoulders we had. But yeah, I'll give that one count.
Darren Root, imagine needing Superman references in a Superman show. But I mean, the thing with the show is it's not supposed to be a Superman show. It's a Clark Kent show. And I think there's a major difference there.
Yeah.
And like, we've talked about it before, but I like the later seasons when they do more Superman stuff because I'm not a big Superman fan, so it's just like, it's entertaining to me. But I think you could get to the point where you're doing a Superman show. This show just doesn't get there properly, for lack of a better word at the moment.
Well, mostly because of the stupid rules of the series Bible with the no flights, no tights thing. It's like, if you're gonna go 10 seasons, you have to, at some point, abandon that and just let it be Superman. That's what makes it so silly later on, that it's gonna be hard not to just repeat some of the things we've said already, you know, talking about the show for 24 hours over and over again. But it really has that transition where eventually it just becomes a show that should have been called Metropolis. And at that point, he's basically just Superman, not wearing a Superman costume.
Robert Wild, we're only halfway through the pilot. Why are you creating new things for us to count?
Or not the pilot, but the premiere.
The season premiere.
Yeah.
It's the pilot of the season.
I want to eventually see that book that Robert has to be writing of all the other things to count in the show. He should make postcards with those and send them to people. So
Robert, you should count how many times bullets are fired, like by the individual bullet.
Oh, people being thrown. So, Austin, we got Rutger Hauer in this show.
Yeah, I saw his name in the credits during the intro.
It's really wild that they got him here, and I always loved this casting. I think he's really good in this. Apparently, he was really difficult to get along with people on set. At least according to, what's-her-face, Martha Kent.
Oh, Annette O'Toole?
Yeah. Who talks about that in her Inside of You episode with, or I guess she's done that a couple times, but her most recent one with Michael Rosenbaum. Or maybe she talks about that on the actual Talkville show. I forget where, but she does talk about that.
She's wonderful on that podcast.
Yeah, she is. And yeah, she's guested on Talkville now, too. And by the way, Talkville has caught up to us now.
Are they done with season 2?
Yeah, the finale for season 2 came out on Wednesday. So this actually ended up being a really good time to do this. I mean, I'm not going to wait every time until they finish the season, but it is kind of neat that it lined up that way this week. Last time they were halfway through season 2 when we did season 2. And I was able to actually talk about some of the things that they brought up about those episodes. And obviously I won't be able to do that here. And
yeah, I gotta catch up because that's where I left off, is wherever they were when we ended season 2.
If everything goes according to plan, we should blow well past them, but who knows what'll happen, especially with me having a kid now and stuff. Another one,
just one.
So I don't remember what year this.
We know for sure it's not twins, by the way. People keep asking me that. It's not twins again. I'm sorry, John.
I don't remember the exact years, like when this season would have aired, but
03.
So yeah, this is really close to begins too, which is interesting.
If I'm a teenage girl and like a
this is 2 years away from
man
begins.
asks me to meet him in a cave, probably call the cops.
Well, what you don't know is that they have a business relationship that they just put together at the end of last season, and she's got this kind of silly. She looked pseudo goth at the end of last season. She's not wearing that right now, but she was like wearing all black, and she had like really heavy makeup, and she's upset because Clark and Lana finally have like kindled their relationship, and so she's like turning on him partly because of that, and then this season that will either transition or they'll play it like it was always the plan, you know, you be the judge, but it'll turn a lot more into her investigating Lionel, and ultimately, spoilers, she's going to get Lionel put in prison by the end of the season.
Yeah, it's always really funny to me because especially once Pete leaves the show, which I'm going to be really sad about.
Who?
Yeah, exactly. Who? But once he leaves, they just kind of act like Clark and Chloe have been friends forever, and it was just those two.
That's kind of
Said
true.
waning. That should count as a DC reference.
Why?
Because Bruce Wayne.
Oh no! Where's my eject button?
And then in season 7, when Pete comes back, they'll just pretend like he was a part of the group the whole time. Like he was always like a part of the group that just left, and not that we forgot about him until season 7.
Yeah. Yeah, and what's really awkward and awful about that is when he comes back, he's just a Kryptofreak.
I've said numerous times, you know, I like the back half season of the show better. That is one of my worst, like, least favorite episodes.
Oh, it's terrible.
Because
it was just there to sell gum. We've talked about this.
So,
Naman and Sagith. Okay, we get it. Oh, that's kind of a fun transition. I forgot about that. The dragon turns into the island. Watch Lex with his crazed nutso face. Previously on Lost.
So I don't know if you thought about this, Kev, but like Clark's story in this episode,
ooh, that looks
is like eerily similar to the Buffy season 3 premiere, just with him being like evil instead of just on the run.
Yes, I have had that thought. But instead, he is working with a drug crime lord instead of working at a coffee shop.
Yeah.
Because I think Buffy was working at a coffee shop.
She is, and that's what sets up the whole thing with the one girl that shows up later in Angel.
That comes in Buffy and Angel later, and she's really good in that.
She is.
So it's funny that I referenced Lost because he's also on an island. Like they did the.
I assume.
Well, I said that.
That's why you referenced it.
No, because of the zoom in on his eye thing. That's a big Lost thing.
I thought it was because he was on an island. He's hanging out with Kazar.
Yeah.
If they knew they were gonna do, I mean, they didn't. But
it's Sawyer.
If they do Green Arrow, they could have done him first here.
I don't think they knew they were gonna be doing any other DC like superheroes at this point.
Well, that's why I caught myself like partway through saying it because they definitely didn't. But if they had, they maybe could have introduced him here.
And Austin, I've mentioned this before, but well, and you probably did hear me say this because you were on the pilot. But it's so weird that they were kind of prophetic about Green Arrow in the opening scene of the series because Oliver Queen is mentioned on a newspaper in the pilot.
Yeah, I remember that in the pilot.
But yeah, I don't think
really
they were.
Sad they didn't give him like a spin-off. I love their Green Arrow.
So we're getting ahead of ourselves, but I did not mind that at all because just like with so many other things in the show, his background got so convoluted.
Yeah.
That I would not have wanted to see them continue to build on any of that.
Hated Spring asked,
but not any more so than the show we got later. So you know.
Well, and yeah, so admittedly, some of that is in the context of having seen Arrow. Yeah. I would have at least been able, like, had a good Green Arrow, even if it's in a bad show. Which leads me into Hayden Spring asked, do you guys prefer Hartley or Amell as Oliver Queen? I prefer Hartley. I think he actually is like trying to be a good Green Arrow, whereas Amell is just discount Nolan Batman.
Yeah, Amell sucks, but I haven't seen Green Arrow in this show, so I don't know. I can't compare them, but I'm not a fan of Arrow at all.
I think Amell is actually a lot like Tom Welling in that he was not really an actor when he started, and I think he gets better and better as that show goes, and then at some point he kind of stops caring because the writing gets really bad. And so, like, I respect Amell a lot, and I think by the second season, he starts to get quite good. Like, it's kind of like this show where there are some actors around, to a lesser degree, because there's nobody in that show that's like a John Glover or a Michael Rosenbaum. but there are actors in that show that elevate his performance, and so like I'm gonna say Hartley is better as Oliver Queen, because you're right, he's not really playing Oliver Queen, but I think he would have been an okay TV Batman.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I don't mean to like discount Amell, because I think when he's good, he's really good, especially in those first 2 seasons. And then I think there's parts in season 5 where with Prometheus where he's really good. But just like comparing their Green Arrows, I think Hartley wins for me because at least it resembles Green Arrow.
Yeah.
Robert Wild says,
but a lot of that is what the
funeral
shows
scenes?
respectively decided to do with that character.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Robert Wild asked, "Oh shoot, were we counting funeral scenes?"
Oh, I think we might have been. Let me check. Once
Not
again,
on
there's
my
just too much to do
list.
in the show.
You gotta count how many things you're counting.
No, it's just you counting the funerals, so count away. Count them. I don't see that here. We probably should have been doing that, but I'm not going to start now. I'm not going to add anything at this point. Oh, we got the episode title. I'm not sure about that choice, about that acting choice there. Welling.
He's trying.
He sure
David
is.
Spring says, "I prefer."
So is
Grant
the
Gustin."
next scene gonna be Rafiki comes up to him and tells him to go back?
No, it's better. It's better than that.
Oh, okay.
And by better, he means insane. Just wait. It's
Yes.
wonderful.
Clark,
It
why
gets-
have you
It gets
forgotten
great.
me?
Hayden Spring says, "I definitely prefer Grant Gustin to Bart from this show." I would agree with that, but their Flash is weird because it's a well. Okay, to be fair, I don't know anything about Bart Allen, but I think I do prefer Grant's Barry, at least in the first season of Flash. Nothing else after that counts because
Wesley Shipp over every other Flash.
and I still gotta watch that.
So check
It's
it out,
awesome.
everybody. Now Helen Bryce is a completely different character. She's like a 24 villain. We're just, now that we've decided what we're doing with her and how we're writing her out, she was conniving and working with Lionel all along, which I've always been convinced was not really the plan, probably. I don't know. I can't remember what you said last season, John, but like, how do you land on that? What do you think they thought they were doing versus what they ultimately ended up doing with her? Because it's super awkward.
So I don't remember what I said, but I do remember like watching her stuff in season 2 and going from this to this. It feels like she's not the same character, because I don't buy that the character that we meet in season 2 would do that, and I think it's just an excuse to further push Lex down that rabbit hole.
That's not true. Okay.
What's not true?
That every predator is somebody else's prey. Because there's like apex predators.
That's true, but this was before we were obsessed with that term in everything.
He just said it because it sounded cool, but it made him look dumb.
He has a lot of that. Have you noticed that
So-
since Chronicle, we can't stop saying apex predator in everything?
I have not, but
No,
that doesn't surprise me. Chronicle's a wonderful movie.
Yeah, but forget Chronicle. Have you not just in general noticed that term comes up constantly now?
I haven't personally.
Like, that
Not
was the
really.
first movie that I ever heard that phrase, and now I see it in everything.
The only thing offhand I can think of that says that is Eternals.
Yeah, Robert Watts, because they're slimy yet satisfying. So it's funny because as a kid, I'd recognize John Glover from something, like when I was watching Smallville, but I couldn't place it until I was much older, and I realized he's the guy from one of the commercials at the start of RoboCop 2.
Yep.
And it makes me laugh every time because now all I can picture is him going Magnavolt.
That's true. And he and Rutger Hauer are both in kind of like dystopian, I want to say futuristic things. RoboCop's not really futuristic, but
Wait, Is
Not
he
until
like
you
a
get to
main
3
part
in
of the
the
season,
jetpack.
or is he just in this episode?
No, so Rutger Hauer is here, and then I think he's in the very next episode, maybe. And then
Okay.
they can't get him
Just
back.
he's been in one scene.
They can't get him back later when they want to use that character again. So they use the stupid plot point of he changes his face with surgery to be a different actor.
He Blofeld's it.
Yeah.
At AMC Comics, especially in WWE when Randy Orton's around. I
And
didn't
I
know you
think
liked
that's in
wrestling.
the same season that happens, or maybe it's not till 4, I can't remember.
So, this is more of a question just because I'm not familiar with Superman comics. Is Morgan Edge like a comic book villain?
Yes, and Morgan Edge
Okay.
goes way back. He is in very early comics, and he's in the radio show, but he is completely reinvented and retooled for this, and I like their angle on it, and I kind of wish they were kind of more clever and creative with their reinventions with some other things like this, where instead of having him, he's closer in Superman and Lois to what he is more traditionally.
Oh, that's right, because he's in the first season of Superman and Lois.
Yeah. I mean, if memory serves, I think there's a reveal that he's actually not who he seems to be, so I guess that's not true, but when he's who we think he is, he's closer to what he's in the comics. But he's like a journal, like a journalism mogul guy, like he owns newspapers and stuff.
Yeah.
And then here
Okay.
they've but you know, he's like an evil mogul, and here they've made him a straight up mob boss.
Oh, it's Train.
Yes. And this song was huge.
Every drunk ant's favorite band, Train, is here.
I saw the other day that Superman and Lois was renewed for season 4, but with a slashed budget.
Yeah, they cut like most of the cast, but they brought Lex up to a
main, yeah.
main, yeah. But from what I heard, it sounds like they cut all the Smallville cast, so it seems like they're probably just gonna cut that aspect of the show for the last season.
You got to be more specific, because I was like, they don't cut the Smallville cast. Like, there's 10 seasons.
Gosh darn it.
No, but that show is wonderful. I'm excited to catch up on season 3.
I gotta watch past the pilot.
Yeah, and I gotta finally watch the last episode of season 1 because I never did that. John and I keep threatening to go to that when we finish this. We just do Superman shows now, John. That's what we do. John's not even a Superman guy. He's watching nothing but Superman shows.
So, and you know, it's funny because I thought about this after we did season 1, and then I like completely binged all of Superman and Lois.
Yeah,
I
right
say I'm not a
after the first season of this.
I say I'm not a Superman guy, but like I like every adaptation of Superman that I've seen.
You just haven't really read comics.
Yeah, so I guess I just got to get into some Superman comics.
Yeah, go do that.
I'll do that in 24 hours from now.
You probably will. And then like 3 days from then, you'll be like, Austin, I read all of Superman.
Stop it with the close-ups on people's faces that take up the entire screen. I know I complain about that a lot, but it drives me crazy.
When it happens, are you like, ah?
I'm just ready for them to move Chloe past this because once they like learn just to be friends, I really like Clark and Chloe's dynamic.
Yep, same here. But it takes too long, although I think a lot of season 3, they're just sort of like on the outs and not talking much, right? Am I remembering that right?
I think so.
It really takes them, her knowing his secret before they finally like really put that friendship back together, and then we can just move past her crush with him. And then it really helps when she starts, I mean, this is way later, but it really helps when she starts, you know, dating other people.
Well, and
then they do
probably
other
my
stupid
favorite
love
part of
triangles, but at least
season
they're not with
4.
Clark.
Yeah. I think that's probably my favorite part of season 4 is when we finally get there. I really like the episode where she learns his secret, and then I like what they do after, where like she doesn't come out and just tell him that she knows, but she makes sure that like nobody else finds out.
And that should have been irritating, but surprisingly was handled okay.
Yeah.
Because this show is all about people keeping secrets from each other, and that's what's supposed to keep you sticking around through the commercial breaks.
Especially how many fake outs they have with like Lana learning it.
John, what if half the season was just this as a running subplot? Just like Lex on this island hallucinating?
I actually wouldn't have minded that. I mean, I would have to see how it plays, but I think you could do something cool with this, especially with how this show isn't afraid to go to a more of a horror place.
Yeah, that's true. How long could you have gone before you had to tell the audience that he was hallucinating? If you did it, over several episodes.
So, okay, I'm going to give...
Damon Lindelof, you could have just kept doing it. It would just be Ozymandias and Watchmen.
I'm not going to narrow it down to a specific episode count, but I am going to say minimum 6 episodes, max, like the first half of the season. So like 6 to 12 episodes, depending on how it's handled.
This guy gives a good performance. The whole chipping away thing always stuck with me. They're trying to make you think that there's a parallel between him and Lex with their fathers, and then you'll find out that he's just a figment of Lex's imagination. Also interesting that his name starts with an L, yeah?
It would have been funny if this was yet another, like, lost to Luther sibling.
Yeah. Although that would be insane. He just happens to crash on an island where there's another Luther sibling?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but don't they later on do, like, genetic cloning?
Yes.
Or the back room.
Well, that's how we keep the Luthers relevant after Rosenbaum leaving the show.
Yeah.
Robert Wilde said spooky, scary skeletons.
And shivers up my spine.
So it's kind of odd that running away... I don't know how I feel about this, John. Tell me what your read is on this. So Clark commandeers the name Cal as his alter ego when he's in Metropolis while running away from Jor-El and not wanting to deal with that side of his being, of his person. This guy, it's kind of odd that he uses that name. Like, is the idea that as a rebellious teenager, he's trying to, like, make that his own? And, like, he has to leave Smallville, has to give up Clark, so now he's going to call himself Cal, but be the opposite of what his father wants him to be. Like, is that the idea?
I mean, that could be part of what they're thinking. The few interviews that they've done with the creators of the show on Talkville makes me think they still think the show is brilliant. So, I mean, I'm sure they're thinking along the lines of that. But me personally, if you're trying to escape not only your human family, but your, like, Kryptonian heritage, you wouldn't just go by your Kryptonian name. You would create, like, a brand new identity.
Yeah, you'd have... That's my instinct. I was trying to kind of give it the benefit of the doubt, but I always thought it was odd. So you're with me. It's odd.
It is odd, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You'd think that he would come up with a name for, like, Red K. Clark.
Clark with a K instead of a C. Okay, I have been to concerts and stuff like that's that loud. You would not be able to have a conversation on the phone.
No, that's true. That's a really good phone.
Especially in 2003.
But you're right. The creators do kind of think the show's still brilliant, and I think it's maybe just a little too cute, where it's like he's doing all the secret identity stuff because he's being like a perversion of Superman before he'll later become Superman. So we have to have the phone booth thing, and he's got an alter ego, and he's going out and causing and doing crimes instead of stopping crimes. And so he has to have a different name.
Darren Root, I'm not sure what you mean. He says, how would a baby remember his name?
So it's not that he remembers being named Kal-El from when he was a baby. It's that he's talked to Jor-El by now. And Jor-El has told him what his... And in fact, he's known his Kryptonian name since Rosetta, right? Because it's in the ship.
Because I think Reeves is the one that tells him.
Reeves tells him. Reeves either tells him or he... No. He reads it in the scrolling text on the wall, remember? Or not the wall, but in the observatory in New York?
Yeah, that's right. Because Reeves can't read it, but... Clark can.
That's what it is. Clark reads it as a scrolling. And he's, our infant son, Kal-El.
AMC Comics, maybe Clark just doesn't have an active imagination. Well, I mean, Clark is just kind of there. Like,
that's a good point. He does not have much of an imagination. He has no real personal interests. We know he reads a lot of... really obvious books for whatever the situation is, and that he likes Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
And that he likes football.
And he wanted to go to a Radiohead concert, but I don't know if it's because he's ever heard the band. That's what I've got on Clark. So it makes sense that he's interested in Lana because she is about as surface level in her interests.
Well, I mean, her personality is girl.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, and it gets really funny later on when they just suddenly decide that he wants to be a journalist. And I don't remember how they get to that point other than the fact that he has to become a journalist because he's Clark Kent.
I think he becomes a journalist because it's the easiest job to get in this universe. Somehow.
Well, to be fair, for most of the time that he is a journalist, I think, isn't he just like an intern? Like, he's a low-level, like...
He becomes full-on investigative journalist by, 8 or 9, I think.
Despite having not even, finished college.
Yeah, he never finishes college, but he becomes a investigative journalist. Now, I could be wrong about what exactly that happens. I'm very rusty on those later seasons.
See, this episode...
But I promise I will have given them a watch again by the time we get there.
Well, good. So you'll go in, better not prepared, and I will be the one that goes, oh, hey, I remember this. But no, so this episode is kind of a perfect, representation of the show, where everything with Lex is really good, and then Clark is just kind of He's there. And it has moments where I'm like, oh, this is cool, but then it's dragged on with stuff like the Lana Clark argument.
Yeah, I think when you're or at least when this was on, when I was an impressionable teenager, I kind of had it more flipped, where I think I was the Clark stuff was resonating with me more, just with how he wasn't getting along with his parents and he wanted to go his own way and he was being told what to do and all of that. That kind of resonates with you when you're in late high school. The Lex stuff I remember feeling was dragging on a little too long because it was kind of obvious where it was going. It was you get to the end of this episode and it's not a surprise, I don't think, that guy's a figment of his imagination. And it just kind of it doesn't feel like there's a lot of story being told beyond just he seems like he's kind of going crazy. So I like how it's shot. It all looks good, and Rosenbaum is having a good time being nuts. But there's not really a lot of story progression.
I feel like I just had to watch 15 minutes of Lex hanging out with Kraven from the Kraven the Hunter Sony spin-off film. And then
I say that the Clark stuff is kind of I actually still really like it in concept, where he's kind of willingly letting himself be corrupted by this stone because he doesn't want to feel that guilt and sadness. I think my main issue with it, just watching it now, is you have a double beat of Chloe comes, he yells at her, she tries to make him feel bad and then leaves. Then immediately we repeat that, but with Lana instead.
Yeah. You're absolutely right about that. But I think from Gotham Miller's perspective, they're thinking like everybody that cares about him needs to be telling him the same thing so that he, it's actions and consequences. So he knows that he's wrong. And so the audience knows that the show is not with him. And I do appreciate that like he is making this massive mistake and he's supposed to still be sympathetic, but we're not supposed to be on his side. Like obviously it's what he's doing is not the correct move, and he's done nothing but make the wrong choice ever since he put the Kryptonian key in the ship. Ever since he got ever since he stole that. I'm sorry, what?
Austin, you okay there, buddy? You look so confused.
What the hell's happening? Just entered like max headroom.
So Austin, what's really funny because we're doing
it's like
stuff
really
with
hard to look at too.
We're doing stuff with Kal-El or with Jor-El, and like how he wants the Kents to just go away, and then we'll retcon that and never mention it again.
What do you mean?
With Jor-El, so Jor-El will show up back up later in the show.
Yes.
But it's a completely different Jor-El, and we make no references to the fact that he has godlike abilities in these early seasons.
No, and all you had to say retroactively if like the new showrunners went, Jor-El never made sense because he doesn't, and they want him to be more like traditional benevolent Jor-El, would be to say that like the computer program was corrupted, like something like that Jor-El, the AI was rogue, like, because they are different things. Like, that was always my question was this really what Jor-El wanted? Was this really what Jor-El would have done? Or is the AI taking on a life of its own somehow? Now, the godlike thing, there's no explanation for. But his motivations, you could have, maybe in a somewhat satisfying way, like, retconned kind of believably, right?
Yeah. Well, and I'm really interested when they get there in Talkville. I hope they bring the creators on so they can kind of discuss what they were like going for.
I want to see him and Han try to explain a thing that they were just writing episode to episode. So this is one of my favorite crazy endings to a Smallville episode. So like, it's so over the top and wild.
It's got like a John Carpenter score over it too. The bum.
There's a lot of that in the show, though. That's again, that's Jon Snow. This is consummate X-Files music. And he was the composer for X-Files, and with scenes like this, he goes to that.
I'm interested to see how this
there's
plays,
a throw.
'cause I remember as a kid...
Well, we have nothing but throws this episode?
It's not a lot of counting this episode.
No, I've not noticed a lot. Although I do have to put in another reference with Morgan
movie.
Edge, because that's a comic book character. And I did not do that.
What?
Yes.
Oh my god, this looks terrible.
Oh, you're ahead of us. Or you're ahead of me anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, this was 2003 on TV.
Yeah.
So don't try it. Take the
To
high
be
ground.
continued.
Well, and that's that balance that they really struggled with, Austin, was like, how much do you want this to be a superhero show and how much of it is a more understated teenage drama. And I always wanted them to lean a lot more into the teenage drama thing, because if it's more sophisticated, that's a lot more interesting than trying to make a big, exciting, bombastic superhero drama in a small town where your main character is never going to put on a costume and can't really have a secret identity.
Did we count the bullet time earlier?
Was there a bullet time? I did not write it down.
Oh yeah, when he's robbing the place, it slows down and like
it slows down there and he catches
missed
the bullets.
Anything else? I didn't see any car crashes.
No, this is your typical season premiere where we don't follow the formula to the degree that the later episodes was. So yeah, there's not as much to count.
Wasn't any Green K. We haven't been counting other Kryptonite. I used to count Red K. Although he was on it the whole episode, so you wouldn't count it again anyway, even if you were.
Yeah, and it only shows up, I think, one more time after this, unless I'm forgetting something.
I don't think Chloe had technically any love triangle phase, right?
No, this wasn't. This episode wasn't really a love triangle episode.
Her issues were a lot more about like helping Clark, which is actually kind of a good angle because of, I don't know. I sort of like where we left her last season. We're immediately getting away from, just because I didn't like that choice. But then they shouldn't have done that in the first place, so it is kind of awkward. But it's like, I don't know. I'm conflicted because things do change in 3 months. But it's like you have this big cliffhanger where she looks like she's going to the dark side, and the very next thing we do with her is she's been Clark's confidant this whole time.
Yeah. So should we count? Well, no, because I was gonna say Paranormal was killed by Jonathan going out the window, but he has superpowers.
Yes. And he's not a Kryptofreak because he doesn't get his powers from kryptonite.
Yeah. Would this be a character who aren't themselves? Because Clark is technically on red kryptonite.
Yeah. Did we count it when he first put the ring on?
I don't remember.
I'm gonna go ahead and put it in because I'm not sure if we did. And I mean, we're making the rules, but I don't know if the rule. But I don't know if the rule should be, if you're not yourself over episodes, do we just count it the one time when you stop? And then would you count it every time you take the ring off and put it back on?
No, so I would say count it per episode. So like, he wasn't himself last in the season 2 finale at the very end, but this is the first full episode with him on Red K for this arc.
Yeah,
but I don't think it would count again because it's still the same. And then I'm gonna flip my sign a light green. I liked things in this episode, but overall, there's things that I wish were better.
Yeah, I go green as well. Weirdly, I think I still enjoy the Clark stuff more than the Lex stuff, ultimately.
Sure.
I think my biggest... That episode kind of dragged to me. Like, it kind of seems like they're padding some scenes. I feel like what story we're getting there could be done in about half the time.
Well, especially with, like I mentioned, the Clark stuff has that double beat. Like, you could have cut the one of the two, either the Lana or the Chloe scene, and did more with like the family stuff or with Lex.
Yeah, and I think some of what Welling is doing is unintentionally funny. Where like there is again some pathos in his performance here and there where I am kind of feeling for him, and it's kind of sad, and the situation is okay where he is between a rock and a hard place. We're like, what do you do, right? Like you can't go with Jarrell, but it's difficult to go face Jonathan Kent after you accidentally got their baby killed. It's like, where do you even go? So I mean, obviously he's making the wrong call, but it's understandable in the sense that it's what a stupid teenager would do. Maybe like it's a real extreme version of that. There's obviously kind of a metaphor here where, you know, it's the teenager that's trying to find himself and runs off and does something just really ridiculous. Like it's the you know, super powered equivalent of like drunk driving, or well, I guess even beyond that, like getting involved in a gang or something. Like it's not a metaphor because he is getting involved in a gang, but it's like it's like a really extreme version of that.
Well, it's the spiral of he made this really bad choice to destroy the ship. Then it caused the consequences that was devastating not only to him but his family, and he's still spiraling out of that. Yeah,
and he's compounding the situation by trying to run away from it instead of facing it, which is a typical problem that a lot of teenagers have. Like when you make a big mistake and you're, you know, whatever it is, like you crashed your car drunk driving, or, you know, you set the house on fire, or, you know, you or even something, you know, like a teenage girl who gets pregnant or something like that, where like you wish you could hide it from your parents, or you try to hide it and then they find out and then you're embarrassed, or, you know, you've what's the word I'm looking for? Well, anyway, you know they're not happy with you, and so you make other mistakes while you're like waffling, and like that is a typical thing that happens.
Real quick, AMC, we counted that.
Like buried it under my bed so that no one would find it.
Disappointment. That was the word I was looking for. I'm sorry. What, John?
I was just saying, real quick to AMC, we did count the Kryptonian symbol on his chest.
We did.
Yeah.
Well, I think we
Me
counted
and
it
Cap
last.
are over here turning green, and Austin's like, "You guys are crazy."
Yeah, I agree that the Clark stuff was better than the Lex stuff because of the unintentionally funny moments. But overall, that was really boring.
Well, that's because Austin doesn't even take the initial premise of the show seriously. So he's looking for this show to be stupid, and that's the only way he's going to enjoy it.
He's gonna love the later seasons, then.
I'm just looking for it to be entertaining.
I don't think that's true, though. Okay. This is gonna be a long day. Pardon me, I was not able to get the rest that I usually try to get before a show like this, so we'll see what I'm like here in a few hours.
And I took a nap, so I should be good.
Oh, I gotta tell you, I tried. But, like, I just couldn't get any sleep.
I had that with season 2, so
Did you?
I kind of, like, lightly slept, but I don't think I got enough sleep, because I remembered I was definitely loopy by the end.
Oh, I can't wait. It's gonna be great. I rested, like, I laid around for a couple hours, but I just could not go to sleep.
You should have gotten the kids to hit you over the head until you passed out.
Hayden Springs says his Lightning Collection Dino Thunder Black shipped today. He says, now I'm poor, but I needed Tommy.
I mean, the Black Dino Thunder Ranger is awesome, so I don't blame you.
And that's a great figure, and I want the Mesogog also, but I draw the line at $27 to $30, man. Like, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Because there's too many of them I want, so I don't know. Like, maybe I would break down and get, like, the one or two that I just absolutely had to have, but, like, I don't know. When they were 20, it was all right, but 27? I don't know.
I'm not a collector of, like, statues and stuff like that, so I always have trouble of justifying spending money on that, even though some of them look awesome. Like, I saw GameStop has, like, the Mighty Morphin Morpher, which is my favorite Morpher, and I want one, but it would just, like, I don't know, to me that would be a waste of money. Cause
I have the old Legacy one right here.
Those look so cool.
I know. And I'm sure the Lightning Collection one is just as good or better. Is it diecast? I'm going to assume it's diecast. This one's diecast.
I don't remember, yeah. What power coin did you get with it?
This one came with the green coin and the white coin.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, there's one that had the 5 original Rangers, and then this one was specifically a Tommy one.
Okay. I used to collect the like kids versions of those they made. Like I had the in space one, I had both in space ones. I had the regular one, and then I had like the cell phone that Zane uses.
Oh, that's awesome.
I loved the cell phone one.
John, remind me later off camera. I have something I want to talk to you about with Power Rangers.
Okay.
All right, guys, are you ready to get into the second episode of the season?
I am ready.
We were so riveted by the premiere. It's going to be great.
Yeah.
Let me say this real quick, too. Does that not feel like the kind of episode where they know the big, like, exciting ending they want to get to, and they're just trying to get to that ending?
Yes.
Doesn't it kind of feel like that? Where like, in the writer's room, somebody said, the way this is going to end is Jonathan Kent gets powers, and then he, pushes Clark out a window, and they're like, okay, we just got to spin our wheels till we can get to that scene.
Yes, because
Possibly,
it feels like we want Clark to do this, we want this to happen in this, with him in Metropolis and show how he's living, and we want to get to the point where it's Clark versus Jonathan.
That's why you have like 20 minutes of Lex sitting on an island fighting Kraven the Hunter.
Maybe the big misstep is that they didn't spend more time with Morgan Edge.
He was in 2 scenes.
Now, they also might have only had him for a day.
Yeah.
All right, folks,
Yeah.
get to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. We're just about to do it, and then we'll take a 5-minute break right after this episode. Here we go, everybody. Please press play right now. And now we get a previously on. Well, they played Pete's one line from last episode. Oh, they did. They used that shot. I didn't notice it before. Going up the side of Luthor Corp. It's always there.
So, and something important I think to note with Jonathan getting superpowers is that's not something that'll just be forgotten. Like the strain that it takes on him will be present on and off through the end of through the middle of season 5.
All the way to 5, yeah. That is the main source of his dramatic subplot from after this. He's gonna have heart problems for forevermore because he got superpowers.
I was gonna say, please don't tell me that he gets his heart attack is because of this.
It is.
Oh,
It absolutely is because of that.
Okay, so it's partially
so
this.
fishy.
It's partially time travel shenanigans, I think.
Yeah, I think the idea is inevitably it would have happened eventually without that, but that makes it so much worse because it didn't make any sense whatsoever. We can't stop talking about this, and it's still gonna be 2 seasons before we get there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
awful.
because
It's really bad. It's just
the
this stupid
whole
fate
trading
thing.
one life for another.
Yeah. Just arbitrarily. It has nothing to do with actions and consequences and like butterfly effect. This person, if this person wasn't here, this person would have died. It's, well, if you save this person, then Jonathan Kent is going to arbitrarily have a heart attack, and then he's the one that dies. I like how this scene is lit a lot. Is that bullet time, or is that just
John
slow motion?
Snyder is selling the heck out of this.
So, Cap, do you like this Clark because he's a Red Lantern?
He's not a Red Lantern.
He kind of. He's got rage from his red ring.
Well, he didn't get it because of his rage. Despite all his rage.
Despite all of his rage, he's still just a virgin in a cage.
We love doing this shot with Tom Welling, where
He keeps
he
ripping his shirt
rips
off.
his shirt off from behind like that. So, you be the judge, John. Was that bullet time or slow motion?
Well, Clark got thrown, so you got to count that.
I'll count that, but John, I need a verdict from you about that.
I would say that's just slow motion.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
That's still slow motion.
That was kind of bullet timey, but it also wasn't that slow. So I don't know.
Well, I wasn't sure whose perspective we were from there. It's bullet time when it's Clark's perspective, everything's slowing down because that's the way he's looking at it. There, it just seemed like they wanted us to see the riveting action of 2 men just kind of bouncing around.
Do it, kill me, I'm right here.
So I think this, so obviously this is silly and over the top.
Yes.
But I like how they end it. Him,
I like how
him
he
being
ends
the
it.
one that ends it.
What?
He's gone.
What's interesting is, arguably, that's how he got rid of the red kryptonite ring the first time you put it on, but it's very difficult to tell in that, because we talked about it.
Yeah,
If
that
he
one's more
intentionally put
ambiguous.
his hand up to break it, but if you buy that, like I always thought, he did it here again.
Well, yeah, and I mean, it's more ambiguous there, but here it's clear, he did that on purpose because he didn't want to hurt Jonathan.
Yeah, you want to keep fighting his father. And now he's being... It's not just that he's got powers, he's also being, directly faced with him, and he's been running away from him, and he's like, well, I can either keep running or just finally deal with this.
Which is going to be hilarious, because how do you explain that to your classmates and the people that you screamed at?
Yeah.
I was on Red Meteor Rock for 3 months.
Well, what do you mean his classmate? I mean, he dealt with...
I
Yeah,
guess
just-
mostly
Just Chloe
Lana
and Lana.
and Chloe. Like, it's not like we know any of his other classmates. Like, as far as I know, he just has those two.
But I just didn't know what you meant by that because he was in Metropolis the whole time. He didn't deal with anybody else.
Yeah, I should have been more specific.
But it's sort of the same problem as it was like the other 2 times you put on Red Kryptonite, where can't you tell people you have these allergic reactions to things without having to explain that you have superpowers? Like, why can't you just say, when I put this on, it does this to my personality, and if you know, Chloe, Lana, whoever comes back with, that sounds crazy, I don't believe you, you come back with, look at all the Kryptofreaks. That's all you have to say. And they know it's Meteor Rock, the red vein thing. So you say this one has a different reaction with people, it's all mental, than the green Kryptonite, which does like a million different things when it's mixed with other things. Look at Lex here starting the motif of hoodies in CW shows.
Yeah, he looked like Slim Shady.
He's always got to make an entrance quoting something from literature you know Michael Rosenbaum has never read.
Is he not a well-read guy?
He's not.
It's really funny watching.
And he talks about that in the podcast all the time, where he's like, "I never knew what the hell I was saying,"
Yeah.
and it's really funny. I love it.
Well, and it's also just really funny when, like, you know, obviously when you're in a show, you don't need to know the source material, but it's always funny when they like try to talk about the show and like, I don't know if that's in the source material or not. It was just in the script.
So we're handling this, John, a lot like. So now my seasons are blending together. It's coming later, and we haven't already dealt with it, right? With what's the name of that episode? The Who Shot Lana Luthor episode. Have we had that already?
Yes, we did that. That was last season.
Okay, so they're doing the flashbacks both visually and just. The way they work within the story, a lot like with that episode, where there's going to be multiple versions of it, and there's that like white lighting effect.
Yeah. And I don't remember how this ends up. Like, I don't remember if Lionel was actually involved.
I want to say they treat it kind of ambiguous. I never can remember exactly how this went down because I didn't like it and I didn't care. Like, ultimately, it's just a way to write her out.
No, I'm there with you. Like, I remember there's stuff in season 3 that I like, but I mostly remember the more schlocky superhero stuff in the later seasons. Friday the 13th Part 5 is really funny, though, to be fair, Hayden.
The most important thing right now, son, is that we're back more or less to the regular status quo of the show. Okay, see, John, yeah, that's really weird. He's saying, when I was Kal-El, like, you weren't, though. You commandeered the name while you were being a gangster.
Well, it's going to be even weirder because if you remember... after the season 4 premiere, when he comes back after being basically like reprogrammed,
yeah,
he's Kal-El, which is like a third person that has like no emotion.
Yeah,
and can fly.
You know, I've never had this thought before. He's basically just the Eradicator at that point.
I don't know who that is.
That's from Death of Superman, but it's like this like really cold, emotionless. Kryptonian that just like does whatever he's programmed to do for the sake of Krypton.
Oh, okay.
That's the one that looks like Terminator, right?
Yeah, he's got the visor because he can't use his heat vision or see through things on his own, so he's got to have an apparatus to help him do it.
Looking like that last episode when he was on his motorcycle.
I've seen the animated movies, all 3 of them.
So once again, John, I'm gonna ask you, how did Lex even know that was Clark's blood? You remember that?
I mean, I remember the blood stuff, but did he know it was Clark's?
Well, so he didn't know that it was Clark's, but he knew it was special in some way, and I don't know how he knew even that it was there or what it was or anything.
Okay.
Ew.
So I'm half speculating, half trying to remember, but
it was subtext.
Isn't it that he was interested in it because Helena was hiding it from him? Because she's the one that took the blood and Jonathan swore her to secrecy, and Lex, that's part of Lex's character arc, is like, he has to know everything. So if his fiance/wife is hiding something from him, he has to know what it is.
Yeah, if memory serves, the problem was there was like a connective tissue scene missing where you never even saw why Lex knew she had it. He just steals it. Like, how'd you even know it was there?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. That the Eradicator's also in Superman and Lois. I don't remember that, but it's been a while since I watched the first
I have heard that, but I haven't watched that far. But that makes sense because they do a lot of Death of Superman stuff in that show.
They look like they're about to kiss.
Yes. So, importantly, Austin... sorry, this is one of my favorite Lana Luthor lines in the show. The statute of limitations on murder never runs out. He tells... So we find out here that Morgan Edge is who Lionel hired to kill his parents in the tenement fire. And that's what their connection is. And then that's what Chloe will investigate later in the season and ultimately get him arrested for, is the death of his parents. And so that line is really good foreshadowing for what will happen all the way at the end of the season. The statute of limitations on murder never runs out, and he's gonna finally go to prison for it.
Are you ready for them to reset Clark and Lana back to like the pilot status quo again?
Yeah, I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited to sit here and try to figure out what to say during these scenes.
Yeah.
Because we're just gonna spin our wheels and regress character. And why are we doing this as 24-hour streams again?
Hey, this was your idea. I just showed up. It still baffles me that Rosenbaum thought the show would be over if these two got together.
Which is hilarious because where he's at now is I'm sick of the love triangles and the secrets, and I don't know why they can't just get together. No, he says that early on. He's so diplomatic toward the beginning, where he's like, this is the premise of the show, and now he's like, God, I hate this, stop it! Oh, Hayden Springs says the Eradicator thing is season 1. Is it?
If that is in season 1, and like I remember most.
Maybe
of
I'm
season
forgetting
1,
that they called something Eradicator. I've only seen what I've seen of that one time, and it's been a while, and
yeah,
stuff just doesn't stick with me as well as it used to. John, I feel like I'm getting old, man.
Well, and I've noticed that too, especially because like stuff like this, there's things I forget, but I remember the big plot, big parts, because I've watched it a lot because I had time when I was younger to rewatch shows. Whereas like I would love to rewatch Superman and Lois, but there's like 600 other things that I need to watch that I can't justify rewatching something that I just watched recently over it.
They think that
they're really lingering on that shot.
Yeah, they think that shot is really artistic and like
it was really funny.
The thing is, that kind of thing can feel cool and creative when you're emotionally invested. but I'm not, so it's funny.
Well, and it's also because
Like, if
in the
it's
shot,
sad,
she's
it
just kinda
works.
standing there like. There was some like weird acting choices she had in that scene, like that part where she nods and she's like.
So here's the thing with Kristen Kurek. I'm finding like a new level of respect for her with the couple of times that she's been on Talkville. Like, I'm seeing this whole new like I kind of what is the word I'm looking for? I just can't think of words tonight. I'm seeing this whole other layer in her performance, Austin, where she is like giving it all she's got and trying to be convincing with material that she doesn't believe in.
Yeah, no, I 100% believe this because being on the CW is like being in a Hallmark movie.
Yeah. Like,
Well,
the problem
what's
is,
crazy to think about is this is before the CW.
Yeah, AMC, I remember Morgan Edge became something in that show, but now we're spoiling stuff from that, but, like, I had forgotten that that's what they called it.
Yeah.
But anyway, she talks on Talkville, and she's in the last episode of the season that just came up on Wednesday. She talks about how Smallville made her just, like, I mean, she's a lot of the audience, right? She detests love triangles now, and avoids them like the plague when she's in other shows, and tries to get writers' rooms to not do them. And she says the problem is they had a mandate on this show where the CW wanted love triangles. They forced them on the show.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do.
Sense.
So they had to do this stuff. But you still could have done some of it better than you did.
I'm pretty sure they also had a mandate for every show to have one brain cell in every script.
Kristen Kurek is really good on the 2 or 3 episodes that she's on Chuck.
Yes, I forgot she was in that. I haven't seen that in so long.
I love the first 3 seasons of that show. 4 is okay.
I loved the first season, and then by 2, I thought that they were already starting to shift status quo too often, and by 3, it was like a different show every other episode. It was just crazy how often things like skipped around in that show. It was like the antithesis of something like this, where it was serialized and that was cool, but they just could not stop. Like they couldn't stop to breathe for any amount of time. It was just plot twist after plot twist.
Whoa! What was that spin? Lay on your hands off of.
He's got to hope that nobody drives up right now, John. He just always gets lucky that nobody drives up when he's using his powers.
Except for that one episode where I think it's when he first gets super breath, and he almost crushes Lois Lane with the barn door, and it's really funny.
Oh yeah.
Are they just not going to question that he ripped the door off his car?
No, because
they
they
know he has
what
powers.
He can do.
That's why they were working with him. That's why he's doing that in front of them.
Oh, okay.
Austin was bored last episode because he wasn't paying attention. Now it all makes sense.
No, I'm not retaining the information because I'm bored.
Yeah, John, we've been talking over this. Have we seen his chain?
Oh, there's like a Superman guy.
Have we seen his chain of kryptonite yet?
No.
Or is that later? So, Austin, Morgan Edge is going to start carrying around this necklace made of kryptonite. Because
does that count as a reference on the door?
Yeah, it's in every episode. We've had it since the beginning of the show.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we would have counted that already.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
Oh, Wall of Weird, though, because that's in the background.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
And see, it's really funny because, all jokes aside with Pete, it feels like he doesn't exist right now.
Yeah.
He's only worried about Clark or Chloe and Lana.
It's really weird that their logo just is Superman at their school. but like as a bird.
And this is what Chloe.
They just think they're so clever with that stuff.
Should have gotten.
Austin, I mean, you've got that, and then you've got the crest with the cops in Metropolis. Like, we can't. Well, I was gonna say we can't let our main character eventually come up with anything for his costume, but it's worse than that because all of that is just like obvious foreshadowing before it's anything. It isn't.
Yeah.
It isn't an inspiration for anything. And then when you get to the last episode,
It's like stupid reference.
When you get to the last episode, it's gonna be the kind of standard comic book thing. Well, and even I guess Donner Superman thing of he doesn't make the costume. It came from his planet. So he just lives in a world where everything happens to coincidentally look like his costume.
Yeah.
From his home planet.
That's just dumb.
I really like the tenderness in this scene when they come back together.
That is, I think, one thing that carries this show, especially, is Rosenbaum and Welling just have a special chemistry together.
Yep.
Even when we finally get to the point where they can't stand each other.
And this is where we're going to introduce what I think is a really interesting idea that gets dropped, and I don't think we ever talk about again after a little while, which is maybe Lex also got superpowers from the initial meteor shower, and he is, immune to illness, because we'll find out that he was like never sick as a child. He somehow made it through. He thinks malaria on the island without his body cured him of that. And so he's going to start investigating, like, do I have powers? And then that's never going to go anywhere.
So the main thing I remember, and why I didn't go back to this season a lot as a kid, is once you get to the stuff with that in the Asylum, it was like, it gets really confusing, and then they just drop it.
Yep.
And I was like, what?
And I don't know about you, John. I would have been fine with them
Solitude.
going all the way with it and just saying, no, in fact, the kryptonite didn't just take his hair away. It actually made him immune to illness.
Yeah. Robert Wilde, Austin was just about to say this, but I'm jumping. Does Solitude count as a Superman reference? Lex just said Solitude.
So what, anytime somebody says that word, it's a reference to the fortress?
I mean, they probably picked that word because Superman.
Maybe, but I mean, we've said it before, and then eventually we'll have the actual Fortress of Solitude. I don't know. I mean, I'll count it if you want me to, but I don't know that that's...
Well, I mean, Robert Wilde is working on his own novel of...
He is. They're always so blatant when it is a reference like that. That seems too subtle for this show. But sure, I'll count it, whatever. You guys just like to see the numbers go up.
Yeah. Ding.
So,
oh no, I forgot about the dings. Wow. And I haven't been using the soundboard, and yeah, I'm rusty. I gotta get back into the show.
No wonder I've been like falling asleep here. I haven't been like jolted awake by the soundboard yet.
Are you talking AMC? Are you talking about like the Arrowverse? Because I mean, it wasn't good for very long. Is the problem?
Yeah.
Or at all.
So
except
Cap,
for Batwoman.
We were talking about, like, before the show started, that it's a shame that we couldn't line up the Flash episode with the new Flash movie. But I would like to point out that we have the greatest Flash voice actor in this show.
Yeah, that's true. It's always funny when Flash comes up on Talkville because Michael Rosenbaum knows exactly nothing about that character.
Well, it was really funny too. Like, this was just something that got a chuckle out of me when he did the James Gunn interview.
Like, so fast, and they're like practically next to each other. He could definitely reach both in time.
Ooh, it's a sadistic choice, Austin. Parents in danger. Yeah.
But I had to laugh a little bit when he was doing the interview with James Gunn on his main podcast, and he was like, "There's a super dog." He's like so confused by the idea of Krypto.
Yeah.
Because this show, like, I know he won't remember it, and I'm excited. I'm interested to see what he says when they get there. But obviously, this show does sort of a Krypto.
Okay, you have two
It's
objects. Super speed, throw one at each of the henchmen. There's so many ways out of this.
That's true, but if we do any of them, we won't get this provocative image of Clark stabbing himself with green kryptonite, Austin. Because we got to have that.
Yeah, sure.
And we've got to... You know what? This is worth it for the awkwardness of Morgan Edge bringing the jar to Lionel, when Lionel will say, "Interesting presentation." That's the moment that always sticks with me from this episode.
What?
Yeah, because he's going to give him this mason jar of Clark's blood. And then he's going to go, "That's an interesting presentation."
So, Hayden, Rosenbaum comes off to me as, like, a film geek. Like, he's into, like, horror films and cinema, but he's not, like, a comic book geek.
No, he doesn't know anything about comics at all.
But, man, I want some
And,
of
like,
the
admittedly
posters that
so.
he
It's
has
not
up
like
on his wall.
It's not like he pretends he knows anything, but it's just not his thing.
Yeah. But I really want some of those posters that he has. He has an awesome Evil Dead poster that I want.
Somebody at the door?
I have different
Knocking at
dings
the door?
for adding things
No,
to
it's
the list.
scraping at
scraping.
the door.
Intriguing presentation.
I'm just going to say quotes wrong to annoy you.
Yeah, then when I come to your house, I'm gonna punch you.
That's a long way to travel.
Yeah, but yeah, it'll be worth it.
So I've talked about this before, but one of the things that will irk me by the time we get to season 4 is there's so much stuff that that we're clearly supposed to think that Lionel is starting to put together and understand, that he will clearly suddenly not know and seem like a total moron when we get to the, I think, transference, when he and Clark switch bodies and he just, like, is surprised by everything.
What was
I'm
in
really
that
not
jar?
That drives me
Greg
nuts.
Clark's blood.
I'm sorry, what, John?
I'm really not looking forward to that episode because, especially as I get older, I hate body swap plots. Or at least I hate, like, badly executed ones, and I don't remember that one being particularly well done.
Well, and once again, they treat it like this great fun episode because actors get to do something different than what they usually do, because their characters are too many of them, you know, kind of one note, and they get bored playing them.
Yeah.
You've seen other shows where actors are not constantly saying, "Yeah, I get really sick of playing the same thing all the time," because, like, if their characters are, you know, intriguing enough to play, and they get to change and grow enough over time. Now, to be fair, like,
Okay.
Lex, like Rosenbaum does get enough to do that he probably doesn't feel that way as much. He probably doesn't need the people who aren't themselves episodes.
So I have a question.
But Lana does.
Have they been in the barn the entire time that Lionel went,
Yes.
Edge went all the way back to Metropolis to make the deal?
Yeah,
Yes.
you see what I'm saying? Like, we're really cheating on the travel times.
I like to imagine that Clark has just been laying there unconscious for like 2 days.
They had to deliver Granny's
Oh, that dude
tea.
has like half his face covered in a tattoo.
Lana, your line is, "Who are you, creepy man?"
No way. No way. Come on now. This is stupid.
Austin, I just don't always know what you're responding to. Like, what?
This whole scene of them fighting this thug guy.
Well, the stupid thing about it is not that Lana can fight him, because she's been kind of working on that. We've had scenes already where she does stuff like that. But more, I mean, I'm just taking it on the terms of this goofy TV show, but more so that he didn't use his gun. Like, he's got a gun, and he doesn't do anything with it. Him getting stabbed there is hilarious.
Yeah. That entire scene was goofy. It was like a Looney Tunes cartoon.
So Helen is an idiot for not expecting this to be some kind of ruse. John, I just feel like if they were going to do this whole thing to hurry up and get her written out, they should have found a way to just do it last episode instead of stretching it, because they're probably thinking, well, we want it to seem gradual enough, and like we're not just rushing her out of the show, but it's obvious why we're doing this. Quit wasting my time.
Yeah, well, and now she's back to like season 2, whatever her name is,
Helen, but no, because now it's an act.
Okay,
see, they're gonna pretend like now it's an act, and he's proving to her that he knows what she did to him, and then she's gonna have this whole speech to him later about how, or maybe it's here, about how, well, I like the sad thing is I actually really did care about you. I'm still a little baffled by this whole thing, John, where I can't decide how much of it they had planned already. Because on the one hand, they didn't have enough screen time together for me to even fully appreciate or buy their relationship. And then on the other hand, maybe they did kind of know where they were going with it all along, and that's why they did that. But, like, I just don't know. And it's hard to even care that much to figure it out, because it's just not a very compelling relationship, especially at the point where we do this really convoluted, try to kill him for his money plot. This is so soap opera.
Well, and because she's barely in season 2, so it's like this. I mean, I don't think it's a bad idea to have Lex fall for someone and then like turn on him, because obviously we're trying to get him to that point where he is basically a supervillain. But this isn't developed enough. They just threw it out there.
You have to make the audience feel as close to as bad about this as Lex will. You have to make us love her, or at least buy that he does. And they're getting married came too much out of nowhere. Like, we had to keep reminding ourselves that they were even dating. Oh, this is where she has that speech, yeah. And then she's going to try to kill him. Like, how soap opera is this?
And I also don't understand why she's doing what she's doing. She's a doctor from, like, Smallville.
Yeah. Yeah, what is the motivation? Beyond just generically, she wants his money or something.
Which, I mean, I'm not an expert, but they're married. She would have had access to that anyway, right?
Yeah, but I guess the idea is she didn't care about him enough to want to, like, stay with him, so it was like, kill him so you get all of his money and you don't have to be married to him, I guess? And, like, she didn't have a history of being a Black Widow, and then retroactively it makes the relationship with her abusive ex-boyfriend very awkward and strange, because it was just basically two psychopaths dating.
Yeah.
That's the episode that really makes me not think that they knew where they were going with this.
Yeah, no, like...
So now she did actually parachute out?
We will never see her again.
I think she dies there, right? No?
I don't know.
Discussing topics, the actress has said she did not know what was really happening. I believe that.
Oh.
And she's good.
I mean, it's not poorly acted. It's just...
I mean, she looks super confused in this episode, but before that, she's good.
Hello, Michael McAllister. How's it going?
Hi, Michael. How you doing, man? I was just gonna see if there's anything in here about the oddness of what they did with her.
She escaped to parts unknown.
Oh my gosh. This explosion.
Oh yeah, and I forgot that like Helen and Lionel weren't even working together because they had that whole thing last season about how he tried to get her to work with him and she went up against him, even though there was also that photo of like them sleeping together or something. No, that was somebody else from first season. I'm conflating things now.
No, because the only thing we get as far as I can tell that is him saying, if my father wanted me dead, I would be dead.
Yes, that's right.
So, I mean, I guess that means that Lionel wasn't involved?
Well, no, and that's why he's got that scene with her where he's like, I can sniff out a Black Widow. Like, I know what you're doing.
Yeah.
I think the idea is that they're supposed to kind of parallel each other, where he recognizes what she really is because she's so much like him. But no, I'm with you, John. I don't mind that we got here, but the way we did it was super sloppy.
Well, and I think it makes Lex look a little dumb.
Yes.
Because he, not only that, but he also had the one with the Kryptofreak woman. In the same
season. He got married twice in the same season.
I don't think... Did they actually get married, the Kryptofreak one? I thought they just got engaged.
No, they got married.
Okay.
And then, of course, they have a throwaway line about it getting annulled at the end.
So, whoever said parts unknown wasn't lying, because apparently she just disappeared. Maybe she'll turn up.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I need you to understand, see, because they're getting closer in their personalities. I love these kind of scenes right after like Lex pulls a gun on his dad. You know, John, something that I hadn't really thought about until listening to Talkville, where I'm looking at the show a little bit differently, is the attempt at gradually turning Lex to the dark side through like his trying not to be his father, but ultimately, you know, like we're seeing with scenes like this, you know, deciding that like he needs what his dad gave him in order to survive and all of that, and seeing him like change because of trauma. If that was the show, it works pretty well, even though I think eventually we get kind of a light switch thing with him going evil. But then you compare it to everything Lana goes through, and you're like, how does she just take all the stalkers and the like murder attempts and everything in stride? Never seems to need a therapist or anything.
And she just killed a man.
Yeah, I mean, they'll do a little bit more with her trauma as we go along, but the first couple seasons especially, like a high school girl going through all of that stuff, like, you think it would affect her a lot more than it does. And then we're seeing any kind of trauma Lex goes through, well, not anything. Like, he does get kidnapped a lot and seems to forget about it. But there are things, and he gets, you know, hit on the head a lot. And shot a lot.
If I impaled somebody on a pitchfork, it would definitely be something I remembered.
That's true. But she's been around a lot of Kryptofreak fights that end like that.
Yeah, and I think the most we get is that episode where she gets Clark's powers in like season 7 and goes crazy.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Okay, so this is the payoff to the compass thing, which they talk about in that recent episode of Talkville, where I think one of the people that calls in suggests that it's kind of weird that Jonathan would give this family heirloom compass to Lex instead of his son when his son would eventually get married, just for the sake of this plot point, so that when he's on the island he can use the compass to navigate.
Just weird.
Oh, we're still doing the. Right now he's part of the family, but in 2 episodes he'll be that Lex Luthor.
I know you love it. It's your favorite thing.
I know, it's so funny.
Oh, it's the chick who drives the horse. She's back.
She's back to be annoyed with Clark for being on Red Kryptonite again, and even though she has no idea what's going on.
Isn't she living with Chloe now?
She was. I can't keep up with that. I don't know if we're still doing that or not. I always think it's funny that they play that like a big, exciting story reveal. Oh man, the 2 main girls in the show are living together. Get out your popcorn!
Remember Aunt Nell?
No. Oh yes, I do. I hate her.
Michael Rosenbaum remembers Aunt Nell.
Yeah, yes, he does. And they had her on the show.
Which I thought was hilarious because, like, she's barely in the show.
Yeah. Well, and she talks about how they kind of did her dirty.
Yeah. It was cool they got Whitney on there, though.
Anybody would have looked at you like that, Clark. Because you were acting really super weird. And also because you thought you were badass, but you just looked kind of goofy.
Oh, it's this song playing. This song was like everywhere. I couldn't hear it at first.
I was going to say I'm not even hearing it right now.
I remember hearing the song everywhere
yes.
as a kid, and I was like, I hate this song.
So, I cannot be objective with a lot of music in this show because it kind of... I was so into the show that it kind of shaped some of my interest in music. So there's a lot of things that I would probably, if I came to it now and hadn't watched this show, find kind of cheesy and stupid that I just don't have that with because I was into some of this music.
I'm trying to think of where I first heard this song. I was in like an animated movie. Part of me thinks it's the Wild Thornberrys meet the Rugrats, but I could be wrong. But it was something.
See, I forgot where this was going, but for a second there, I was like, oh, this is kind of a reasonable conversation. You know, I don't want you to look at me like that again. I let this, like, darker side of my personality out. And then, oh, it's never going to work because that's who I secretly am, apparently.
Yeah, again, kind of character regression. This is basically where we were at the end of Red, right?
Yeah.
I guess she does live with Chloe because she lived across the street last time I saw.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
she's like riding
Well, what
away.
I couldn't remember was if she was at the top of the coffee shop yet, but I don't think that's until later, right?
Yeah, that's not till later. I think that's season 4.
Okay, so hold on, because I need to count riding on a horse away angry.
That's so specific.
Yeah, I know. Well, we got one of those.
AMC Comics says, for me, Aaron the Flash built up backwards with quality for the first 5 seasons or so, and then things are less great, but you gotta remember they're working with 23 episode seasons. A lot of our favorite superhero cartoons are end at 52, which would be like 2 seasons CW.
Yeah.
But I mean, I've seen 23 episode shows written better than even, I'd say, the first season of Arrow and Flash, and I like the first season of Arrow and Flash.
Yeah, that was just how we did TV back then. Not every show sucked.
With cartoon shows, it helped that they were mostly anthology. So it was just a bunch of different people telling stories in the same universe, as opposed to something like that, which is like this, which is forced to have its cake and eat it too, where it wants to be more serialized and tell a story more over several episodes or over a season, and you have a studio that wants to make sure that it's episodic enough that people can just tune in whenever they want to and enjoy an episode.
And also, the DC shows that like have stood the test of time had better writers.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing you have to consider when we're talking about like Smallville and the Arrowverse and everything. It's what makes or breaks a show is the quality of the writing. Like this show, I will agree. You know, there's issues with the writing, there's problems, but what elevates it is you have a fantastic cast that well works together. But I'm not going to pretend it's some, you know, well-written masterpiece.
No, it's the same thing as like early, you know, Star Trek: The Next Generation and stuff, where you kind of forget that some of the writing is as sloppy or silly as it is, because you've got actors that can kind of elevate it, and then sometimes you got actors that can't.
Yeah. So I am gonna have to go a light red for this one. I was not feeling this one as much. There was things I liked, but overall it was just kind of. It was too focused on getting back to status quo instead of like naturally continuing some of those storylines that we set up.
God, and I feel like I just don't even have an opinion.
Well, yeah, what a waste of Rutger Hauer.
Yeah, right?
Because like that first episode felt like an episode, and then this just felt like part 2 of an episode, not like its own episode.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little placeholdery. Like you said, just getting us back to the status quo so that we can have, you know, some standard episodic episodes. Yeah, I don't know if I go green or red on this. I kind of want like a clear, you know.
This is Capstein, where it's just like.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it just feels like an extension of the episode before, which I went green with.
Yeah.
It has the same problem as a lot of like 2-part Star Trek episodes, where you have an exciting first episode with a cliffhanger, and then, well, we got to resolve it somehow. What are we going to do with that? But then this is weird because it's doing that twice, because there's 3.
Yeah.
You know, because the last episode also ended on a cliffhanger.
Well, and that's.
I guess
that
I'm gonna.
Goes back to.
I guess I'm gonna go light green. I don't know if I can go red, and that's partly just because I know where the season is going, and I know there's some very red episodes this season.
Well, and I think that kind of goes back to if you had trimmed up some of the Clark stuff, especially like I mentioned, you know, the double beat. You could have gotten all of that stuff done in Metropolis in one episode, and then you could have set up maybe Morgan Edge coming back, but it didn't need to be a 3-parter.
Yeah. Definitely. Well, guys, we're going to go ahead and take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and watch the next episode, which is called...
Extinction.
Where am I? Extinction. This is the Kryptonite Bullet episode.
We're gonna get Bloodsport.
I knew you were gonna say that. It's not Bloodsport. No, this is gonna be one of those episodes that essentially has a Kryptofreak that doesn't have powers.
I mean, that's where that comes from, the Kryptonite Bullet thing. We could have done Bloodsport.
Yeah, but we weren't doing very many comic book characters yet. And
yeah. And that character's like so obscure. Like that's like a deep pull at that point.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they know who Bloodsport is.
They're not gonna go that deep pull until a lot later, and then even then we don't go as deep pull in this show as we will in the Arrowverse, where you can tell that they're just kind of looking at, you know, encyclopedias and wikis and stuff. It's not that they would know who Bloodsport is, it's that they found him in a book somewhere, and they've got and they're making their 900th episode, and they need something.
They're like, okay, we have a pair of pajamas that can be the costume. Find a character that can fill this role.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right, folks. We will be back in 5 minutes. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're having a good time, and we will be right back. Hello, folks. I am just waiting for my co-host to come back, and then we're gonna watch the third episode of season 3, Extinction. And I'm hoping that I can get the first of several second wins here.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, John. I gotta tell you,
How's it
man,
going?
I really wish I could have gotten that nab. I'm off to
the first 2-part counting Kryptofreaks.
Yeah, I've had that thought. No, and that would be really rough too, because then we'd be going to bed at like 8 or 9 in the morning.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm gonna try to write it out. We're gonna see if we can make this thing happen.
You can do it. I believe in you.
Oh, thanks, man. Quit squeezing my head, though. That doesn't work on anybody.
So we were talking before we went to break about, like, they didn't know they were going to do comic book heroes, or characters.
Yeah.
Do you remember their version of Slade?
Only vaguely.
He's a military general for some reason.
Oh, that's weird.
Really weird.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing that you'd expect from, like, a 80s Saturday morning cartoon or something.
Yeah. Well, and I think I've hit that point where, like, I still, when I go see a new comic book movie, I want it to be as accurate to the source material as possible, making a good, story. But I'm also kind of nostalgic for some of the, like, what the heck, adaptations.
Yeah.
So, like, some of the stuff they do in the show, I think what I like about when they get to the just Superman stuff is just, like, I'm weirdly nostalgic for that 2000s superhero, like, this is what you did with it?
Yeah, where it was counterintuitive in a kind of fascinating way, where you just started with the initial premise and then went a completely different direction with it. Because what we tend to do now, when it's, when those things aren't straight off the page, is they kind of are, they're just sort of a lamer version of it. As opposed to you went in this just bizarre, totally other direction, Like, are you ever going to see Ghost Rider eating jelly beans for no reason again?
Yeah.
Like that kind of thing?
No, but I wish.
But I'm also a hypocrite
the hell was that?
because I defend this show, but I don't like Spider-Man 2, like, at all. So,
Dude, we can't all be consistent, man. Like, none of us can always be consistent. You're always going to be hypocritical in some way or another like that. No, I'm with you. I mean, yeah, that does make you look like a massive hypocrite, because these guys wrote that, even.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and, I've been thinking about that, too. And I think it's because I'm more invested in Spider-Man. Like, he's my second favorite comic book character, right behind Batman. So, I just have more higher standards for Spider-Man.
Well, and these guys will defend it to some degree with this show because of, like, the way their hands were kind of tied behind their back trying to come up with stories on a weekly basis, but you have no excuse when you're making a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
That you have to go back to the same kind of dramatic well with your with your romance arcs, and just have characters that
fired out of a cannon.
Just having characters that aren't, communicating very well. I mean, the source of Goff and Miller's, romantic characters' woes are usually just they're not talking to each other. And even when you have characters that have to keep secrets to some degree, they're not even saying as much as they could be saying a lot of the time. And then that just looks like manufactured drama and stakes, as opposed to like finding, like, being able to keep your characters credible and rational and likable, and also, like, having problems with each other, because everybody has conflict in their interpersonal relationships. I mean, I really can't stand Austin, but he's, we find a way to make it work,
Yeah. Austin is the perfect, like, friend that you bully, but you're still friends even though you bully each other.
I mean, John, our relationship is more like you think you bully me, but it's more... I let you think that.
Well, I think the fact that I can bully Austin like that and he still sticks around is the second main reason that he's on the channel. But the first is just that, like we talked about earlier, Was that off camera? Or
It was
him?
off camera.
I couldn't remember if we were broadcasting when I said that Austin's just here because he's a warm body.
I mean, the best joke I've had all night was off camera.
It
so
was.
That's unfortunate.
No, you should have saved that. That was so good.
Yeah. What can you do?
He's not going to tell you what it is now, though. He's got...
Well, I said
He's got
the
too much
best thing
credibility
about
for
this
that.
trio of co-hosts for this video is between all three of us, we all collectively have 6 kids.
So good. Yep, I sure do. All right, folks.
But it was delivered way better last time.
Not yet. Not yet. The other one's coming in December.
Yeah.
No one's getting Christmas
Robert
presents.
Wild says, I thought Austin was here for diversity.
That's true too. Diversity higher.
What token thing is here?
Canadian.
Jewish and Canadian.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Without
and
him, we
half
wouldn't
gay, so.
we wouldn't have that. Oh, okay.
Wait, you're Jewish?
I didn't know that about you.
Yeah. All of those things that I just said are 100% factual, so don't try to deny
I think
it.
the only one is that you live in Canada.
I mean, you be the judge.
No,
I
believe
am.
He's half Jewish.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. So, Extinction, the only thing I remember about this is Kryptonite Bullet, and Clark spends most of the episode trying to recover from that. That's all I remember. This is another one of those. One of our main characters is real sick kind of episodes.
Oh no.
Which we just did with Clark last year. You remember that, John?
Yeah, because we do the flower thing, right? Or not the flower. They like inhale kryptonite or something.
Yes, but I was talking about that episode with the scene where like Chloe pours out her heart for Clark, and then he says Lana. Like, we just did that.
Yeah, that's the one that I'm talking about too. Is
Okay.
where they like, because it's him and Martha both, I think, like inhale kryptonite or something.
Okay, I couldn't remember what the context was around it. All right, folks, it's all running together. All right, everybody, get ready to press play when I say now. We're going to watch Extinction. It's episode 3 of season 3. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Hey, welcome back.
I remember liking this episode, so I'll be curious to see if I still like it.
I just remember this being kind of a typical Kryptofreak episode, except he doesn't have powers. Oh, so this actually kind of is our first Kryptofreak episode of the season, because his whole thing is he kills Kryptofreaks.
Yeah, he hates Kryptofreaks.
He hates Kryptofreaks.
And we're gonna get a stalker.
Yeah, so Lana's always being stalked, and so he's gonna take out the evil Kryptofreak stalker, but then he's gonna think that Clark is a Kryptofreak.
This guy looks like he came from Innsmouth.
Do you remember what kind of powers he has, John? Are they water related?
I don't remember. I don't even, do they even have him like show off his powers?
Yeah, we'll find out what they are. I think it has something to do with water.
I think it is water, because he's got that big bottle of water.
And I don't know what it is about that actor, but I would have taken one look at him and said water powers. I can't explain that.
Who, that guy that was just there?
Yeah, the guy that will be the Kryptofreak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because he looks like a fish person.
He looks like a fish person.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is water, because we got the swimming pool set up.
Yep.
I feel like I'm in the second AVP movie right now with this pool scene. Is this
but the
supposed to
difference-
be in school?
What now?
Yeah.
What was that, Austin?
Is this supposed to be in the school?
Yeah, they have a pool in their school.
Like, all the lights are off.
Well, yeah, it's at night.
Yeah, it's after hours. I don't know what you're confused about here.
But why is she allowed in?
I assume she has a key or something if she's...
There's a
The
point with a
difference
goofy
between
show
this-
like this that I stop asking those sorts of questions, I think.
See,
Oh
but the
my
difference...
god.
The difference between this and AVP 2 is that I can actually see what's happening.
Yeah, exactly.
Or the show.
Does it help if you turn your contrast on your TV like insanely high, or your brightness?
Probably not, but I don't know. I've never tried. I like the first Alien versus Predator as like a guilty pleasure schlock movie, but I don't like the second one.
And I prefer the second one because it's like insane. And the first one.
No, I've never been able to tell what's happening.
See, I don't have that issue. Like, I can tell what's happening in that movie. It is definitely dark, though.
See, they at least have her fight back some now when she's being attacked. But, like, if I'm Lana Lang, not only would I be going to therapy twice a week, but I would never be anywhere by myself. And I don't mean because, oh, she's like a helpless girl. I mean because she gets attacked all the time.
Well, and see, just...
Get a bodyguard.
Just at a glance of, like, looking at this without really remembering how this episode plays, this is where you'd subvert the expectation, where the Kryptofreak is, like, trying to do good and then is killed by this guy because of his prejudices. You're kind of on the killer's side here because he's saving her.
Well, but I think that's supposed to be the idea, is at first there's kind of a, like, Punisher thing with it, where, like, what he's doing, you can't fully justify it, but at least he's helping people. But then he takes it too far because it turns out he doesn't actually care about what the motivation is. He just assumes that if you have powers, you're bad, and so he has to kill you. So it becomes like a, like an X-Men prejudice thing. But I think this is the first episode that tries to retcon the idea that there are, well, I say this, you're going to have a good Kryptofreak later this season or the next season, but they have their cake and eat it too, where they say, oh, kryptonite, like, messes with your head and turns you bad? Like, we start talking about that, I think, this episode?
Is that a friend in danger almost killed?
I thought we just had it with family.
It says parents, friends, kidnapped.
Oh.
Well, there you go, yep.
Well, if that's the case, I feel like that number should be much higher.
Oh, hey, remember we got a new sheriff?
I'm the sheriff in these parts.
Yeah, and I like her a lot. And
I do too.
They're going to hold on to her all the way to 5.
Yeah, and then we won't get a new sheriff because the show stops caring about Smallville.
Yeah. The show called Smallville stops caring about Smallville.
Hey, that weird guy is back. I still don't remember him, but he keeps coming back.
So wait, when you say friends kidnapped, are you saying we should count that with Lana? Because if so, that number should be much, much higher.
I mean,
isn't it like every episode?
I feel like you're right, it should be higher, but I just noticed that
I was only ever counting that with parents, I think.
Well, should you guys have counted it last episode where the parents were at gunpoint?
I did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I did. I didn't make a sound, though.
Do you want to maybe do another take where you pronounce vigilante correctly?
The way she pronounces vigilante, yeah, she says vigilante.
Some sort of vigilante.
Oh, Wall of Weird, too.
Thank you. She has never said that word in her life.
No. I want to see her meet the character Vigilante. He could have been the villain in this episode.
Oh, yeah. That's another actual comic character.
We need Austin on when we get to the Mixelplick episode.
So
Who
that
plays Mixelplick?
He can cry. It doesn't matter. It's not Mixelplick.
Aww.
It's not at all.
It's just another Kryptofreak.
That's lame. This show sucks.
It's just a Kryptofreak that can say things under his breath and make you do things. That's all he does.
It's dumb.
It is dumb.
No, that's one of the worst episodes of season 4.
Dang.
Robert, why are you so concerned with the gong? The gong is right here. I'm not using it right now because we have a soundboard, but I've got the gong.
That'll wake Austin up.
Yeah.
That's the problem with the gong, is I never know how loud that's going to be in the microphone.
That'll get you going.
Yeah, it's because you're not a trustworthy person, and you keep talking about how like your enemy is like all the time until you need Lex to trust you for something.
You look like a
Wild said I
dude
was
that would
worried
throw
you'd
a
lost
woman
it.
into plant chemicals. Sorry, what, John?
Robert Wild said that he was worried Cap lost the gong.
Oh.
I mean, it's not huge or anything, but it would be a weird thing to lose, nevertheless. What was I doing
Yeah,
with
wouldn't
it?
the
Did I
gong
take it on
be the size of
vacation?
one Temple of Doom.
I took it on vacation and then I lost it.
You were driving with your family, and Sarah threw it out the window because she was tired of hearing it.
I lost it. It was gone with the wind.
Oh. Sarah was like, Captain Logan, my husband, whom I've been married to for many years.
Right.
This gong must go.
Right, because my wife calls me Captain Logan. Exactly.
Exactly. That's just how women
So-
talk.
Just last episode, he was like, yeah, this isn't going to work. And now he's like grabbing her by the hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's attractive to him.
Now, to be fair, I think that's there because we're trying really hard not to make this look like we've regressed all the way back to, you know, like early season 2, where it's like they're acknowledging that they came together and they were like, you know, really serious for 5 seconds, but they don't feel like they can continue the relationship because he got weird on Red K again. So I kind of get why the hand grab is there. It's like, yes, we're not dating, but we're, you know, our relationship is different than it was. Okay, here it is. Lana says, when they got their powers, they went psycho and tried to kill me. We are completely ignoring the good guy Kryptofreaks that we've had with that. And it might just be that it's Lana thinking that and, like, taking it too far. But I feel like the show can't decide which it is. You know, it'd be nice if she learned something in this episode about Kryptofreaks, where it's like, you play it like a metaphor for racism or something. And it is that when it comes to Van McNulty with the kryptonite gun. But why doesn't she have to deal with the complexities of some of these people are bad and some of them aren't? And it's not actually that kryptonite gets to your head. But then I think the show wants you to sometimes think that it is that, so that it can get away with just how crazy it makes a bunch of high schoolers. Because it doesn't take anything for a lot of these people to just go on a warpath when they get powers.
Yeah.
So they do not know which it is.
I just want to complain a little bit about the way we framed that scene, or that dialogue, because she rightfully, you know, asks him, well, what about, you know, all the people that you've stopped from killing us?
Yeah.
How are you any different than the shooter? And he's like, I've never killed anyone, which is true, I think.
At least not intentionally.
She goes, what about Tina Greer? And he responds like a psychopath and says, what happened to her, she did to herself. I was just trying to protect you. Why not say, I didn't kill her. She killed herself. Or something to that degree that doesn't make you look like a vigilante murderer.
Well, as Noah just said, and she's gone. So
No, you're right. The writing there is really odd. There's just some strange word choice. Yeah, what happened to her she did to herself? It's almost like he's just trying to have polite conversation and can't bring himself to say words like kill and death and impaled.
Because up until that point, I really liked that scene where he's more compassionate because he hasn't had these things happen to him. Whereas, you know, Lana and Chloe are more like, no, yeah, they kind of deserve it because they've been personally affected by these Kryptofreaks.
And what frustrates me about it is we're trying to have a good sense of continuity by bringing up characters like Tina Greer, but we're not bringing up the, like, the telepathic persuasive guy from first season who was a good guy and might have gone off and become a superhero, we don't know. Or I can't think of character names right now, or the old woman who could see the future. We're completely ignoring that. Both of them.
Well, see, that's what Clark should have brought up.
Yeah, he should have brought that up. And that's why I can't decide what the show is telling us about the psychology of Kryptofreaks.
No, I can see that. Well, and it's interesting because Clark feels like he's arguing his position, which I at the end of the day, I think I do agree with Clark. Like, you know, you can't take it that far. These are still people.
Yeah.
But he's not like, but when he gets any kind of blowback from Lana or Chloe, he's immediately caught off guard and doesn't know how to, like, argue his points.
Yeah, as if he'd never thought of that before. And I like the idea that maybe Clark relates to them to some degree, because even though he didn't get his powers from kryptonite, it's related and he has powers like they do.
Is it that, or is it still he feels guilty because in a way he feels like he did that to them?
Yeah, it probably is that. And as you know, I've never liked that.
I go back and forth on it because I agree with you that I don't think it makes sense logically, but I think from a character standpoint, it makes kind of sense of, like, he would feel responsible for that because now the people that in his mind he made are hurting the people he cares about.
Okay, so I'll meet you halfway and say there's a difference between responsibility and guilt.
True.
He shouldn't feel guilty about it. And if he does initially, because he starts as, you know, a kid that has a hard time separating what your what your intended actions do to people and what something that's completely out of your control does to people, that's fine. But he's got to get over it at some point. And he just stays real stagnant with that. And it's part of that, like, fate versus free will thing that I've never really agreed with, you know, their take with Clark Kent, where he's looking for what the universe wants him to do as opposed to trying to forge his own way. And it's just too clean of a contrast with him and Lags.
Yeah. So, all joking aside with Pete, would you agree that Pete finding out, like, him and Pete, you know, investigating this stuff is kind of the prototype for what we'll later do with Chloe and him investigating stuff? Like, this is the rough prototype version, and then I don't want to say perfect it, but get it better with when Chloe, it's just him and Chloe.
Yeah, I don't know if that it's a prototype thing so much as it's just the natural thing to do with a person that knows the secret.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're only gonna have the one, like, they need to be in scenes together, and so you gotta do something with her. The situations are kind of more fun.
Well, and I guess it's more so they just,
when you have her doing that.
I don't feel like they know what to do with Pete, and since they already know what to do with Chloe, once you transition to that new dynamic, it works better because you've already established Chloe more.
This guy had, like, the wall of weird, like, Kryptofreak statistics listed on there. That was really weird. Do they have, like, an official wall of weird website that he printed that off of?
He would have gotten it off the school paper website.
Yeah, I think that's where he got it from. Okay, that is bullet time, and, like, literally.
Yeah.
And Lex will never question how Clark got all the way to Metropolis.
No, he's used to it by now, man.
Lex is dumb.
Well, no, to be fair, like, he already still has those suspicions, and we'll find out he's investigating.
He does, and he's still investigating. Yep.
He's just not going to bring it up to Clark because he doesn't want Clark to distrust him.
There's Green K again.
But is it also worse if he's investigating it and you just had that?
What do you mean?
You would just know it. Because Like, it's so obvious. He just suddenly appeared and was like, "You're being shot at, Lex. Get down." Like, he just like teleported into a location.
Yeah, but Lex doesn't have any evidence to prove what he's doing or how.
But what I mean is, like, if he's already suspicious and investigating Clark, wouldn't he just see that as proof that he's...
It's another
Clark's
layer
whatever.
to the mystery, but he still doesn't know how or why.
Yeah, he still doesn't have any tangible proof he can do anything with. You know what I mean? So I guess the point John and I are trying to make is he's maybe the reason, and you can call this a cop-out. I mean, it is weird that we don't have enough dialogue about it, but maybe the idea is we don't see him questioning those moments because he's already suspicious that Clark has some sort of abilities.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also that layer of, like, he wants Clark to be able to trust him, to confide in him. Like, he wants Clark to tell
He's
him.
waiting for Clark to come out and tell him.
No, I get that, but what I mean is that, like, that's just proof that he has abilities. Like,
But how are you going to
Proof to him, but what's he going to do with it? He doesn't have footage of it. Like, what do you mean by proof? What does he have? He doesn't have anything.
Well, he just knows that he has powers now. Like,
But-
okay, he can't
but how
prove it
does
to
he
other
prove
people, but... Okay, never mind.
Like, even if he just went to Clark
No,
and
I'm
be
just
like, I
asking,
think
what's
you
he
have
supposed to do
powers.
with it?
Yeah.
Well, he just personally knows. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's, like, objectively as a person, he knows. Is what I'm saying.
So we're always really intentionally ambiguous with this show about, like, camera placement and where people are and stuff when Clark shows up with super speed. I think what you're saying is it looks like he teleported out of nowhere. I guarantee you that the makers of this show want you to think that he just didn't happen to be looking when Clark showed up. And so the question isn't how did he materialize, it's how did he get there so fast.
Yeah, but Lex is looking that way, turns around, and then suddenly Clark is right behind him, and he's like, "You're being shot at, get down."
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, that's where we answered that that guy's hacked into the school website to get all those.
Oh yeah, there you go.
And I like this for Chloe, where, you know, she's been so obsessively hunting these people down, and now it's turning on to bite her. Who could have thought that having a database of people with superpowers could have been a bad thing?
Yeah, and it's still really silly that more people in the town don't just accept that that's all real.
I mean, we'd have to, like, show anyone in town before we...
So they just have, like, a list of everyone that has powers? Like, how
So
do they know all of them?
She has tracked down people that she believes has crypto powers. She doesn't have definitive proof, but these are people she suspects, and he's killing them whether or not they have powers or not.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't care.
If we have to do this plot, I like doing it directly after Lex starts wondering if he has powers.
Yeah.
It's kind of a good way to introduce this, I guess. Where, like, Van McNulty is suspecting that, and that's why he's going after Lex. And so Lex is putting that together and going, maybe he's right, maybe I have powers, and maybe that's why I survived the island. And like I said, I kind of like the subplot. It's just we drop it at some point.
Do you think that kid knew he was destined to be like a serial killer when his parents named him Van?
Yes.
In fact, initially that was supposed to be his middle name, and his first name was going to be Creepy.
Or, hey, do you want some candy? It was a bit of a long name. They're a bit of hippies.
No, I'm just doing the most basic investigation. But no, John, I'm with you on the the idea that somebody doing this level of investigative journalism would have to like wrestle with, the morality of the consequences that can come up for just doing that job. She's done that. She's had this issue before, particularly with like Metropolis United Charities with Clark, where you're looking into something that's none of your business, and then it can like affect your friends, and now it's affecting other just regular people that she doesn't know about. I guess not regular people because they're Kryptofreaks.
Allegedly.
but I don't right. But in this particular instance, I don't think it's character regression where like she's learned something and then this episode is forgetting that she learned that. I think it's just a byproduct of doing that job where you have to like take it case by case and decide like is it better for the public to have this knowledge, like is it worth the risk that you might be doing, or that there might be to the people that could be attacked over it. Because I would say, like, generally speaking, yeah, it's probably important that people have that information.
We get another Lana indirectly, like, hurting Clark's feelings.
Yeah.
And he's been really rational this episode.
That's always shocking.
Yeah. No, and I really liked that speech. It's okay to be mad at people who hurt you, but it's not all of these people are bad, and none of them asked to be different. This dude is like on the set of Platoon or something all of a sudden.
No, that's true.
Rambo.
I may have to amend something I said earlier because I didn't remember.
He's got a witch's
conversation.
Coffin.
That's how he's making his bullets.
It's just a smelting pot.
Yeah. That's how you make bullets.
No, I'm more curious. So, Cap, you're going to be the best to answer this.
Yeah.
Does this look like Kansas? Is there just like woods that you can camp out in Vietnam style?
I mean, we have woods.
Yeah,
this
but
actually, this could have been Bloodsport. This is actually like pretty close to what that original issue is.
I guess it's just more funny because it just looks more like a movie set for generic World War II movie or something.
No, I'm with you. That's true. But I mean, woods are kind of woods unless there's mountains.
Yeah.
But
no, yeah, this guy could have been Bloodsport.
But
yeah,
like,
the whole thing in that issue.
Sorry, go ahead.
The whole thing in that issue is that you think he's got like a military background, but it's actually like his brother, and I think his brother died in Vietnam or something, and he's doing his thing because of that. And like, there's a little bit of that here with his dad.
Yeah. Was Bloodshot's name Van?
Nope.
AMC Comics. Now I'm just imagining a scene like in Spider-Man 2 where like somehow I think I always knew. Well, and I mean I don't remember exactly, but we get a scene kind of like that in the end of season 7 where like when you finally realize that Lex has put it all together.
No, in this episode, Lex is going to be like, Clark, there's a little boy down the road that really likes the fact that mystical things happen around you. He really looks up to that.
Okay, again, we're ignoring the couple of the few times we've had Kryptofreaks that were heroes, because he says it never ends with us shaking hands or being friends. Yet, there was an episode that literally ended with you shaking hands. I guess maybe avoiding shaking hands so that you didn't get mind controlled, but.
But Jonathan Kent also, to be fair, Jonathan Kent did say some of them can be good.
Bullet time.
Yeah, but it was Clark who said it never ends in us shaking hands, but it has though.
Yep, there's bullet time.
Got our bullet time. But yeah, I have to give the episode a little bit.
I like how he's just irritated. Like, really, you're trying to shoot me again, and then.
But yeah, I do have to give the episode a little bit more credit on the Lana end from what I said earlier, because Clark gives her that speech about how they really are, like actually people, and it's not so black and white. But I like that that he's wrestling with it too, where like he can't decide if there's some truth to what she's saying, even though I think they're having to ignore some episodes in order to get there.
Oh, and Clark on green kryptonite, if you didn't count it.
Yeah, this will be the second time this episode I've had to count that too.
I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on that, just because, at least in my personal experience, when the majority of your experiences with something are negative, you're gonna mostly talk about and think about those. So yeah, he's like, giving the benefit of the doubt, but he's doubting it because 99% of his experiences with these people have been, bad ones.
But I feel like this episode almost needs a good Kryptofreak in it, or does it have one and I've missed that?
No, we haven't had you in it. But that's what I meant earlier when I said the water guy should have been a good guy.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. Because that's where, and I don't mean to talk in circles, but that's where I'm confused as to whether or not the show is trying to create an excuse for why so many of the Kryptofreaks are psychopaths.
No, yeah, for sure.
I
would have changed.
Or if it's Lana being paranoid because she's attacked every week. And then is that actually paranoia because she's attacked? Like, because like she ends up being a little bit sympathetic even in her racism, if you like. Because if you were attacked constantly, almost exclusively by people who had superpowers because of kryptonite, you would start to think maybe the kryptonite makes them this way. And it's an interesting ethical discussion, but I don't think it's as, nuanced as it should be.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think what would have made this episode better, and I am enjoying this episode, but what would have made it better is he's trying to save her, but the guy doesn't care and kills him anyway. And then her point is, yes, we had this one that was good, but in my experience, 99% of them are bad.
Yeah.
Because I think the two ones that you've had that are good, she's not really been too involved with.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's why he should bring them up.
Yeah.
And I also like that we're not playing up the angle of that tired angle of the reason he's keeping the secret is because if she knew, then she would think he was crazy because he has powers. Like, we're not going into that at all, which is kind of nice.
At the very least, he should have brought up the old woman because, like, that was his friend.
Yeah.
It's Van.
And she was trying to be genuinely heroic with it.
Yeah.
Thomas Lowe asked a question earlier that I meant to read. He says, did the Kryptofreaks only start appearing when the show started, or did they appear before the show starts? So they definitely appeared before that because Chloe already had the Wall of Weird, and because people had to have powers from 89 onward. And with things like Rickman, we knew that they were using their powers all the way from when they got them in 89.
This is an episode where you could have gotten away with, I think, her finally finding out the secret and just moving on.
I'm sorry, John, my episode was too loud. What were you saying?
This also could have been the episode where you finally just, break the ice and get them to a point where they know she knows the secret.
Yeah, well, there's lots of good opportunities for that.
That's what we should be counting.
Like, really good opportunities for that? Yeah, because when you get situations like this where she doesn't find out his secret, then after this, you've just got this laundry list of things that she's got to be counting up, where she's like, well, he has to be... This guy has to think that Clark is a Kryptofreak for a reason. On top of all these times that he saved her and stuff.
So, I'm going to ask this here because I'll probably forget when we get there, but how do you feel about how she finally finds out? Or do you remember?
I'm not in the moment even exactly remembering how it happened. I just remember it's like at the beginning of 7.
No, it's the middle of 6.
Is it the middle of 6?
It's the wedding episode because she sets him up to use his powers so she can see it and confirm it.
That's right. I forgot. But then because she knows now, they're able to finally have a relationship in 7, right? And that's...
Yes.
And isn't that during the Bizarro stuff?
Bizarro is episode 1. It's like the first episode of season 7.
Of 7, yeah.
And then and then after that, we finally get the relationship, and then because Kristen leaves the show, she just disappears. And I guess, if I remember correctly, we find out later that
the police lights are flashing off of John's face. Thomas Lowe says the only secret he wants to know is the secret of the ooze. Well, that's just that there is ooze. That's the secret.
So, obviously, I'm not like a legal person, but if you have a room, if you're in the middle of a manhunt, do you just drop everything to go see if somebody else has been killed? Wouldn't you just send like one person over, like a deputy or something?
Look, she has a contract, okay? She has to be in a certain number of episodes this season.
Yeah, and they can't afford another actor.
Look, it's a very small town, okay? It's her and like 2 deputies. That's it. That's all we've got.
And later somebody will shoot the sheriff, but not the deputy.
Wasn't it this guy?
Oh no, the sheriff sticks around till season 5.
Yes.
If I remember correctly, she's killed by one of like Zod's followers.
No, it's after that.
Is it after that?
Yeah, she makes it through almost half of 5, I think. I can't remember how she goes out, but it was anticlimactic and...
Zod's the finale of 5.
Yeah, but his followers show up at the beginning of 5 out of the Phantom Zone. I thought that's who you were talking about.
The only thing I remember about season 5 is Brainiac because it's James Marsters.
Yeah, and his plot is super convoluted. I've been going back through that, and I don't know why he's doing anything he does at the beginning of that season.
Hey, we should just be impressed that they got Brainiac on screen without it being like another just cursed film adaptation or adaptation of Brainiac.
Wouldn't that kryptonite still hurt him though? Oh, because it's lead.
I guess that's why. That seems like a gray area to me, Austin. Where if it's on the edge of the lead, wouldn't it still affect him, like in the face and stuff?
Well, yeah, his arms are like moving in front of it. I don't know.
I mean, I feel like that's more just an issue with the concept in general, not just the show.
Did anybody else feel like that was like a Back to the Future moment?
It's not Back to the Future, the Clint Eastwood Western.
It's Back to the Future 3.
It's Back to the Future 3.
Yeah, but I mean that's referencing that Clint Eastwood. I don't remember the movie, but it's a Clint Eastwood Western. I think they watch it in one of the Back to the Future.
Yeah, because that's the foreshadowing.
Yeah.
God, it's like you don't even know Back to the Future.
Well, I was gonna say, you can make the argument that I don't know this for sure, like what the influences were, but the initial bulletproof vest in 1 could have even been influenced by that Western, and then that's why they used it in 2 and 3. I don't know.
Oh, I don't remember a bulletproof vest thing in the first movie.
Because he sends the letter to Brown and Brown reads it, so he puts.
Oh yes. There's a bulletproof vest.
Like you don't even
those
know
are
Back
both
to the
callbacks
Future.
to the first movie. We've had a bulletproof vest all the way through.
It's because when you said it as a callback, I was thinking Marty. That's why I was.
A Fistful of Dollars. That's the name of the movie.
Yeah.
Thank you, Robert Weil.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
I love the first 2 Back to the Futures. I don't like 3 that much.
Oh,
so,
interesting.
Yeah.
Most people are the opposite of that.
Really?
Most people love 1 and 3 and are weird about 2.
Really?
See, I don't.
Got, like a lot of diminishing returns on Back to the Future, where it's like 1, 2, 3 for most people.
Nope, most people I know anyway. love
Really?
3 and do not care
Yeah,
for 2.
I don't care for 3, but I like 2 quite a bit. Brainiac was in Krypton though. You mean that prequel show?
Yes, he was.
I've not seen that.
And the makeup job is spectacular in that.
But that doesn't matter because Smallville did it first.
Yeah, well, and that show is awful, but it has some cool production values here and there.
Wait, Thomas, are you saying Back to the Future 3 is the best one?
No, a lot of people feel that way. My wife likes Back to the Future 3 the best.
I've never
That's
heard that.
weird. Tell your wife she's weird. You should make your own wall of weird. It's just a picture of Sarah.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, my mom has that. Like, I don't know. I know a lot of people don't.
No,
like,
that's
just
fair.
interesting. Most people I hear is 1, 2, 3. I've never heard.
Yeah, I'm just like I don't want to say blown away. Just like I've never heard that before. It's weird.
Oh, I don't want to be a jerk, but I'm wondering if that's like a generation thing.
It could be.
Like, you guys are younger than me. I think that might be a generation thing.
But I don't know, because like I feel like going back, like that's how my parents feel. Like I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
A lot of people that I've talked to don't like 2 because they feel like it gets too dark and they don't like the dystopian present day stuff.
Oh, I
Interesting.
love that stuff,
I assumed
yeah.
it would be they don't like 2 because of the repeating the first movie stuff.
Yeah, and I've never understood that. I think that stuff's really fun, but
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm with you on that.
I don't know. I think it's really cleverly shot. Like, it could be obnoxious, but I don't think it is. But Smallville.
Yeah.
They
the
could
only
at
good
least be nice and put this in the loft so we could count it.
Yeah, seriously. And Kristen Kurek, by this point, John, has already perfected that look that says, I want you to finally tell me your secret right now. Like, just say, we should have, like, a count for, like, tell me your secret face. Because she has this look she gives where it's like, just to do it. Just tell me the thing. No.
And you mentioned this earlier, but the podcast has also given me a lot more respect for her in the show.
Yeah.
I haven't seen the one you referenced earlier, but I liked the one where she first came out. She talked about, like, part of the reason that her voice changes so much is, like, she was so nervous and anxious on set. And I think you can kind of see her grow into this role and become more confident with it.
She actually talks about that in this last episode too, John, where she says that even in... Because she actually watched the finale for 2 when they talked about it. And she said it's weird for her going back to stuff she shot during this period because she had a hard time sounding assertive because she didn't feel like she had found her voice yet. Like, she physically didn't know how to sound authoritative and powerful. I think it's just a basic speaking from the diaphragm thing.
Now we just need somebody to ask someone about why Allison Mack says vigilante.
Well, and
yeah, because you're not going to get it from the horse's mouth.
Chloe also said it. We kind of talked over it, but in the one bar scene, she said vigilante.
That's
No,
Allison
Chloe was
Mack.
the character that said it in the first place.
Or it's not Chloe. Sorry.
Oh, Lana said it too?
Lana said it. Yeah.
She said
sorry.
vigilante?
Yeah.
I was very confused.
Is
I was
it a
like, that's what I
Canadian
said.
thing?
A Canadian thing.
It probably is
No.
a Canadian thing.
No. I've never heard anybody until
Well,
today
like-
say vigilante.
I am gonna flip my sign green.
Yeah, there's another wall of
quite
weird.
enjoyed that
I meant to
episode.
count that too. Hold on.
Yeah, there was 3 in this episode.
Wall of weirds?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I counted one of them already, so I guess I'll take it to 27. Because I don't think I counted 2 of them already.
So if the wall of weird dies right now, it'll be in the 27 club.
John, that episode was way better than I remembered it.
Yeah, I like that episode quite a bit. Thomas, I actually don't know if Mac is Canadian.
No, I don't think she is. Maybe she spent enough time in Canada that she picked up weird things they say, like vigilante.
But Lana said it too, so it was clearly a choice. Where somebody
Well, but
involved.
Lana,
she
Lana
is
as
Canadian.
actress is Canadian.
That's why I said that. That's why when we found out that Lana said it, I'm like, maybe she's Canadian. Or I'm sorry, maybe it's a Canadian thing. Where's my remote control? Oh, there it is. Okay, so we're about to get into the all REM episode.
Oh.
The entire soundtrack for this episode is done by REM because it's about being trapped in a dream. So
I know exactly
REM.
like 2 REM songs.
Oh, see, I'm a big REM fan. And the reason they did that is because, I mean, it's shameless promotion stuff, but they had a greatest hits album coming out. And they played all tracks from that album.
I'm not like anti-REM. I really like the 2 songs that I've heard, which is, they're 2 big ones.
Well, you're about to hear like 8, because this whole episode is just REM.
Losing My Religion and the End of the World as We Know It.
Oh, okay. So the obvious REM songs that everybody knows.
Yeah.
That's like if Team BG all you knew was Istanbul and Particle Man. Like, yep, those are the songs everybody knows.
I know Istanbul. I like that song quite a bit.
Robert Wild, does Freddy Krueger show up in this one? I mean, kind of, but like a really lame version. It's just an evil uncle guy who looks like the ghost of Christmas Future.
Oh, so it's the remake Freddy Krueger.
That sounds like it's even worse.
Yeah. I actually like this episode okay.
I vaguely remember this, but mostly just like the little girl.
Yeah, it's fun. They're not as creative with the dream sequences as they could be, but there's some bits that the thing I remember really liking about this is, besides the fact that I was a big REM fan, is there are a couple places where you can't tell if you're in the dream or not. I think they handled that pretty well.
So it's already better than the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
I did a whole video on the Nightmare movies, and I don't remember any of them now. Like, I watched that whole franchise, and just none of it stuck with me.
Except for the remake.
Well, I actually didn't watch the remake. That's the only thing I didn't watch.
Yeah, because I watched that video like a month ago.
Oh, you did? Oh, you did?
Yeah.
You told me about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I do that by myself, or did I have Eric there?
You had Eric there. I don't think he rewatched them, or maybe.
No, he didn't.
No, I think he did.
Oh, did he? Okay.
I think he did, because I watched that and the Halloween one back to back, and there's one of them that I don't think he watches it, but he knows it well enough. You guys are still able to have like a conversation about it.
Yeah.
I think that was Halloween.
I think that was Halloween as well.
But that's because 4, 5, and 6 are just you don't need to watch those again.
Which is the exact same as Nightmare.
The Nightmare movies at least have Robert Englund's performance.
That's true. 4, 5, and 6 with Halloween just have some guy.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Robert says he's still waiting for me to go through the Friday the 13th series. Yeah, I've put that off forever. I should finally do that this
Cap
year.
and I have talked about doing it, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We did talk about that.
Friday the 13th is my go-to's, my favorite of the 3 like big slasher franchises.
Well, John, if we do it, we'll make sure you're on that video.
I will be. I will be happy to do
You'll
it.
need John more than me, because he's gonna remember like character names and stuff.
No, I mean, I'm not trying to replace you, Austin. I want you there too, but there's no reason we couldn't all 3 do it.
Because I'm just gonna be like, I don't know, some kids done got killed in this one.
I actually, I got the Scream
review.
Factory box set of all 12 movies.
Yeah, I've got
cool.
that too.
It's a very nice set.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that this year when we get closer to
And
Halloween.
you didn't do Freddy vs. Jason in the Nightmare once, so if we do Friday the 13th, we have to do that.
That's the only one I've seen.
Nah, you've seen
You did
Jason X.
Jason X on After
Oh,
Dark.
that's true, but I never count things I talked over.
Yeah. That's like the only way to watch some of those, especially Jason X.
In fact, I've got this is
Jason
the one.
X is fun. Don't.
This is the one horror thing I've got over you guys. I saw Freddy vs. Jason in the theater.
I also saw it.
Ah! I
was
can't
in
get him on
5th grade.
anything.
I did not.
I thought you
I
were
was
young
in-
enough. Maybe you didn't see it.
I was in 5th grade, but I went to see it in theaters.
Yeah, I was in high school.
That movie's fun.
It was fun. My dad and I went.
I'm so sad I lost it, but I actually got the movie poster from the theater.
It's so crazy, like how hard it was for them to make that movie when it's like the most, like no duh, this is what you make with this as a premise movie, but it took them like 10 years and like 18 different pitches to figure it out.
Yeah, because most of those pitches are like the most overly complicated. Like, let's do Freddy and Jason in a legal battle.
Yeah, or them in a boxing match. So dumb.
A swim meet.
Yeah.
Tennis match. Oh, pie eating contest.
Freddy and Jason at the Olympic Games.
Summer or winter?
Winter's the sequel.
Oh,
Yeah.
There you go.
Skiing now.
Now it's time for another exciting episode of Why Don't Austin and I Run Hollywood?
Exactly.
Or at least video games. Okay, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and watch Slumber, and then we'll take another break. Austin, how much longer are you going to stick around?
I don't know.
I can tell that you're just absolutely riveted with this material.
Yeah, I am. Very much so.
I want to remind everybody that we do have the Super Chat menu open. I will do silly sounds on the soundboard and spin the Wheel of Weird. We haven't done any Wheel of Weird yet. And we'll take a Smallville quiz for a $10 Super Chat. Let's go ahead and get into Slumber. Here we go. I feel like if nobody leaves Super Chats, John, we may want to do a couple of wheel spins just for the hell of it.
Yeah, I'd be okay with that.
I'd be fine with that. Let's do one right now.
Oh, you want to do one right now?
Let's do it right now.
Okay.
Ow,
Whatever.
Why don't you beat the crap out of yourself while we do a wheel spin?
That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be beat the crap out of yourself, and it's gonna be me that has to do it.
All right, we're gonna spin. I'm gonna add that to the wheel. Here we go. All right, for the first 5 minutes, only compliments and facts.
Okay.
This is where Austin just gets very quiet. I love the wheel. Maybe we should just have a standing rule where if we don't get Super Chats, we do a wheel spin an episode.
Maybe like a wheel, wheel spin every two episodes or 3 episodes.
One every 2. Okay. Well, sometimes
you can flip a coin
they're
every
just
episode.
really easy things that, aren't even that big of a deal, and then it's kind of lame. Okay, here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
We got.
I thought that
Crystal
we've
Lake.
just been talking about Friday the 13th, so I thought that said Crystal Lake.
Yeah. I like the.
So this is an REM song called Imitation of Life, and I like that even though it's kind of cutesy, that it's REM because that's rapid eye movement and it's dream sequences. They do find ways to integrate songs that actually have something to do with the scene that we're watching.
So is REM like a dream thing then? Because you like specifically went, like, oh, it's REM because it's a dream episode. Like, is that?
Yeah, REM.
Yeah, REM, rapid eye movement. That's.
Oh, I didn't know what REM stood for.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, that's just
No.
the scientific term for the state your mind has to be in before you go into a dream state.
Okay,
That's
I got you.
That's in like every
I didn't know what
crappy
REM
horror
was.
movie that has to do with sleep. Even if it's not that like true REM, they make sure to mention REM sleep.
Yeah. By the way, I didn't mean to sound condescending. I was just surprised you didn't know that.
Aren't you counting Shirtless Clark or something?
No, but we probably should have been. But that's okay because we'll just read it in Robert's book later.
Oh, that look Clark was giving was very good.
I'm always really distracted whenever we do these like Lana taking her clothes off scenes because all I can think is I know that's a body double just every time. That's the only place my brain goes is I know that's a body double.
Is that technically a compliment?
No,
Although it is kind of a fact, so.
I'm just saying it's weird because we always have to do these kind of like awkward cuts and stuff. I guess my point is, why don't we just not contrive reasons to do those scenes if your actress doesn't want to do them?
I don't know, but you're
I
breaking.
don't know, but That's not a compliment or
Not
a
a
fact.
compliment. You're getting negative, sir.
Oh, I forgot. Oh, I didn't understand why you said that. I completely forgot about the wheel spin. Ah.
Yeah, you have to give yourself 15 lashes for breaking the rule.
I completely forgot about
This is
compliments.
literally a Friday the 13th movie.
Well, it turned into like Jaws, yeah.
But
Well, no,
But that's the
end of
concept,
first Friday
John.
The 13th.
But you have a show that already kind of has a horror bent in the first place.
Yeah.
And the premise is he's trapped in dream sequences, so naturally they went there.
Robert Wilde says, I guess I'll count it.
Well, they're in the water, so it's technically a wet dream now.
That is a fact.
How's this for a wet
That is
dream?
a fact.
That
yeah.
is a fact. It's technically a wet dream, yes.
Yeah.
Now, to the thing I said a minute ago, I guess it makes sense that, I mean, this is just the kind of dream that a teenager obsessed with a girl is going to have.
Well, this
Wait a
dream is
minute.
the...
That's the girl from Freddy vs. Jason.
Oh, you're
Oh,
right.
yeah, it is.
So that's why they cast her.
That
I
is
never
a fact.
thought about
Yeah.
that.
Well,
This-
but
like,
I don't
so
know
it's just an
necessarily that's the
homage.
reason, because this would have been the same year.
Oh, yeah.
I don't
so-
even know if that movie's come out yet.
Oh, so you think it's possible it's a coincidence?
I think it is. I think it's possible.
Because the whole thing
But
does
she's-
kind of watch like an homage to those movies. Especially now that
Oh,
I've
it
seen them.
definitely is.
But she's also like, she's like a character actor in a bunch of horror movies. So it probably was on purpose that they cast her, but it was a coincidence that she was also in Freddy.
That's really interesting. Well, John, yeah, they probably cast the person they cast on purpose, you know. Probably didn't like accidentally cast a person.
They accidentally sent a "you're hired" slip to somebody.
I wonder if
They're
that's
like,
ever
"Oh,
happened.
suck."
Where like they got somebody gets the names mixed up, and then they're like, well, I guess we're stuck with this person because we don't want to hurt their feelings. Matthew Bass says this is just every 90s slasher movie ever. Yeah, but I think there's some direct homage specifically to those movies.
It's not self-aware enough to be a 90s slasher movie.
Yeah. Thanks, Scream. No, that dream had everything that every teenage boy dreams about: boobs and death.
Sometimes in that order.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fact. Jack.
That's a fact, Jack. Oh, come on! You said it. We said while I was drinking.
I know him too well, folks.
Clark can't tell a dream from reality anymore.
Clark, you can't save everybody. You're not Spider-Man, you know.
Hey, that's not a compliment or a fact.
No, but I said that lovingly, so it's a compliment. Hey, it's the car from Back to the Future.
It is. I was also going to go there. Isn't that truck also blue? The 4x4?
It is. It's the exact same car. Oh, jeez, Pa, you got me the truck I wanted. Yeah, you make that Rod and Lex polish your truck.
Clark, don't you remember that part where he said that Lex is family now?
Lex walks in and he's like, Pa, Kent, your book came in.
Lex is like, I'm putting the second coat on now!
Lex, come on now, don't cheat me out here.
A flying 4x4? What the hell is going on?
And then they go to the future where they meet his descendant, Gex Luthor.
Gex is the perfect name for a Lex Luthor son. Oh my god, I love it so much. I mean, I'm just imagining like a lizard living in the mansion, but
He runs up to Superman and he does that tail swipe
he
move.
does the tailspin. He just says terrible one-liners from old movies. Lana's wearing a lot more makeup than normal. Fact.
Do you know why?
Why?
'cause everybody hurts.
That is my wife's least favorite REM song. Drives her
That's
crazy when that comes on.
That was like the one REM song I heard a ton as a kid, because my mom, I don't know if she liked it, but she had that SingStar game and it was on it.
Oh.
And it came up a lot.
It is... That was a huge single.
Yeah.
By the way, we're past 5 minutes, so we don't have to do facts and compliments anymore.
Every single compliment I said in that time, I take back.
I would just like to point out that the Kens bought their son, who has super speed, a car.
No, they didn't.
Or, like, oh.
No, he used time travel.
No, they
and now
didn't.
he has it.
Spoiler alert, no, they didn't. Johnny's in a dream!
I mean, it still happened in the dream. I'm still gonna make fun of it.
Her name is so close to Sarah Connor.
Well, yeah, but again, that's just his... That's just like a wish fulfillment thing. He's dreaming that his parents gave him a truck.
So this actress is...
What is that villain?
No, I know, they bought it from a Halloween store.
So
he had
that
a big red
actress is in
cape
a
on.
movie called Ginger Snaps, which is a pretty solid werewolf movie from, I think, the early 2000s.
Okay, so how literally are we taking the blatant Superman references? The fact that it's a red cape and that he said red cape, is that a reference?
The red capes are coming. Yeah, I think that counts.
Yeah, I'll say it counts.
Emerald Knights, is that a Green Lantern reference?
No, that didn't exist yet.
Oh, okay.
Thomas Lowson in a I don't know what.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like $5 or $1.50 or.
He sent in 6.
But I'll do a wheel spin for it. He said zzz, and I don't know if that's because he's falling asleep or because this episode is about sleeping.
I think a little bit of both. But he sent you one of the gifts that Jesus was given from the wise men, so spin that wheel, sir.
Oh yes, that is not a $5 super chat, but I'm gonna spin the wheel anyway. Here we go.
Yeah, we got myrrh.
Oh, do we count this? The Wall of Weird doesn't have weird stuff on it.
Think of a question to ask Jarrell. Okay, who wants to go first?
You got to think of a question to ask Jarrell when you get to heaven.
Oh, I have one.
Oh, go ahead.
Um,
This is a new one, by the way. I added this one today.
Jarrell, is the lyric in the song "Let's Pee in the Corner"?
No,
That's my question.
that is not the lyric.
Let's pee at the spotlight.
No, that's not the stop ruining good songs.
I've said too much, but I haven't said enough. I'm sorry, Cap.
Have you guys heard the?
My question to ask Jarrell when he gets to heaven is, why does Lex have such absurdly huge wine glasses?
Oh
Like-
my god. That's
like,
like
you
the
think
wine
about-
glasses my mom drinks out
You-
of.
I
Filled
feel
to
like
the
we're
rim,
learning too much
baby.
about your mother.
I know.
But when but think about how large an object has to be in real life to look that big on camera. I want to know how big that prop actually is.
Clark, do you know what katana means? Yes, Lex, it means Japanese sword.
Well, and I love that, like, his mind is making up all of this. Like, forged in the fires of Mount Fuji. Like, none of this is real. This kind of writing can be fun to try to do, where it's like, it's Clark's mind writing dialogue for Lex.
Mm-hmm.
So is Katai a real thing, or did Clark read about that somewhere? Or...
Yeah, it's Katai. He has his back.
Oh. So, John, if you'll recall, this is going to be in the intro later,
True. Yep.
and we're gonna get it in the intro every episode. And it's weird because it's not real, but it's gonna be in the intro. I guess
It's
because
just it's a cool shot.
it just looks exciting and provocative. Like, oh, it's Lex Luthor who's not supposed to know that what Clark's secret is, bringing a sword on his arm. Can we get another line reading there? No? Okay.
Yeah. Can we delete and start over?
You were the chosen one.
You and my brother, Lex.
Now, you know what's kind of interesting? Retroactively, the way this conversation is going in this dream is very similar to what will actually be in the fortress when he finds out.
Yeah.
Some of that dialogue might even be the same. When he says, like, I would have protected you, and it's too late, and then Clark tries to explain it to him, and he says, I don't care. I think a lot of that is actually in that.
It's very similar, and I actually like that.
I do too.
Like you said, this is Clark writing Lex's dialogue, so in a way, he already thinks that's what he thinks of Lex already, and then he inadvertently makes it come true.
Yeah, and he proves it to him. And what's fascinating about it to me is, if that happened right now, I don't actually know that that's what Lex would say. But you're right, Clark is casting him as the villain.
But
right now, like post Lexmas, that's what he says. But is that what he would do right now? I don't know.
I know what my question for Jarrell and Helen would be. Does Clark have the high ground?
Where did you get your costume from, IKEA? What the hell is this guy?
You know what, though, Austin? You don't get to make fun of this wearing that shirt. That's exactly the kind of stuff you put in your web series.
Yeah, because I have no money. But you're right. That's why I'm making
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm going to be the outlier here. I don't think this looks bad for a TV show.
No, I don't either. It's just so easy to make fun of. I can't help but do it. Like, today on Smallville, it's a story for Spooktober.
All that's missing from this show is we need an episode where everyone eats candy and regresses into high schoolers.
I love that voice, Austin. Like, from the first time I heard that, I could not help but walk around talking like that. like when I saw the preview that you did initially for your web series, I was like, "Hey, children, it's time for some lunch."
Yeah.
Let's eat some pizza. Thomas Lowe says he's on a TV budget. I don't know what that means, but it's funny.
It means he's only eating ramen.
You got to eat the ramen noodles.
Well, and something I found really interesting with Talkville is just also, kind of bringing it to, I guess, more light, at least to me, someone who didn't really think about, like, the insane scheduling you have as a star of a TV show. Like, I'm surprised that Tom Welling agreed to go on for as long as he did, because it sounds like it was exhausting.
I think, and this is nothing against Welling, but I think we'd all be tempted by this. I think some of it was just putting money away. I saw an interview with him because he talks on Talkville about how, I mean, this ate up 10 years of his life, and you spend your 20s doing this, and you have no free time and no life really, and yet there was an interview with him during season 10 where somebody asked him if it was the last season, and he massively dodged it and acted like there was every possibility for more, which suggested to me that he was really holding out for that and hoping it would happen because the money was good. It was always the sense I got.
And I imagine it wasn't like hard work. Like, it's not like they're super demanding on on stuff that he's got to do.
Some of it is. I mean, like, some of the stunts he had to deal with and stuff. I mean, he's got a stunt guy. Like, anytime they've got him in a harness, like, that sucks. That's no fun.
Oh, yeah.
They talk a lot on
I guess we'll talk more
Talkville.
of that later. So.
They talk a lot on Talkville about how cold a lot of shoots were, especially night shoots. They're up, they're up in Vancouver, and they talk about how long the days are compared to some other shows. No, I think it's relatively demanding.
I mean, the cold part, that's just living in Canada. That's
Because I love to count.
Yeah. Exactly, Count.
Oh, by
Spitting
Senior Sticks.
facts.
Thanks for being here. Oh, and Robert makes a good point. He says Welling had to work out constantly to stay in shape.
That does suck, yeah.
I mean, he never worked out hard enough to feel good about wearing a superhero costume.
I guess he didn't know about how much padding goes into those.
Yeah, I was gonna say it must just be a personal insecurity thing because we see him with his shirt off all the time. He totally looks built enough to play a superhero.
Oh, man, I can take my shirt off, guys, but I don't want to wear a padded suit. I'm not in that shape.
That's a really good point. Yeah, I'll show you my pecs, but I won't wear a thing that conceals them. Yeah, I always liked this guest star a lot.
This guy?
No, this guest star, the girl. That
okay, I wasn't
about
sure if
earlier.
you're talking about him or her because he was on screen when you said it.
Yeah, no, sorry. I thought you misunderstood what I said, but now I understand. No, he's ultimately the bad guy.
Oh.
I'm just giving away everything. I'm sorry.
That's okay. This guy looks like Neil Breen.
You know, I had that thought, but I couldn't remember his name, and I wasn't gonna say it.
I'm hacking your dreams. Clark, I cannot.
So there's
believe you
Come
made
on,
this
his
guy.
acting is a notch above that. Sorry, what, John?
So there's a Smallville and a Grandville. Is there like a Middleville?
Yes.
I never had that thought. Grandville, like big giant ville.
Well, there's Smallville, Grandville, Quickville, and Midville.
Mediocreville.
Yeah, Mediocreville.
Quaintville.
Westville, Northville, Southville,
Yeah, adequate sizeville.
Green Eggs and Hamville.
That one's got a 98% on the town rating. No one understands why.
Yeah, and then there's that really on the nose one that nobody talks about, Supermanville.
Batmanville, but that was in a...
Well, you know, they had that Supermanville, but when Starling City changed its name to Star City, they
Here we go.
decided
Here we go.
Metropolis would be better.
I want to start counting these.
That is like a video game transition, like loading screen.
It was.
Yeah.
I hate when I walk in on my dad getting a massage. It's so awkward.
We're already starting to run out of typical things rich people do.
Have they done golfing yet? Like he walks in and he's golfing in his office?
I don't think we have done that. Because with Lex, it's always pool.
Oh, yeah.
You'd think that Lionel would maybe you're right, would maybe have like a putter in his office. I don't think we ever do
That's
that.
like that's a go-to thing, yeah.
Yeah, Waller does. You said it because of Waller, right?
Well, I've just, not just because of that. Like I've seen that in a million things. That is one of the things that does it, yeah.
Austin, have you seen The Mask?
Yeah.
Do you remember? Sometimes I'm not sure what movies you've seen.
Not in a long time, but
do you
that's
remember
like
that?
one of the go-to Saturday movies.
Do you remember that cringeworthy bit? I don't mean in a bad way, but it always makes me like my skin crawl when the bad guy in that Dorian puts, or no, it's his boss. Puts the tea in Dorian's mouth, and then he cuts, and then he does a swing off his face. That freaks me out every time, man. I can't even deal with it.
As a kid, I was always like, "Oh, that would hurt so much."
Oh yeah, and then he's got blood on his mouth after it. Like the makeup's really good. Oh
yeah,
I adore The Mask. I used to watch that religiously as a kid.
It's one of my favorite superhero movies.
I'm waiting for Lionel Luther to go, I could eat a peach for hours.
Millions of peaches. Peaches for free.
Robert Wild asks, is this our first John Glover shirtless scene?
I think it might be.
God, I hope so.
He worked out for months. He worked out all summer. He got them to put that in there because he worked out so hard. It gives you wings so you can fly like Superman.
Like Red Bull.
I hope that's like an intentional reference because it'd be like the most stupidest reference you could possibly.
I'm not counting it, John, so don't ask. I'm not gonna do
What's
it, John.
that giant tennis racket in the background? Has that been there this whole show? Did anybody see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Are we still in a dream? Did they put that in there because it's weird? I don't
Maybe.
know.
Even that clock in the background is really big for some reason.
Yeah, look how big that clock is.
Is that an intentional reference? It's the king of clocks.
I don't have any friends.
I don't know why, but because you played it before we started, but I was really hoping he was gonna go, I don't have any money. Like he's a tourist in another country and somebody comes up to him and he's like, no, I do not have any money.
I do not have any friends. I'm a giant shark man.
The Count on Sesame Street really needs his own Renfield.
I would just like to point out that this is another episode where they're just pretending Pete doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I think he's had
Clark
3
doesn't dream about Pete.
Seasons so far.
Pete never shows up in a dream.
Ooh? I'm gonna be so sad when they can't do that anymore.
How is that guy like billed as a series regular when he's had 3 scenes this entire season so far?
What? Lionel Luther?
No, Pete Ross.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. Yeah, Lionel gets more screen time than Pete. He's been regular since the beginning of the show.
Yeah. And Pete Ross is like one of the first people in the intro.
No, he feels like at this point he's getting less screen time than Whitney used to.
Do you think that's because they knew he was leaving? Like,
I don't think they did
He
yet.
probably left because like he probably just walked out and no one noticed.
No, I think he got out of his contract at the end of the season, right?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know like what the behind the scenes was with him leaving.
Robert Wild, by the way, says we missed Wall of Weird.
Oh, Wall of Weird reference and Clark and Lana.
Oh yeah, because it's gone in the dream sequence, but it's still there in real life, right? Is that the idea?
So that means that giant tennis racket is real.
Yeah, it's real because he's dreaming now. Now he's dreaming. But yeah, see, it is just Nightmare on Elm Street because like he's trying to stay awake, but he can't, and then he goes to sleep. And now, was this subtle haze in the whole dream sequence before? I think it was.
I don't think it was.
I've never noticed it before.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wasn't because it suddenly turned into TOS when we see a woman.
Yep. Yeah, you got the Vaseline on the lens. You got the fuzzy footage. We used to always yell at the screen in Star Trek Club when that would happen with TOS episodes. So, like the whole club would go fuzzy footage like every time.
I love it. It's so good.
And this at least for me, look, because like I've only seen a bit of TOS, but it's very soap opera-ish the way it's shot.
Yeah.
My grandpa used to watch The Young and the Restless religiously, and it looks exactly like that.
Well, not the whole show, just those shots.
No, yeah, I just mean this specific.
But yeah, I think she's really convincing. She's selling this.
Yeah, no, I've seen a few movies and shows with her. She's usually pretty good. I don't know. I don't know if you ever watched it, but she's in that. She shows up in I think season 2 of Hannibal.
Now you Spawn.
That's what I was thinking too. He spun. He flew away like Spawn.
Thomas Lowe, we're talking very seriously about bringing Star Trek Club back. Well, I feel like if you saved as many people as Clark did, you probably would just naturally have dreams about it, and I don't know that there would be any need to psychoanalyze that. Like,
Yeah, if you fight like crazy people like every day.
yeah, what do you think Lana dreams about? Probably being stalked, right?
Stuck and like choked and like punched.
Getting knocked conveniently unconscious over and over again, being
Murder
buried
people
alive,
at work.
talking to your dead parents at the cemetery,
Riding horses.
riding away angry on horses, being bad at delivering coffee, and then suddenly being good at it. Which one? Oh, he actually said it. Okay, I thought they were gonna be so generic he wasn't even gonna reference the film.
This is my sword, Clark. Do you like it? Like Kurosawa, I would make mad films. Cat, I would make films, but if I did that, I'm a samurai, Clark.
And he's like, I hope the smoking man's in this one. Oh wait, in a few episodes he will be.
Wow, Clark, that's really interesting. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. I would just stick in your brain.
I do kind of like that sword was in his dream, and it was like actually a real sword. Like his subconscious had like noticed that, and he was sort of curious about what it was. So in his dream, it like filled in what it actually was. So then he's curious about it when he talks to Lex.
Also,
That's
and
cool.
I'm not like a Kurosawa expert, but it's interesting that they didn't just go for like the obvious like
Seven Samurai.
Seven Samurai.
That is true.
Yeah, although, I mean, Throne of Blood's not like a film no one's heard of.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that because like I said, I'm not like a Kurosawa.
Well, I'm not
What
either.
if-
That I guess my point is, I've heard of that.
I haven't.
Okay.
Maybe it's about dreams. That makes sense.
What if he was like, it's a sword from my favorite movie, A Nightmare on Elm Street?
It's my favorite movie, Samurai Cop.
Or he just like, instead of a sword, it's just Freddy's glove. It's from my favorite Wes Craven movie, Clark. A Nightmare on Elm
That looks
Street.
crazy.
Or they just make up a movie. It's not even real. It's like, it's from my favorite movie, REM.
It's from my favorite movie, Friday the 12th.
Friday the 14th.
Oh my god.
So am I going to count this car crash even though it's in a dream?
Yes.
Yes.
No, the car crash is real.
Oh yeah, the car
He's
crash
crashed-
is real. That's right.
He's crashed because he's fallen asleep.
Because he fell asleep. Yeah. I would have counted it
Imagine being
anyway, though.
Superman and falling asleep behind the wheel.
Well, he's not Superman yet.
No, he's not Superman.
He's not
you know?
Spider-Man, you know.
I've been telling one of my friends about this show because they've kind of been getting into Superman, and we were talking about like how this originally was
About
supposed to be a Bruce
Smallville or
Wayne.
whatever nonsense we're making.
This is about this show,
Both.
Smallville.
Oh, okay.
And I was telling him, it started out as like a Bruce Wayne traveling the world thing, and it made me remember again. I really wish we'd gotten that show.
Yep. Me too. And you know the main reason I wish we'd gotten that show?
Because it wouldn't
So
have
we wouldn't
teen
have
drama.
got Gotham.
Because then Gotham would have never happened.
I mean,
You
that's,
know,
I don't
really
agree with
wanted-
that.
I really wanted to like Gotham. I like season 2, okay, and then I really like season 3, but it's not like this where I would go back to this. It's just like, yeah, I enjoyed it, but I don't ever want to watch it again.
Gotham is the greatest scene in any comic book adaptation. when Penguin and Solomon Grundy blow up Azrael with a rocket launcher.
See, we can't bring Gotham up without that coming up.
Because it's so funny.
So, John, there is a part of me that wants to do this crazy 24-hour stream thing with Gotham just because if I can do that, I can do anything.
I don't know if I could make it past season 1, to be honest. Season 1 is so boring.
I don't know if I could either. That's what I'm wondering. We wouldn't have any insights or anything because I don't remember much with that show.
No, and it's like I've read quite a few Batman comics, but I don't feel like that would qualify me anymore to talk about the show because they don't do anything.
No, that would be a straight-up reaction stream. Okay, so are we going to say they kind of cheated then, Austin, with if they didn't put the Vaseline on the lens earlier? Because every other time he's been in the dream sequence, we've had the fuzzy footage.
Yeah, but it wasn't in earlier scenes.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, like, I think they cheated with it then.
Yeah.
Because if they're not being consistent and they did that so we wouldn't know it was a dream, like, I kind of want to roll back and see if they did do it and we just missed it.
No, they definitely weren't, because I would have commented on it.
DNA says, how about instead of a 24-hour Gotham stream, just a marathon Gotham drinking game?
Well, depending on what we were... like when we were drinking, I feel like that would probably murder us, right?
That would be the first Geek Solution sleep stream because we just pass out on camera.
By the second or third episode.
There'd be a lot of drinking followed by a lot of vomiting and then sleeping and then vomiting again and then crying. A real mix.
Is this technically a Kryptofreak?
I don't know.
I don't know because I don't know if she was affected by the kryptonite.
Yeah, I've always assumed it was a Kryptofreak. This is another one of those... We've had a couple of these already, right, John? This kind of gray area thing where there's superpowers, but we don't know if the kryptonite was involved at all. Kind of like Ryan.
Oh my god, he injected her with blue Gatorade.
Or did they finally tell us that Ryan had something to do with kryptonite? I don't think they did.
Ryan? No, the only thing they ever tell us about him is when he gets that tumor.
See, AMC, you only want me to do it because you don't have to be the one that does it.
Oh, Gotham?
Yeah.
Have they established why he's drugging this teenager yet?
Why are you always 5 seconds ahead of me with the show?
I don't know. I keep waiting 5 seconds.
It's so weird.
What is happening?
I mean, I'm not giving you crap about it. It's just I don't know why it keeps happening. It's the Ghost of Christmas Future, Austin.
No, it's it's Ghetto Gozer.
Yeah, and you know what he sounds like? He sounds like the modulated voice with Phantasm.
I feel like he's gonna pull his hood off and he's gonna be Voldemort.
Yeah, I would have gone a little bit more stylized with the lighting in the scene. Because it just...
So, Cap, I think you'll agree with me on this.
Yeah.
The voice they're using for this sounds like a Power Rangers villain.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not expecting Clark to go, it's morphin' time.
Well, he looks like a Power Rangers monster. Jason and I actually watched an episode a couple weeks ago from Lost Galaxy that had, Grim Reapers, kind of like this, fighting the Rangers in an alleyway. It was great.
I don't know Lost Galaxy too well.
I didn't either.
I did have the pilot on VHS tape, but that's about it.
I had never watched past the pilot. Yeah, he uses his heat vision in a dream. So, he solved this because he has superpowers, but he was in a dream.
It was like the double beat of that and then him super speeding out of bed.
Yes, you keep reacting to things I haven't seen yet. And then I'm like, oh, that's why he's laughing.
That was so funny.
It always cracks me up with the Lost Galaxy pilot, where it's just clearly the Starship Troopers armor reused.
Yes. I told Jason that. I was like, it's Starship Troopers.
So
these villains
have
are
we
always
established why this
so over
guy
the top.
Yeah, have we established why this guy is doing what he's doing?
Yeah, I can't remember what it was though. We were talking over it.
Oh, this guy just got thrown.
It's an easy, lame throwaway explanation. It has something to do with money and hospital bills or something. I don't remember.
Clark, you just killed that guy.
I can't pay hospital bills. That means it's okay for me to break the law.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's hospital. I don't know what it is. I can't remember. Somebody in the comments that was paying more attention than us. Please help us.
Tell us.
We don't know what the villain motivation is. I don't tend to care because they're always so throwaway in the show.
Robert Rod is right. There's a throw.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I was too busy trying to figure out why the
throw.
villain was being villainous.
Clark, you just killed that guy. He super strengthened him right into that tree.
Well, that's
Murder
why I thought
counts if you're caught for it.
That's why I thought they were so token with that episode where he throws the guy on the top of the car and he pretends to be injured. John, because there's all these, and this is a typical TV thing, but there's all these hits that should kill people, and he just gets lucky they don't, but he just assumes they won't die. No, I'm gonna make you think you're crazy later because I'm gonna drug you.
Who, us, or like in the show?
No, Lionel.
No, he's gonna drug you specifically, Austin.
There's this two-parter later that's like a lot of people's favorite Lex episode of the show that we're kind of setting up with all of this. I love that line.
That's a great line.
When you're rich, you're not crazy, you're eccentric. I mean, that kind of boils his whole, it kind of distills his whole character down. Like, he can justify anything he does with, I'm better than everyone else because I'm rich.
Austin, how would you react if I told you in 4 seasons, Lionel will be like Clark's right-hand man?
Yep, that happens.
I'd kill myself in excitement.
Yeah, Matthew Bass, I knew it had something to do with money, but I didn't remember the specifics.
We've got to have money.
Hey, Clark, why don't you just date this girl? She seems cool.
Well, and I forgot to
she's
mention
in your
this.
dreams. She's like stuck in a hospital bed.
She
I
knows,
forgot to
but she
mention
knows your
this earlier,
secret, and
yeah,
she's not
It's
dramatic.
interesting that this episode starts as a like Friday the 13th tribute, because the whole like pulling people into your dreams is literally the plot of Nightmare on Elm Street 3.
Oh yeah.
Well, and it's like the whole thing with one.
Wasn't? Hey Austin, you'll have to tell me my own opinion because you just watched that and I haven't done it in a long time. But wasn't 3 the one I liked the most, or was it 2?
It's between 1 and 3, I think, which is like for most people.
Okay,
but,
I couldn't remember.
But probably 3, and I know Eric is definitely 3, so I think you guys were in agreement. It's probably.
Yeah,
one kind of starts that setup, but that's more just pulling him out of the dream instead of pulling people into the dream.
Yeah, that is true.
Is it the end of 1 that has the thing with the school bus, or is that 3?
That's 2.
That's 2.
That's 2. Okay.
Oh,
Two
okay,
sucks.
Cap. You can end this debate once and for all. John is dumb and he thinks that 2 sucks, but 2 is good. So, without having seen it and barely any memory, end this debate.
Well, that's why I couldn't remember if it was 2 or 3 that I liked more, because I remember actually liking 2 when a lot of people don't.
Boom.
But I haven't seen it in a long time.
No, you just ended the debate.
Oh, Clark and Lana are in the loft. Is this our
Okay,
first one for the
but
season?
I would also like to point out, because I remember this and Robert Rogers pointed out, Cap also loves 6. which is half of a good movie, but
Yeah, but Cap is wrong sometimes, so it's okay.
Okay, but how do you use me as the...
Cap, shush, babe. It's done.
I don't understand how I could ever be a tiebreaker if you're also like sometimes he's wrong.
It's done. Let's move on.
hey, what's up, Hot Soup?
Hey, it's Hot Soup! Oh, and apparently I also liked Freddy's
Clark
Dead the
and
Final
Lana
Nightmare.
and,
I don't remember any of this now.
Clark and Lana in the loft.
I know I counted it.
Oh, did you? I was too busy arguing with Austin.
I counted it. They're in the loft.
I blame Austin.
What are we? Some
Well,
kind of in a loft?
I forget.
yeah.
For bad guys, what we do.
Why'd she say that so weirdly?
It's
She sounded like a chipmunk.
It's kind of weird.
I think we could go swimming in Crater Lake.
Why did Robert say it's a Cap and Lana loft scene? I'm not there. I'm not in...
Cap. Why are women like Lana trying to get you to swim with them, Cap?
I don't know, man. It's the story of my life too.
On the same day that you announced you're having another child, suddenly you're going swimming with strange Lanas.
Yeah, just don't tell my wife about it, okay?
Oh my god, Amazon's trying to get me to watch Morbius.
Oh.
24-hour Morbius stream.
It doesn't know you all that well, does it?
No.
John, I need you to never say that again, okay? Like, I don't know that
again?
I don't know that you're coming back.
That's good. That just means Austin has to watch the whole thing.
Okay, how do you flip your sign there, John?
I'm gonna give it a light green. I like it, like the concept and everything, but I think, like you mentioned, it cheats a little bit.
It does. I have a soft spot for this one, partly because I am a big REM guy. REM is my third favorite band.
That was the best episode of the night so far, like without a doubt.
It's just because the red guy made you laugh.
Yeah, that is true. He was funny.
Yeah, the girl is legitimately good, though, right?
Yeah, there's still like boring stuff in it because it's Smallville, but it was more entertaining than the other episodes were.
I agree. Even though I don't think Smallville is generally as boring as you think.
I mean, Austin is just wrong.
I agree, because
I think you mean agreed.
I had not a great... I had kind of the worst viewing of the first two episodes of this season I probably have ever had.
They were rough.
Okay, guys, we're going to take another 5-minute break. Austin, are you coming back, or are you done? Are you done with us?
I feel like that energized me a little bit more, so I'm good.
Okay, cool. But what if we watch the next one and you're like, God, why couldn't I have gone out on a high note?
I'll probably cry.
To be fair, the next episode is Perry.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you're sticking around because you're about to watch my favorite episode of the show.
Oh.
Yeah, like this is way up there for me. It's in my top 3, if not my absolute favorite episode of the show.
But the only episodes I've liked so far are were the last one and that one you guys both said was going to be really terrible. And then I can't remember what it was, but
yeah, I mean, you probably won't like this as much as I do, but it's Michael McKean, and who doesn't love Michael McKean?
I don't even know who that is.
Okay, well, where's my eject button? Guys, we will be back in 5 minutes.
5 minutes of playtime.
You just left right up. Yeah, I wanted to go ahead and flip back because all I could hear was like, what sounded like you blowing into your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
It was like, why is there a demon in your microphone?
I don't know, because I was listening to Michael Jackson.
Oh.
That's what I thought you were going to say. You could hear the music, and I was like, that's really embarrassing, because it's not even a good song. It was that stupid Paul McCartney duet from the Thriller album.
Well, guys, I'm excited because we're going to watch what might be my favorite episode of the whole series, and not even Austin can ruin it for me. No, I think you'll at least appreciate some things about what they do with this. So this is their Perry White, and honestly, the only thing that kind of sucks about this is that they don't bring him back later. He's got like one more appearance in 10, and that's it. And barely. And the way they set, what's really sad, we'll talk about all this, but the way they set him up for Clark to eventually, meet him and go to the Daily Planet and all the regular Superman stuff later is not at all what happens. So that's not this episode's fault, but the show.
Should we do a Wheel of Weird spin?
If this is Austin's last episode, we should, yeah.
Okay.
At the very least, I'm gonna have to go and have a shower and stuff. I realize I haven't done that since work, so
okay,
I might come back after that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You're totally welcome. Oh, we gotta take a Smallville quiz.
Rats. That means I'm gonna have to take the Smallville quiz because that's what we did last time.
Oh, did I make you take it?
Yeah, you made me take the quiz last time.
Oh, I don't even remember what we did with that. Okay, sorry guys, 1 second here. Because I haven't pulled up the website for that. John, how you doing, man? Are you tired yet?
I'm a little tired, but not too bad.
John, we're like 2 episodes in. You can't be tired.
What are you talking about? This is the 5th episode.
This is our 5th one.
Yeah, it's like 1%.
I'll get a second wind.
Okay, so 5 out of 22 is not 1%.
I've done two of these. I've done two of these already. You barely stick around for like 3 episodes.
I've been here for like 8 or whatever, however many we've done so far.
I was gonna say that's all he can stand.
Exactly.
We should make him do all of Buffy and Angel if we do that.
I mean, that I would rather watch that than this, but
I mean, Buffy and Angel are better shows.
Yeah. Well, I've never seen Angel, but
and I stand by the fact that I think you would love that show.
I don't
Maybe
know.
not love, but I think you would like it more than Buffy.
I can like see the quiz, so I don't know if that's an issue.
Nope, I'm doing that on purpose so you can see
okay.
it. I wanted you to be able to see it while we take it. So this is from Phoenix, and yes, we've dealt with this before. I still don't understand why there are pictures of Supergirl on these quizzes. All the funtrivia.com quizzes for Smallville have Supergirl in them. I don't know why. But we're going to have Austin take a quiz on an episode that we watched. Are you ready, Austin?
One we watched tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is from Phoenix. This is that second episode that you were bored by.
That's why it says Phoenix up at the top, Austin. I don't know if you noticed that, but...
Well, he may not have remembered that it was called that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the episode titles.
Yeah, they're not actually in the episodes. And I wish we would go back to that just in general.
Yeah, take that, John. Go jump off a cliff.
Yeah, let's do this real quick so we can get to the episode, because I don't want to get too far behind time-wise. Here we go. Question 1. Jonathan took the clasp ring off Clark's finger. True or false?
False.
What was Martha doing when Jonathan and Clark came home? Looking at a family portrait, looking at a picture of Clark washing dishes, or vacuuming the living room?
What were the first two again? Looking at a picture and looking at what?
Can't you see it?
No. Oh wait, hold on. No, if I zoom down, I can. Hold on. No, because I'm zoomed in. Because I'm zoomed in on like our picture. Sorry.
Earlier, you were like, I can see the quiz. Is that bad? And then you're like,
oh, she was looking at a family picture. No, because I could only see the question.
oh, I see. What was in the box Clark stole for Morgan Edge?
I don't remember. Oh, vial of blood.
What drink did Lionel serve Morgan Edge?
A really disgusting looking drink. I think it was suicide, but it like really grossed me out.
Because they acted like that was full of subtext. How
And
much
it was
time?
yellow and red. It was nasty.
How much time did Lionel give Morgan to return the contents of the stolen box?
I don't remember, so I'm gonna say 24 hours because that's what we're doing, or you guys are doing.
Who was the first person Clark went to visit once he was back in Smallville?
Lana.
You know what? She's pronouncing things weird, so you might as well pronounce her name weird.
Exactly.
What was the word that she and Chloe said weird? Vigilante.
Vigilante.
Like, it sounds like a Mexican appetizer. Lionel told Lex that Helen sold him the vial of Clark's blood. True or false?
Yeah, true.
The answer is yes. What was the first thing Lex said to Helen when she returned to the mansion? This is not a great quiz, by the way.
I don't know. I miss my wife. I don't know. That sounds funny.
What? He's not even trying to be correct now. What did Chloe refer to Clark as when she was talking to Lana? Three words.
I ignore everything she says. 3 words. Spider-Man boy. I don't know.
I'll just leave it blank. Chloe told Lana that Clark had more issues than Rolling Stone. True or false? Then is spelled wrong.
It is.
What did Clark give to Morgan to save his parents?
His blood.
Very dramatically, may I add.
Mm-hmm.
What company did the Kents rent the rental truck from?
Smallville Movers.
Is that right, or are you just making that up?
Huh?
Was that actually what it said?
That's actually what it said.
Wow,
yeah.
good job. I didn't remember that. Lex told Helen he did some research and discovered that the honeymoon jet landed in St. Croix at what time?
It was 7-something.
What?
7:59.
Okay. Lex gave Jonathan the deed to the Kent's farm. True or false?
False.
And finally, which of Clark's
paid for it to be done.
Which of Clark's friends did he not visit with in this episode?
Well, obviously it's Pete.
Who?
He's been in 2 scenes.
Who?
Yeah.
Okay, John, let's see
Pete,
how
man.
he did. Okay, you got them all so far? Oh, you got that one wrong.
Oh.
And you got I missed my wife wrong.
I miss my wife.
And you got the one wrong where we did Charming Flannel King.
Yeah, I was never gonna remember that.
Well, and even if you did, you probably would be too embarrassed to say it out loud.
That is correct.
Lex indeed gave Jonathan the deed to the Kent's farm.
Oh.
But you got better than the average. The average is 9 out of 15, and you got 11.
Yeah, I got like 98%. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, and we've only watched 1% of this season.
I want to go to Canadian school because they teach some interesting math.
They do, yeah.
DNA, why would anyone have a picture of Clark washing dishes?
I miss my son.
Okay, let's get into this. I'm going to have a lot to say with this one. This is where we really start getting into the Kansas geography thing that I love complaining about with the show.
Oh. So I'm going to have nothing to say.
Well, hopefully you'll enjoy it. Okay, everybody get ready to press play when I say now. And here we go. Everybody please press play right now.
Robert Wild says Austin is smarter than the average Canadian bear.
I'm smarter than the average Canadian bear.
Oh, you know what I just realized,
I want my picnic
John?
basket.
That is in the intro later in 5.
The shot of the meteor?
That meteor shot?
Yeah. They open with that later on.
Weird.
Oh, I don't remember that.
What a random shot.
Yeah. Because they blow that up and then it comes to the logo. So this is the episode where Clark realizes that his powers come from the sun.
The power of the sun in the palm of his hand.
This episode should be called Solar.
Because it's going to mess with... I'm sure if Perry White wasn't the guest star, it would have been called that.
Yeah.
I love how excited Martha is that her that her son is interested in anything. She's like, you sound intrigued. You have an interest.
My son, Clark.
No,
likes, like,
my son.
The astronaut.
my son Clark, the astronaut.
So this is our introduction to Perry White. Like I said, one of my favorite actors. Everybody should watch Better Call Saul just for him, if nothing else.
Oh, I didn't know he was in that.
Oh yeah, but I was already a big fan of his, and he also happens to be a big They Might Be Giants fan. And he's in their documentary, and he's amazing because he just does a dramatic reading of a couple of TBG songs. It is fantastic. He just called them Kansasians, which is wonderful. So this is where we'll know for sure that Metropolis is by Kansas, but he's not in Kansas.
Because, it's the Wild Coyote.
Yes, we're back to the Wild Coyote, which we still can't decide if it's in Smallville or not. But I think this episode puts it in Smallville. Remember we had that debate about that, John, where like sometimes it seemed like it was in Smallville and sometimes it was right outside of it.
Yeah.
What's weird about this is I thought Pete Ross was the version of Perry White. Because he gets less and less screen time as it goes on.
Perry White.
Ooh. Soon Pete Ross is going to be replaced with a I'll be back in 5 minutes tag on his desk.
Right. I think one of the reasons I like this episode as much as I do is because...
Oh, car crash.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Oh, there's just too much to do. I'm trying to talk about
Perry
things.
Instantly dead.
Oh, we killed Perry White.
He came in faster than Snyder versus Jimmy Olsen.
So I'll finish the thought I started with earlier. We get his license plate, and it just says Metropolis, and all the other plates in Smallville are Kansas plates. And so that's how we know for sure that Metropolis is not in Kansas. Because otherwise it would be Kansas plates. And so I've always thought that it just replaces Kansas City entirely.
I'm going to be honest, I haven't thought that much about it.
Well, you might if you lived here.
No, yeah.
I thought the show was set in Vancouver. It's supposed to be Kansas?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, what I was going to say a minute ago is I think part of the reason I like this episode so much is because it won me over, surprisingly, on actually having Perry White introduced to Clark this early. Because when this came out, I was like, oh, really? Do we have to do that? And in making him kind of a drunk loser and all of that, I was like, this seems like the really typical irritating thing to do. And then he's got a really good character arc. And I really buy this as just a low point in his life. Ultimately. It's just a better script than they usually get.
Does he have a family in this?
He's been divorced like 3 times. I think
Oh,
I think
okay.
they say.
One of the things I really hope they do in Legacy is in the John Burns stuff. He's got like a really messed up relationship with his kids because he was never there for them.
That seems like a thing that Gunn would look at.
Yeah, I feel like that too.
Okay, so
There's-
I'm gonna add obviously a DC reference for Perry White. Gotta not forget to do that.
Yep.
And so yeah, the idea is that he's a washed out journalist who's working for like a kind of a tabloid show.
He looks like Christopher Nolan.
But yeah, he's a character actor. He's in a really good episode of Voyager. He plays a bad guy in a Voyager episode. Oh, this is a Mark Verheiden script. And this is one of several Jenaj Schwartz directed episodes. And that's the guy who directed the Supergirl movie.
Oh, no.
And he did so, but he's a really good TV director.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense from like what I've seen about that movie.
Well, and a lot of that was just they had no money to work with, and
Yeah, for sure.
And like in his defense, he is one of the directors that everybody that worked on the show always talks about loving to work with.
Mm-hmm.
They talk about that a lot in Talkville, but I had heard that even before that show, that like everybody loves him.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, and you could be a good director and not be like a writer, so you can like churn out a movie like Supergirl, but still like not, but still be a good director.
Yeah. Or Flash. Maybe.
We don't talk about that here.
And no, Austin, I know what you're thinking, but this is not Amanda Waller.
I wasn't even thinking about that.
No, that comes later.
That does come later.
That comes later.
Is that season 9 that they do Waller?
It's not. Yeah, I think so.
Do they do like the heavyset Waller?
I don't remember.
I can't remember what she looks like actually.
Because I think of skinny Waller as being like a more modern thing. So even if I got a better look at her, I wouldn't have thought that.
Well,
I
this
don't
show
think so,
ends
because that's way before the New 52.
It's not way before, but it is before. It's like 2 years before.
Is it only 2 years?
2 or 3. I mean, New 52 starts in
2011.
2011. Yeah.
Oh, I guess I always think of the New 52 as being later than it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
No,
2011.
No, this show ends actually that same year, right? Yeah.
Oh,
So it was a year before that. Remember, Chloe has a well, maybe you don't know about this. Chloe has a DC comic in the last episode that says we draw the line at $2.99 on it. That was that period.
So Austin, Amanda Waller in the show is played by Pam Grier.
Oh, that's cool.
Is that who played her? I didn't even realize that.
Yeah,
that is cool. So it's like a heavy set Waller, but not like super heavy set.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like she had never been portrayed skinny before that. But yeah, see, like
that's cool. That's a cool casting choice.
Yeah, I mean they don't do like the Suicide Squad, but
well, yeah. I mean, I think Cap told me they do Checkmate.
Checkmate.
Though.
Yeah, because Amanda Waller's the White Queen, and there's a Red Queen, and like they're fighting.
And then it turns out
Harvey Bullock, because he runs Checkmate for some reason in the comics.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
I know that.
And then it
it's in
turns out that the
Australia.
Red Queen is Martha Kent, right?
Yes.
Weird.
They get crazy with stuff later. I mean, like she becomes a senator, and
God. We need to find things for Ma and Pa Kent to do. She's a senator now.
well, she takes his seat when he dies, so he becomes a senator,
Okay. Weird.
and he runs against Lex Luthor. But we'll get to that in a couple of seasons.
Is the wall weird?
Oh, yep, that's right.
Yep, well, weird.
And to think Cap didn't think to count it, but John did, and it's the thing that comes up the most.
We've got 30 of them. It's come up a lot already this season. Yeah, that's really funny. And he's just going around insulting everybody, but some of it is kind of understandable on his part. Or like he thinks...
I work at X-Styles?
X-Styles.
I don't remember that. Was that a Marvel book in the 90s?
What do you mean?
X-Styles? This is one of the X-Men spin-offs?
I think they might be making an X-Files joke with that. I'm not sure.
Most likely, because it's a pun off that name.
But I like the idea that he walks in and thinks that she just makes up all the Kryptofreaks, and that she has the same kind of job that he does. That they're both doing, like, crappy tabloid news, just making up things. See, like, Lex is working through his trauma. Meanwhile, Lana's been through, like, 3 times more things than he has recently. No trouble at all.
One, and she's like breaking into places, apparently.
Yeah, exactly.
She's like, I need to murder again. It felt so good the last time.
But yeah, I feel like the more obvious thing to do would have been just make Perry White, like, drunk and washed out like he is, but he's not even working anywhere anymore. And, like, I like that he's, like, fallen really far, but he's still kind of trying to be a journalist. Mm-hmm. It makes it kind of more pathetic.
Yeah.
But he's also still kind of proactive.
Hey, he's still Perry White.
I don't know, they just made him, like, surprisingly sympathetic, even though he's making everyone hate him. And it all ultimately works out because of the ending of the episode, which would just make or break this entire thing, I think. Because the first time I saw this, I wasn't sure about it until the ending.
God, I need you to kill... I mean, Lex, I need you to kill Peter Parker. I mean, Perry White.
And then, like everyone else in the show,
Clark
he has a pass with
Lex.
Lex.
Like Tony Stark in The Incredible Hulk.
I also like that he comes in and tells Clark that he has no ambition. Because he doesn't.
Clark, do you have interests?
What do you want to be when you grow up, Clark?
Clark, tell me a thought you've had.
He likes long walks on the beach, which he never gets to do because he lives in the Midwest.
He likes getting caught in the rain.
Yeah, and I think this works because they teach each other a lot. It's really easy for a guest star to come in, and especially with a really good actor like this, who gets a character arc himself, and we kind of forget about the rest of the cast. But instead, it's more of a dual protagonist thing. That is an overly dramatic entrance.
Yeah, you look like Shadow the Hedgehog.
John, it seems like we're always watching the best episodes at times when nobody's around to watch with us.
Hey, I'm here.
Oh, no, I know. I just mean the audience. Like, and we've got folks, and we appreciate you guys for being here, but I'm like, why can't these episodes be at 11 or midnight? You know, why does this have to be 2:30 in the morning?
I forgot about the time zones for a minute, so I was like, what do you mean? It's 3:30.
This is not me complaining that some of the audience left. This is me going, it's 2:30 in the morning. Of course people are sleeping. Why can't we watch the good ones when people are awake?
Because we don't start until 10 your time. And they always make sure to put the good ones just far enough that we have to get through some of the episodes.
I don't know. I'm not sure how Lex says that sentence with a straight face when he's like, using people always came easy to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've always loved how kind of eccentric Michael McKean's roles are.
And I like that this ties back to the Luthers.
Everything does.
Yeah.
Lex XX.
Yeah,
I don't want to see that show.
I was gonna say, like, the space there is very important.
Yeah.
I love that line. So much for not drinking before 5.
Oh, this is also in the opening credits, I think, going forward. Is this something we do a lot with, like, Superman, where we'll have, like, a solar flare just to mess with his powers?
I don't know that we've done it much with solar flares. I feel like that's just kind of a thing they thought was clever.
Yeah, this is definitely the writers of Spider-Man 2. Oh my god!
I don't know, that looks pretty good for TV.
Guess. When it's really far away, it looks like a tricycle.
That's true. But this is great. It's
I hope
gonna
it
just
hits
crash
Perry
right in front of him.
Yay. And then he pours his drink out. Yep.
So he's doing this like crap sensational news, and he's got like an actual real story that literally lands in his lab, and he's just drunk all the time, so he can't even prove anything he's seeing.
I try to prove it, Rummy.
He's just really lucky that it didn't crash, like 15 feet closer to him. Or this
It would have
episode
been really funny if it just landed on him.
This episode would have been over a lot faster, or it would have gone in a very different direction. Then it would be Clark that needs weekly therapy.
They weren't flying monkeys. They were pink elephants.
So, the issue I take with that is there any alcohol that makes you hallucinate? Like
I think it's called LSD.
at your most drunk, you're not going to be screaming about flying monkeys. I don't think. I mean, like you might mumble and say like stupid things, but that sounds like a person writing that has never been drunk.
Drank.
Yeah.
I mean that might be it, but it also might just be like him just like saying it because he thinks it's funny.
Wait, what now?
Like it might be him like. It might have been him just making stuff up because he's drunk and thinks it's funny, like he wasn't actually hallucinating.
Oh.
If I could add any line of dialogue to this episode, it would be Perry White going, "Okay, I've had a few drinks, but is that a big tennis racket back there?"
Why is your mascot a bird? Matthew Bass, worst liars ever. Oh, I know, that's terrible. But then, you gotta wonder, to the sheriff, when you're looking at the evidence of the way that landed, which is the story that is more believable? That it somehow fell out of the sky, or that it dropped off the back of a truck? Because Perry White's story actually makes more sense for what it looks like.
Considering there's Kryptofreaks everywhere, I would say the Perry White story.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Robert, Cat, based on your past drunk live streams, I wouldn't be too sure about that. But when have I ever hallucinated? Or been like, there's flying monkeys?
Well, there was that one time we were streaming and you got drunk and you pulled out a gun and started shooting at flying Picards that you said were around the room.
Okay, but what you didn't understand about that is that when I was seeing Picards, I meant like box sets of the TV show. Okay, not like
they were all flying around your head and going engage.
Yeah, and I just shot them all down, and I think they were actually saying effing hubris, and I just shot them all.
I am ass deep.
I'm ass deep in Romulan.
Was that on Picard Day?
And I think, yes, unfortunately. And I think one of them was like, I don't like science fiction. I just never got it.
There's that one line where he says something about Chicago. I can't remember what the line is exactly, but he's like, "Do you want to be some like a-hole from Chicago?"
Is that when he's doing that stupid gangster voice and he's pretending like he's got and he's wearing an eye patch?
I don't think so, because I think he says it to Riker.
Oh.
But I could be wrong.
It was so funny. I was watching.
Why is Perry White a Ghostbuster?
Because bustin' makes him feel good.
Who are you gonna call Perry White?
When
this doesn't have a ring to it. Who are you gonna call? Perry White.
When the Summer Game Fest was going on, it's like the new E3. They announced a new Star Trek game, and I can't remember the title now, but it was like, catch more information on Picard Day. I was like, there's a Picard Day? What? It's so weird.
Did they say Picard Day?
Yeah.
Oh, weird. Okay, so Captain Picard Day is a thing from a season 7 TNG episode, but I didn't know that they were trying to like christen it into an actual holiday or whatever for like for Star Trek fans.
Apparently they're announcing a new Star Trek game on Picard.
Well, but Austin, that's what I was going to say is they already have a May the 4th though, because they have First Contact Day.
But now Star Wars fans have started to say Revenge of the 5th on May 5th.
So you're saying we have to have a second one now?
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen this actress in something else, but I'm not sure what. But then I've watched this show so many times, sometimes I'll have that with things, with this in Star Trek and other shows, where I'll be like, I don't know if I know this actor from another thing, or if I know it from watching this too many times. You ever have that?
In Star Trek, because everyone's in Star Trek.
That's true. So I know I was making fun of Lex for making unnecessary dramatic entrances, but in his defense with the one at the beginning of this scene, if you had those doors, you would just... That would be the reason to have those doors, right? It would be just to constantly walk in, opening both of them all the time.
If I had those doors, I would either open them like that, or I would, like, kick them open.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cool.
100%.
Oh wow, that actress has passed away since then. That's sad.
Oh no.
That sucks.
Yeah, she's recurring for a little while through the season. We'll see her 2 or 3 times as his therapist.
She was in The Fly 2 as Woman.
Oh. I bet that movie's great.
She's in Halloween Resurrection, Agent Cody Banks, The Butterfly Effect, The Chronicles of Riddick.
So all things I've seen except for Chronicles of Riddick.
She's in the 2005 Fantastic Four. She's old lady with car number 1.
You know what though?
Weird specific listing.
But that might actually be what I was thinking of.
It might be. She's also in Slither.
Oh.
Okay. Who does she play in that? Woman in car number 6?
Janine.
Well, at least she got a name that time.
So another really typical thing that we do with our guest star here, and with specifically like somebody that's supposed to be part of Clark's future, is he's got to like have an inkling of Clark's powers and kind of figure it out, but then we have to find a way for it to be able to still get to status quo later. But it's handled way better than a lot of those end up being. It's one of those convenient situations where he's lucky that Clark is lucky that his powers are going in and out, so that it's easy to prove that he doesn't have powers later, as we'll see at the end with the ravine scene.
I mean, if I were Clark, like, all you gotta do is pull an OJ and just be like, oh, this is hard to lift, I can't do it. Okay. If it doesn't lift, you must,
I don't think you'll ever get there.
yeah.
If it doesn't lift, you are adrift? No?
If it doesn't lift, you're miffed.
You're miffed? Yeah.
This joke is biffed.
Wow, this is 2 episodes in a row where we said statute of limitations. Oh, no, well, no, that's not true. It was a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, what are you talking about? Get out of here. You should delete the channel for saying that. I can't believe you just did that.
Where's my eject button?
Now you look foolish.
I also like that even with as drunk and washed out and at his lowest point as he is, Perry White is demonstrating how capable he is.
Yeah.
I mean, this is maybe going to sound weird, but they're writing him like he's part of the Luther side of the show, not the teenager part of the side of the show, and that's why it works.
Yeah.
DNA,
Well,
if it doesn't lift, the jury's stiffed. I mean, that's the best we've had so far.
Let's see. I'm gonna look up rhyming dictionary.
I mean, we got Perry White to push Lex to the point of like grabbing somebody by the lapel and pushing him up against a wall. Like, he never does that.
You want evidence, Perry? Get religion.
I mean, to be fair, part of it's because he's developed a condition, kind of. This is all leading to Asylum.
Yeah. All roads lead to Asylum.
Well, that's unfortunate. I've seen some of their films. Oh, no.
Yeah, me too, unfortunately.
Hey, look, Pete's here to give his 3rd line of the season.
Who?
That guy. The guy that's in the scene.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, that's Pete Ross.
Oh.
That's Pete, give me the
he
damn
almost killed
keys,
him.
Ross.
He just lit Pete's house on fire.
Yeah, because his powers are all on the
No,
fence.
it's his house.
Oh, I don't know.
I think
Something's happened.
Clark should just get in a lead box until the solar flares pass.
It's called a burn, Martha. Haven't you ever seen a burn before?
Thanks for that exposition. I burned it. Well, it's good that he's getting smart about this now. Like I gotta go somewhere. I'm gonna kill everyone.
Clark!
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 Austin, you should start a company called Exile.
What would my company be?
Oh, it would be exactly this. It would be sensational journalism.
Oh, I would be so good at that.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, you're in Canada. You can just track down the Wendigo.
Hell, you could shoot it in Vancouver. Hey, Austin, have you ever
No
been to
good words of
Vancouver?
What's that?
Have you ever been to Vancouver?
I've not. No.
I didn't think you had.
Doesn't that like make you not a Canadian?
No, it means
sure,
that
why not?
he's not on TV shows.
Yeah. There's like no good words that rhyme with lift.
He's still looking into that.
Yeah.
Oh no, the Talent has open mic night. I don't want to go to that in Smallville.
If it doesn't lift, there's a rift. Maybe. That's not good.
Okay, I'm really done with this. I've lost complete. I just want you to watch this episode.
But I want to know so that if this happens to me, I can get out of the legal situation.
Well, you're gonna need a lot of strategies for that when you start your sensational journalism TV show.
I mean, that's only if they can catch me in my news bronco.
You're gonna get sued a lot when you're being a
But
tabloid.
think about how funny that'll be.
He's alienated everyone, including the cab company. Yes, Matthew Baz, Pete did just reference Undercover Brother. That happened.
What's Undercover Undercover Brother?
I think it was like
Are you sure about that?
Was it like a reality thing? I don't know.
Are you sure about that? Okay. I've heard of Undercover Boss, but not Brother.
Well, and that's way later than this.
This is the most screen time Pete Ross has had this entire season, and he's just far off in the background, blurred.
He's had 3 times the amount of dialogue in this episode he has the whole season up to now.
Yeah, he's got a full 2 lines.
Yeah.
That actor is eating lunch and dinner tonight.
Oh my god, that's so good.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
okay?
lost it. I had I was gonna say something, but I lost it.
Did you have a question for Jarrell when you got to heaven?
Maybe.
John, ask a question, give an opinion, throw out some analysis, anything.
So So I remember as a kid, I didn't really like this episode as much, but I'm really liking it, and a lot of this is carried by Perry. I don't know how I fall on the we have to have him be kind of a failure right now, so because he'll be successful later if that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
But the actor is good enough that I don't care.
Well, what works about it here, as opposed to some other examples, is he's not the complete opposite of what he's supposed to be later. Like, he's... we made him older. He's not like a super young Perry White. I mean, he's about the age you would really expect Perry White to be, really.
Yeah, he is. He's
And
maybe slightly younger.
Just slightly, yeah. So, it's a Perry White who, was a really good reporter, and is at his lowest point now, and then he's going to have to come back to eventually be the editor of the Daily Planet. And what we tend to do with comic book characters in the show is this really easy, goofy irony thing of this character absolutely hates the job they'll do later, or they hate the person that they're going to marry later. And Perry White has his whole life a passion for the thing that he'll do later. He's just at a bad point right now.
The timing on that rope was weird. It felt like the way they cut was like if it took a couple extra seconds longer than I would think it would fall down like that.
Hold on, Mary Jane!
Oh, Matthew Bass said it was a blaxploitation parody that came out around this time.
Oh.
Okay.
Robert,
cool.
now it's the Lost World. That is true.
Oh, you're right. It is like Lost World.
The writers were like, what can we have Pete Ross say? How about reference blaxploitation?
Not even blaxploitation parody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how that even has anything to do with what they were doing. Where it's like, I'm going to reference a farce when we're doing our typical investigating thing.
I don't think we really mentioned, I mean, it's not relevant to the plot of this episode, but the guy that's playing Perry in real life is married to Annette O'Toole.
Right.
I do kind of wish they'd found a way to maybe keep him around for a little bit.
Me too. Or, well, I like how he's written out at the end of this episode, but he should have come back earlier or just occasionally.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, that would have been an interesting dynamic to add to season 8.
Yeah, I just feel like he should have already been running the planet at the point that they got there. Because the line at the end of this where he's like, if you're ever in Metropolis, look me up, and then Clark works there for several years before he's the editor there, it's really awkward.
Well, that's why I said it's with season 8, because I think that's where they start having him actually work there.
It's also, I think, a little weird that
it's before that.
He's as luck as he is, but he's going to be the editor in a few years.
I think Clark's working there already by at least 7, right? No?
No, because he's still mostly focusing on... No, because season 7 has that whole thing where...
he's just living on the farm by himself at that point, isn't he?
Yeah, because he has that whole thing where, he's kind of been staying still because he doesn't want life to move on. And he wants to move on, and his way of moving on is to get a job at the Daily Planet.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
But first we have to deal with Lex and him losing his powers.
Which he does a lot.
Yeah. Is it this season where they bring back Jonathan Taylor Thomas and...
Yeah, that's in Asylum.
Okay. Because I can't remember if he... I think they do the power swap again. But I can't remember.
Yeah, well, 'cause that's the only thing he had. What's weird is he's only a Kryptofreak when he does the lightning power swap thing. So
I
like
know.
when
You made fun of me for complaining about it with the last time they did that, but I'm gonna complain about it every time they do it because it doesn't make any sense.
well, I just think it's funny that he actually doesn't have any powers. He just has the knowledge of how to get them. Like he's not actually a Kryptofreak when he's in Belrive.
Yeah.
That's the worst power.
Oh,
Just the
are they
ability
the
to know
loft?
how to gain powers.
Are they
Yeah,
in the
they're
loft
Oh,
right now?
Austin, you weren't there for that episode, so it's Sean Ashmore, I think,
Yes.
accidentally gets Clark's powers from lightning and kryptonite.
That's the first time
Because-
Clark ever loses his powers.
I've heard you guys talk about that one.
Yeah, and it drives me insane because it doesn't make any sense. His powers aren't like Meteor
He's
Rock
not
given,
the
they're genetic.
Flash.
Yeah, well, and it doesn't just transfer his powers, it transfer... The reason it drives John crazy is because it's like a DNA transferring thing, because he also gets the kryptonite weakness
Yeah.
and everything.
Like he just becomes Kryptonian somehow.
Okay, I
Weird.
can't decide if that should count as being in the loft, because they're not up there.
Because they were
They're
under
like-
it.
Yeah, they're under it.
We'll create a new subsection, Clark and Lana under the loft.
loft. I'm gonna
That
count it
sounds
anyway, it's the same room.
That sounds like innuendo.
It really does.
Hey, Lana, you want to come with me under the loft?
In our defense, that's about as subtle as this show will ever get with the sexual innuendo or...
Robert Wilde, and did we count walking away angry earlier?
Oh, no, I did not.
Did-
I did not notice walking away angry. I'm sure I've missed a million instances of that.
Does Perry White count as jumping away angry? If Perry doesn't jump, he's a big jump.
When are you going to bed? When does that happen?
I'm like, right now, huh?
I really like that line. Like it eventually setting up Superman. Because he becomes more optimistic about people in general because he met Clark. And he says, I just couldn't believe there was anyone like you out there. I like that a lot.
Yeah, and he shaved.
Yeah. I don't like the song choice.
What song is this?
So this is a cover of a song called Walking in Memphis, and it's just weird because I don't know what any of this has to do with Memphis, except, and Austin, you'll remember this, the Perry White and Lois and Clark is obsessed with Elvis, but I don't think that's why they did it.
I wish this one was obsessed with Elvis.
I've still never seen that show.
And he says, "Look me up if you go to Metropolis," and like it's a real charming ending, and then we're not gonna ever pay that off.
Is it because Perry's like leaving?
Clark, why are you standing in the middle of the road like a weirdo?
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, it doesn't work. I don't think it works if that's what they intend, but it's the only thing I can think of.
I've never understood that song choice.
That was dumb. That song choice.
Yeah.
It just ruined
like
the whole
that.
episode for Austin.
But the other reason that it's really sad that they didn't occasionally bring him back is because you get this really great kind of glimmer of what his like standard Perry White performance would be like when he sobers up at the end.
Yeah.
He's great.
And you never even said Great Caesar's Ghost.
Yeah. Or if it was Lois and Clark Perry, he would say Great Shades of Elvis.
Yeah. He would be like, hogga, hogga.
I will give that a feel in it. That is, I don't think that's on my top like 10, but it's a good episode.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm sure I'm in the minority of loving that as much as I do, but I think it's wonderful.
Austin, stop it.
What are you doing, Austin?
What?
What are you doing?
I just yawned and then John got mad.
Oh, I wasn't sure what John was even talking about. He was like, "Stop it!"
Yeah, stop it.
Stop
Get some
yawning.
So it's funny. I haven't had any reds yet,
I'm surprised that I'm the only one between us that has had a red.
Yeah, well, that's gonna change here in a little bit. Because we've got Magnetic in 2, and I don't know where I'm gonna go with Relic, because Relic is bizarre, and I don't like a lot of choices with that. I hate the premise a lot.
Oh God, I remember Magnetic.
Do you remember Relic?
No, I was looking at the episode summaries, like I don't remember this.
You don't remember the? Oh wait, I might be thinking of a different episode actually. Okay, hold on.
This one's about some Lana's great uncle, Dexter McCallum.
Yes, yeah, this is what I thought it was. So, no, you'll remember this, John. This is the flashback in the 50s where Jor-El falls in love with Lana's ancestor.
Wait,
that's
what?
This early?
Yeah, that's this early.
I thought that was like season 7.
No. No, because it's all about the caves.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's rough.
It's so weird.
Yeah. No, it's very strange. And that's one of the things that adds a lot of confusion to what Jor-El is supposed to even be as a character. Because he's going to be at his most, like, malevolent this season. But we have this flashback episode where he's basically just Clark.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of where I get off going.
I do remember this episode. Yeah. I just didn't remember that it was this early.
Yep.
The only thing that would make this okay is if they actually brought in Terrence Stamp and then put a baseball cap on him to make him look young.
I wish they did that. That'd be great.
Later.
And Terrence Stamp is like, I'm in high school.
Robert says this is one of his most hated TV tropes. Oh, I hate it too. This idea that your ancestor falls in love with the ancestor of the person that you marry. It's so, like, weird and...
Yeah, if I found out one of my ancestors tried to date a person I liked in high school's ancestor, I'd probably kill myself.
Well, and, like, me personally, especially as I've gotten older, I'm not a fan of the idea of Jor-El, like, specifically picking Earth because he'd been there, like, picking the Kints because he'd been there.
Yeah, that's gross.
How's it gross? It's just strange.
Because it sucks.
Yeah. Well, it's like shades of prequelitis. Like, it's not a prequel, but you know what I mean? Where, like, retroactively we've got to...
Well, like, is and isn't a prequel.
Add this cute thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean Smallville itself. I just mean, like it feels like prequelitis for the show. You know what I mean? Like doing a prequel to Smallville in Smallville. Like, you gotta do the cute, the most cutesy thing you can think of. Anyway, we're gonna watch this, I guess.
Yeah, I gotta go hop in the shower, but I might be back.
Okay, Austin. Well, you're missing one of the most awkward things ever.
I know, that makes me sad.
Well, thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, see ya, chumps.
Okay, we'll see you later.
See ya. Thank God that guy's gone, right?
I guess he could help fill in while we're watching this, though.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, we'll have things to say. All right, everybody get it to timestamp 0. Get ready to press play when I say now. I'm already having a hard time forming words with my mouth. I'm like,
we're not even halfway through.
Oh, we're not anywhere near halfway through.
I mean, half is what, 12, 13?
Yeah.
We're already on 6.
We're half of that. We're at almost a quarter. Which if you're Austin, might as well be 1%. Austin said Kal-El more like dumb L. Okay, here we go. Everybody please press play. Do we have to? Do we have to do this? Okay. Everybody please press play right now.
Meanwhile, at prison...
I said I don't know where I'm going to go with this. I'm pretty sure it's not going to be a green sign flip. Mine sat on black for like 3 seconds, so I'm going to be behind you this whole time.
You're fine. That's fine.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. So, this is something I hate in media of any kind.
Yeah.
When we've already established these characters, we've established like their status quo and family, and then like 2 years later, be like, oh, by the way, here's a relative that you never knew existed.
Yeah. But this show was already so bad about that, where you'd have like we do it with their peers in school all the time. Where you'll have this character that they apparently hang out with all the time, but you've never seen them in, 2 seasons of your show.
I'm more okay with it being like a high school student that you've never met. And maybe that's just because I'm used to it. But the family thing, that we always do it just like, oh, they've always actually been there, like they've always known about him, but you're just meeting them for the first time.
Well, yeah, but in this case, it's a guy that's been in prison.
That's true.
Right? He was convicted for murder? Or I assume he was in prison for at least some amount of time.
Oh, okay. I forgot this was like a reunion.
Yeah. But yeah, we always have to do this where we have a flashback to decades earlier, and we have our main actors playing their own ancestors. And that's one of those things that makes it
that
kind
looks
of
nothing like Tom Welling.
That's it's one of those things that makes it difficult to tell how like absurd and goofy your show is supposed to be. Like when Lois and Clark would do things like this, it's easy to accept because that show is cheeseball. And this is a show that doesn't know how cheeseball it is much of the time. Robert says this flashback is already dumb. Yeah, it is. It's going to be hard not to just keep saying the word typical constantly.
My least favorite episode yet, so at least there's that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
I said at least we're not to my least favorite episode yet, so there's something to be said about that.
Like, there's some nice production value and stuff with this episode, which is probably why I wasn't totally sure where my sign would flip until we started watching it, and then immediately I'm like, oh yeah, I don't want to watch this.
Oh, I didn't realize this was like the pilot for the show Dexter.
Wow, so he became
so now
a serial killer. Okay. That's a joke. That's not true. I'm sorry, what?
I like that he's completely flipped now. Like, just 2 episodes ago, he was like, yeah, you have to give people a chance. And now he's like, well, he was convicted. He must be guilty. And he's just trying to persuade you he's innocent.
That's such a good point, yeah. But see, he can't relate to him because he looks exactly like him, but he doesn't have superpowers. So...
And also, I'm sorry, but that looks nothing like him.
Oh, I'm sorry. Doesn't look that. That's not who that's supposed to be, because that's Jarrell. I'm not making any sense already. I'm gonna have to wake up at some point. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Remember the caves?
Yeah, and this episode makes you ask a lot more questions than it answers. Like, it feels like it should be an episode that's giving you more Kryptonian lore and explaining some things, and it just makes it all that much more confusing.
Who's writing this? Lindelof?
There's a lot of things that make this feel like a prototype for Lost. Including the Lex Island stuff at the beginning of the season.
Oh, that's a new...
Oh, hey, we never noticed this before. because just like that character we just added at the beginning of the show, we're putting this in now because it's a plot point for this episode.
Yeah, those symbols were definitely not there.
Nope. That's really useful technology, John, that you can just upload your memories into the cave wall.
Well, I mean, you know, they were very ahead of their time. We just call it the cloud now, but I really want them to make a sequel series to Smallville, and instead of the cloud, it's the wall. So you just upload everything to the wall.
It has to have like ancient pictographs all over it that really look like they're made in chalk, and you could just wipe it off with like a paper towel.
Now this is some Back to the Future.
Yep. Yeah, that angle.
The other thing that's really always funny to me with shows like this, because obviously they're on like cable and, you know, as censorship evolves, this is like the 50s. Everyone should be smoking.
Yes, that's a great point. Well, it's your rose-tinted glasses 50s.
That's true. That's funny. I've seen the rest of the show. Her descendants will.
Yeah, it's rose-tinted glasses, so nobody's gonna smoke, and you're not gonna see people acting super racist unless there's social commentary in the episode about them.
I think you just mean Jor-El cured racism. He just came down to the planet and fixed it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really nice for a guy that's then going to just start kidnapping girls off the street and putting them in his cave wall. So I guess he cured racism, but not sexism. Okay.
Nobody's perfect.
Oh, and see, that's Sheriff Tate.
Is that the guy that got shot?
No, that's the guy that tried to murder Lionel Luthor. That's
yeah, Ethan.
Yeah.
You gotta call him Ethan because I didn't know what his last name was.
Or is that... See, I'm a little bit confused about the timeline. Is that him or is that his father? That must be him, right?
No, I don't think so, because if I remember correctly, Jonathan Kent's not even born yet.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. So that's got to be his father. I can't do math at 3:14 in the morning. Matthew says I already hate this. You know what they're trying to do with this? To your point earlier about how surprised you were that this is this early in the season, this is their attempt at catching lightning in a bottle again and doing Lineage again. Right? It's the same point in the season.
Which one is Lineage?
That's the flashbacks from the pilot. That really good episode where you have the young Clark and Lex in the car together and all of that. This is them trying to do that again in exactly the same point in the season.
That makes sense. Does that medallion count as a Superman reference?
I mean, sure. Crest. Anytime you have an S or an 8 with Kryptonian. Hey, Pete's saying things again.
Who?
DNA. Kal-El solved racism by sending his infant son in a rocket ship from the back of the bus. Oh, he meant to say Jor-El. I can't believe you said that. Oh my god.
That might be my new favorite thing anybody has said on one of these shows.
That's so good.
I'm so sad Austin missed that.
Yeah, me too. Well, I wish we could see Austin's reaction to this episode. But yeah, it's like Lineage because they're retroactively trying to add like trying to answer mysteries about the past and add to the lore of what happened before, and it's night and day because Lineage was really credible, and all of the stuff that it added was believable and gave you new information and felt like it was actually, answering questions that you had, filling in mystery. And this does not do that.
AMC Comics pointed out you never updated the episode titles.
Yeah, well, I'm always going to mess that up somewhere.
I don't know if you caught that, but it kind of made me laugh just because of the times. She goes, I had a almost 3 megabyte file on Lex Luthor. I know his favorite cereal. That whopping 3 megabytes.
Yeah, well, and I mean, that's how different the times are. Nobody now would even think to put that in terms of how big the file size is when you're talking about text.
Well, we got to let people know it's a whopping 3 megabytes. Next, they're going to bring in the VR troopers. Did you get muted, or is there's lag?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Yeah, I accidentally muted myself. No, I was gonna say that's the thing that I always laugh about with Star Trek, like TNG or DS9, where we're in like the 24th century, and you'll have like maxed out file sizes with things with text. This has got to be really awkward for you guys when you find out that your birth father and her grandmother, I guess, were
Clark
in
and
love.
Lana love scene.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Well, and it's even more weirder, right? Because like in most TV shows that are of this caliber for this the target audience that this was for, you do this for the relationship that is going to get together at the end of the show. But these two aren't going to get together and stay together.
Boy, that's good call. Well, I get, you know what though? I think that's supposed to be the idea, maybe, is that like that's not his Lois Lane any more than that was Jor-El's soulmate.
Lois Lane doesn't exist yet. We don't talk about it.
No, but I just mean like the soulmate character.
No, yeah. I mean that could be it.
And then when Jor-El was there, was he with Laura yet? Like, is this an affair on his part? I don't think we get into it.
Well, okay, so I'm going to go one step further with that.
Yeah.
How does Kryptonian time relate to human time?
Yeah, well, I was about to ask that, too. There's a question asked Jor-El.
Let's say 20 and 20, anywhere from 20 to 30. But his son isn't going to be born for another, 40 years. Or, no. 30 years.
Yeah. Now, close to 40. Well, no, you're right, because he's probably 4 or 5 when he lands, right?
Yeah, because I was thinking, well, it'd be a little, because it would be a little, about 4 or 5 years before the pilot.
But yeah, is there any time displacement through space? Like, this show's not thinking about any of that stuff. No. Which we usually do with Krypton. I mean, very often we'll say, Krypton exploded 100 years ago, 200 years ago, whatever it is, and then there's time displacement.
Well, and it gets worse because if you remember when we finally do the real Supergirl, she's older than Clark, but she's been trapped in ice or something.
Oh yeah.
So they are thinking about it at some point, just not right now.
Right. Yeah, how old do they think he is? How long do Kryptonians live? Like, even if it's 1-to-1 real time, I don't even know how old he is.
Yeah. And then, like, later on, when we get Jor-El, it's going to be Terrence Stamp.
Well, it's just the voice of Terrence Stamp. We've already had that.
Isn't it Terrence Stamp when we bring actual physical Jor-El?
No. Completely different actor. Terrence Stamp never steps foot on the show.
Oh, okay.
No, and that guy's way younger than Terrence. Like, Terrence Stamp is already, like, 65 or 70 when the... Well, no, he's not that old. I'm not sure how old he is. He's probably in his 60s when the show starts.
Yeah, I don't know why I remembered him being older.
Robert says, well, that was gratuitous and went on forever. Yep. Yeah, I just always resisted this, even on premise. Not just the romance, but the idea that Jor-El was there already. And I think it's a thing that you could have maybe won me over on, John, but you'd have to really get to the core of what was Jor-El's motivations in sending Clark here in the first place. Like, how does all of this line up with I'm sending my son there to rule and all of that? Like, there's a complete disconnect between what Jor-El has been trying to get Clark to do at the beginning of the season, which is cryptic and we don't even remotely understand it, but we know that he wants him to go off to do a mission that probably has something to do with ruling the world eventually, from what we've heard so far. And this Jor-El who's just coming to Earth to, I don't know, like, investigate, just visit again. They've been here before. I don't even know why he's here.
If I remember, he mentions that his parents sent him here to teach him a lesson.
Oh, that's what he says. Yeah.
And then he ends up, like, they hint, and it's never explicitly explained because then they go back to crazy, god-like Jor-El. But they hint that he sent Clark here when Krypton was dying because the Kents were nice to him.
And so the idea is supposed to be that there's a parallel between Clark right now and Jor-El, where Jor-El is kind of rebellious and wanting to go against his parents. And so maybe it's supposed to make Clark, like, appreciate his father more. But why don't he and Jor-El ever have a conversation about this? That's probably the biggest misstep, is that Clark never goes to Jor-El and says, hey, you used to be, like, a thinking and feeling person? Like, what happened to that?
Well, and especially once we get into season 5, when he has just straight up the fortress and, like, talks to Jor-El. And I think by season 5, we're still on the Jor-El that thinks Clark needs to abandon all of his emotional attachments.
Oh, yeah, they don't get rid of that until the new showrunners take over. We just kind of stop dealing with Jor-El very much at all in 6 and 7, if memory serves.
I think you're right.
I mean, it's been a long time, but I just don't remember him doing all that much past Brainiac.
I think he does go back to Jor-El at least a couple times to deal with the Phantom Zone stuff.
Yeah, but I think it's mostly just using him as, like, a Zordon exposition head.
Yeah. Clark, or Kal-El, behold the viewing globe.
Kal-El, morph to the Fortress of Solitude immediately.
Well, and, like, if you're gonna do something like this, can we at least, like, flesh out what they see in each other?
Yeah.
Like, we skipped from their first meeting to they're having an affair.
Well, it's just like Clark and Lana, you know? Like, they're attractive CW actors, so it's clear what they see in each other. It's completely superficial
but
and all surface, and can't you relate to that? It's very relatable.
It like with Clark and Lana, yes, most of it is superficial, but I can kind of see like because they both don't have like their birth parents are not present in their lives. So yeah, it's a thread, but it's a thread that's there.
You're right. They have something in common. That's deeper than just we're physically attracted to each other, or even just we have some like interest in common.
So I remember what actually happened. The bullets bounce off of him and hit her.
Oh,
but we
yeah.
never do that again.
Say again?
But we've never seen that happen with Clark. And it will never, as far as I remember, it does never happens again.
Plus, I don't buy the trajectory of that at all. Like when you saw the angle that the man was standing at shooting him, and where she was standing in relation to Jarrell. And I feel weird even having this conversation. Just like the things we're talking about like right now. How is this in this TV show?
It's a Saturday morning cartoon. It bounced off him, bounced off the wooden pole, bounced off a metal bucket, and then somehow managed to hit her.
It's like pinball.
Okay, and then so I guess I have to ask if that's her ancestor or her like relative.
Yeah.
Did she already have kids when she was having an affair? I assume that's like her, I don't know, grandmother or something.
Yeah, well, we're told that it is an affair, but I don't think we're told if she has kids.
So then that must be her aunt or like great aunt or something.
Yeah, is it not actually her grandma? I thought it was supposed to be though.
But if it's her grandmother, then she would have had to have had kids.
Yeah, already.
Yeah. I mean, it might be a little awkward if she had them after the fact, but this cop guy looks familiar too.
Yeah, and I don't think it's just from this episode.
That sounds like a rejected Air Squad scene where Deadshot intentionally kills someone by ricocheting bullets off Cavill's chest. I never heard about that.
And Robert said the Talkville podcast on this episode is going to be super interesting. That's the one I'm most looking forward to from that season. And the eagle represented freedom. That was a weird directing choice, right? Like, what does that as a symbol have anything to do with at all with this episode? Except, I don't know, in the 50s people were super patriotic? Like, why did we linger on that wall? That's weird.
The tennis racket's gone. In fact, the office looks completely different.
You know, I have a theory. This whole episode is a dream sequence.
He's still in the dreams from Freddy vs. Jason girl. No, but I'm right? Like, a few episodes ago, the torch was red.
I think, yeah.
And there was a giant tennis racket and a giant clock, and I don't see either of them.
You know, maybe that's Clark's tell for being able to do, like, lucid dreaming. Like, if he goes into the torch and he sees a blank wall of weird, he knows he's dreaming, and he can start lucid dreaming.
I would also like to just point out that Clark can tell them that he's having hallucinations.
There's a smoking man.
Yeah.
So the mayor is the smoking man from X-Files. I'm sorry, what?
Clark will openly tell them that he's been having memories of an ancestor that somehow managed to come to the exact same town that he did, but he can't tell Lana that he has superpowers.
Yeah. Well, he has to adhere to the series Bible. See, that's not a character choice. Oh, you know what? We had him last season. This is the Smoking Man's second appearance in the show.
One of these days, I'll watch the X-Files.
Do you remember that?
No.
Well, he had that whole thing with Lex when he was running again, and Lex had something on him, so he was like half blackmailing him or something. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I remember thinking it was weird when they talked about that on Talkville, because apparently none of those guys has seen any X-Files because they didn't know who that actor was. And
that doesn't surprise me.
And it surprises me a little bit given the era. Like how huge that show was. Those guys at their age, like when they were on set, I mean, I know they don't remember anything, but like Rosenbaum did remember working with that actor, and he didn't know that he was the smoking man in the X-Files. I was just kind of surprised by that.
I mean, I guess I am more surprised at Rosenbaum, because that seems like something Rosenbaum would love. Because he likes, the sci-fi.
Well, and he's the only one that had scenes with him.
True.
Oh yeah, nope, she has not had kids yet. Because, I mean, they're treating them like teenagers. I mean, that's the other thing. I said we don't know how old Jarrell is. I don't know what I'm talking about, because his parent, like you said, his dad sent him there as a lesson, so he's a kid.
But they're dressed like adults, which is weird. What if the real plot twist was this is Laura L?
Oh my god. It just looks exactly like Lana?
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it if we played it like just a portrayal for the sake of the audience. Like, if you never showed photos of them, like, this is exactly what they looked like, and this is just for our benefit, it's much better.
I feel like I've seen it done that way before, and it works.
Yeah, I think
I can't think
so.
of what show it is.
I'm blanking on that too, where like I keep talking about how typical this is, but I can't come up with a lot of examples of it. But I know when I was a kid, I saw a ton of this.
I feel like Boy Meets World did that.
I feel like a lot of dramas did it.
Probably.
And genre shows.
The one that makes me laugh the most is I mentioned when we were watching the Dream episode, that girl that is from Freddy vs. Jason is in this movie called Ginger Snaps. It's a werewolf movie. And the third one is a prequel about their ancestors. And it's the two sisters from the first two just playing their ancestors.
Oh.
I've only seen the first one. The first one is pretty solid, like, low budget werewolf flick. But I don't know how the sequels are.
So naturally, because this is only going to be a one-off thing, suddenly we're able to do the comic book Lana Lang thing, where the first person he tells about his secret is her, because they're not locked down to the, by the series Bible.
And I mean, arguably, we'll end up doing the Lana thing again, just with Chloe once she finds out.
Yeah, but she finds out.
That's true.
Like,
Catherine Hall says they have done it in Charmed, where they recognize past selves as people they know. I never watched. My mom was big into that show, but I never watched it. I don't know if you ever did. But...
No, I never did. I had a friend in high school that was obsessed with that show, but I never watched it.
I know the CW rebooted it recently.
Yeah.
I'm sure that went well.
That was probably great.
Robert Wilde says one of the Tremors movies was a prequel with one of the main actors playing his ancestor, but that was at least tongue-in-cheek. Yeah, but there's also like 8 Tremors movies.
Yeah, and Robert mentioned Back to the Future. But they're kind of absurdist about it.
You saw Clark show interest in anything, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how excited Martha gets when Clark gets interested in anything at all. Oh my god!
He's alive!
He's interested in something. He has a pulse! I don't even think I mind Jor-El visiting Earth at some point so much as just the way it's handled here.
Okay, so I agree with you, but also, you know what really bugs me?
What's that?
Because I keep talking about how he met the Kents, but I'm mixing up episodes because we do another flashback, and I don't remember if it's he comes to Earth again or it's like expanding on this time when he was dating Lori or whatever her name was. But there is a second flashback episode where he meets the Kents.
No, there's not. That's all here. When we
okay.
That's all here. You're talking about what we're about to see right now, I think, with Hiram.
Oh yeah, because he's gonna stop him from killing this guy.
Yeah. I think part of the problem is they're just using this as an excuse to do a particular kind of episode. Like, they want to do a period piece thing and a, like, kind of, another like murder mystery plot. And they also want to tie it into the Jor-El and Kryptonian lore. And they're two things that don't mesh.
Yeah, and they do that in season 7, I think, when they do the mental institution episode.
Is that 7 or is that 6?
I don't know. Maybe it's 6.
I feel like that's 6, but
I'm pretty sure it's 7 because we've established Martian Manhunter by then.
Oh, okay. And that's
how crazy is it that this show does Martian Manhunter?
How crazy is it that this show does Martian Manhunter better than most things it does? Like, he's really good. I know.
He's awesome.
That's Phil Morris, who's an actor I love, and I've met him 2 or 3 times and talked to him at length at shows. He's a really cool guy.
And he's, I think, still the best like live action Martian Manhunter we've gotten so far.
And Phil Morris is a massive comic geek.
Oh, okay.
He owns like 40,000 comics.
Like, writing aside, I think the one in the Snyder movies could have been great just because of that actor.
I do too.
He's in like 2 scenes.
I don't know what this actor is doing, but he has a very silly voice.
Why didn't they just get Jonathan Schneider to play it?
They should have.
Oh, see, she's pregnant with Jonathan right now. So, let's say 40 years. Let's say Jonathan is 40 years old. Clark won't be born for at least another 35 to 40 years and sent to the planet.
Yeah.
How old is Jor-El?
Well, I mean, maybe Kryptonians live to be 100, and it's very normal there to not have children until. But also, if it's more like a John Byrne sort of Krypton, which it probably isn't, but if it was, like, they might not even have children the same way.
To be fair, we have toyed in a few episodes with the idea that Clark is not going to grow old.
Right.
Age at the same rate as everyone.
Well, yes, but that's not because he's. If he was on Krypton, the assumption I always made is that he would age normally. But that's so because of the sun. That's because he's got superpowers. But it is possible that Kryptonians just have a longer lifespan, I guess. I just don't think they're immortal.
Jor-El wakes up in a dumpster after 10,000 years. I'm free.
So I always say you can make anything work, you just have to make it work. I don't know if this is an exception to that, where this is just a dumb idea in the first place.
You know, this has went from like dumb and a concept I'm not into to this is hysterical.
Yeah. But it's too much of a shark jump.
Is it?
It is for the rest of the show.
Isn't this like the second or third shark jump episode we've had, though?
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's the first time we've jumped the shark. I'm just saying that it's a bridge too far once you do this and then you're not discussing how this guy turns into the Jor-El we see for the rest of the show, you're just not even trying. Okay, that was really not a convincing surprise from the smoking man. That was a little silly. I would have shot that again. I like how Clark hesitated there. Like, he almost just let him kill himself.
Also, is it a little too easy that it's Lachlan Luthor is also involved?
Yes.
I didn't put that together. That's who that was until he said Lachlan was supposed to just kill the director.
No, it is that Back to the Future thing, but that's tongue-in-cheek about it. Where it's like, oh, history just keeps repeating itself. There's too many things in the show where fate is winning out, so then the fate free will argument that it's constantly trying to have starts to feel kind of moot. Where it's like, will you keep kind of proving that everything is fated? Like, the Luthors are always going to be evil. Clark has to have an S on his chest because he's got S's everywhere in his life.
He can't go to sleep without seeing an S. and I love when it's done well, of like this generation kind of fixing the mistakes of the previous generation, and that's what I like. Not to start any arguments in the comments, but that's what I was hoping Star Wars, the sequel trilogy would be like. The original trilogy, the heroes made these mistakes, and now these people have the chance to fix it because history is repeating itself. That's not what we got, and that's what you could have done here. But instead, it's just, we're just doing it again.
Yeah. What's it even saying with that? Beyond
saying, please watch our show.
Beyond with the Clark and Jor-El thing, like, sons don't want to be their fathers. Like, maybe they should be able to have some common ground there, but again, they never talk about it. But I also I don't mean to talk in circles again, but I also don't know how much like the actual Jor-El, the AI, is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Or if it's just a crazy rogue AI thing.
This is going to be a very hard sign flip for me.
Why, you're too entertained by it, even though it's insane?
Yeah, like, it's a bad episode, but it's oddly watchable.
It's executed decently. It's just a really stupid script.
Yeah.
Well, and like I said, it asks. I love the way this scene is lit. By the way,
make him an offer they can't refuse.
It's so weird. The new questions that it gives you, where it's like, so Jor-El didn't discover Earth.
Clark and Lana in the loft.
Oh, thank you. Now, I mean, I guess we had to have known that anyway, because the pictographs on the cave wall were from a really long time ago, but like, how long ago did Kryptonians go there? Couldn't Jor-El have talked to Lana's ancestor a little bit about anything with Krypton to, give us some information?
That would make things too easy, though, Cap.
Yeah. We can't have that.
I really do think if we had maybe reined it in a little bit instead of, continuing to just introduce new mythologies, I think season 5 and 6 would have been the place to finally answer all that stuff.
It's just clear they didn't have any kind of roadmap for it. Where
Yeah.
it is that Lindelof thing that Austin was talking about, right?
Yeah.
Or did you bring up Lindelof? Somebody brought up Lindelof.
I think we both. I made the joke that, like, what, did Lindelof write this? But I think Austin is the one who brought it up first. I would be really interested to see someone try this premise again. Like, this exact premise. Like, Superman and Lois is obviously kind of a weird spiritual sequel to this.
Right. It's Smallville,
like,
too.
This exact premise again, but, like, map out the mythology. And maybe that's what Legacy will be in some weird way. It's Indiana Jones. Okay, so this brings up another question.
Yeah.
So Lachlan is aware of aliens.
Oh.
Does
Yeah.
that mean he told Jonathan about aliens?
Well, he clearly didn't.
He's like, screw you, kid. I know something you don't.
Yeah, and that's sort of that prequelitis thing, too, where, like, everything has to have already been known about before by somebody, right? Like, the origin can never be the origin. You have to have, like, a pre-origin.
I want somebody to make a prequel to a prequel.
Challenge accepted.
So you set up... So you set up everything that the prequel's going to set up later. Or you set up all of the setup in the prequel.
I also think it's... I've always thought it was amusing. I've probably talked about this before in early reviews, but I've always thought it was amusing that Kryptonian technology has never changed in hundreds of years, it seems like.
If there is one thing I will say about this episode, it is kind of convincing me that I think Tom Welling could have been a perfect, like, actual Superman.
Yeah, if he was cast, like... I don't mean actually cast him as Superman when the show is over, but I mean just time-wise, if he had experience on some other thing, and then you cast him at this, like, around the time the show ended.
What I remember when this show ended, that was, what, 2012?
2011.
2011, so I was like 17. And I think that's the first time I'd heard rumblings of about Man of Steel. I was like, just, you already have the cast. Just make it like a Smallville movie, but it's Superman.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have wanted that, but...
I mean, in hindsight, I wouldn't have, but at the time I did.
Because this mythology is so convoluted, and I think that show really degenerated into something, I don't know, totally different, and the way they get to Superman is terrible, and what they did to Lex is the worst thing ever, and anyway.
Well, see, now we have the Halloween 2018 as basis. We can just make a movie set like nothing after season 5 happened, or nothing after season 4 happened.
Yeah, but what sucks with those is if the next thing you do is just as bad or worse than the sequels that you paved over, you just wasted everybody's time.
Looking at you, Halloween ends.
Okay, we're going to take another 5-minute break, folks. And then we're going to bring Robert on.
Oh, cool.
And we'll see you guys in just a little bit. So go ahead and rig up. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Before we do that, let's go ahead and sign flip this. So how do you land? Because I have to go red on this.
I'm going to, at the end of the day, I'm going to go red. Because it's entertaining to watch, but I don't know if it would be solo or if it's just because, like, we're kind of making fun of it.
Yeah. Well, and it's hard sometimes to decide how much with your rating or your sign flip you want to just, like, take it on its own terms as an experience, and how much you want to take into account, like, what it does to the rest of the show.
Yeah, because it raises a lot of questions
It-
that I don't think they're thinking about.
It breaks some stuff. Oh, Austin's back.
Hey.
Austin,
Welcome back.
We're just about to go on break, man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But no, you're
Did I
fine. But
break your
welcome,
concentration?
welcome back. Okay, let's go ahead and take our 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. I'll talk to Robert and maybe have him on a little bit later when Austin's done, because I didn't realize Austin was coming back.
Oh, sorry, I can leave.
Oh no, not at all. He was just asking if he could jump on, but I don't want to have too many people on the call.
I only got one episode left in me anyways, so.
Cool, we'll do that, and then I'll bring him on then.
Okay, sorry, Robert.
All right, guys, thanks for being here, and we'll see you again in 5 minutes. All right, folks, the next episode is called Magnetic. It is the 7th episode of Season 3, and it's awful. You picked the wrong one to come back for, and you picked the wrong one to leave for. I mean, the last one's not good either, but for very different reasons. This is a super typical Kryptofreak episode. It's a kind of bad mind control episode.
But does that mean I'll like it?
No, it doesn't. I don't think. But it is the funniest combination of kryptonite and element to give you superpowers in the whole show, because it's kryptonite and a snow globe.
Cat, tell me on this.
Hey, we get Morgan Edge back next episode.
Next episode?
Yep.
And it'll be the last time we see Rutger Hauer, I think.
Nope, it is now played by Patrick Bergeon.
Oh, have we seen our last Rutger Hauer? I thought he came back one more time. So this,
according to Hulu, it's not.
So this is the one that's. Well, the only reason I wasn't sure is because I didn't know if we ever saw the kryptonite necklace thing. Oh, maybe that's not Rutger Hauer that ever holds that. Maybe it's the other actor. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
My favorite is the like episode summary says, Lex locates Morgan Edge, who has undergone facial reconstruction.
Yes, because they got to do that trope. My favorite thing.
Last episode, should we do a wheel spin?
Sure.
Yes.
But yeah, I was just gonna say one of my favorite things with CW is that they do the same thing in a Birds of Prey episode. And that show is only on for 13 episodes, but it manages to get that trope in there. Where, like, we recast an actor and give him facial reconstruction surgery to explain it, and the show was only 13 episodes long.
You know, I've
I
never
love the
seen that show.
Batwoman did that.
Did it? Of course it did.
Yeah, because they made the new Batwoman, and they were like, oh, the original one, like, died in a plane crash. But then later on, she comes back, recast, and she had facial reconstruction surgery.
Oh, is that how they did that?
Yeah.
Which is great, because they could have just done that in the first place.
Well, yeah, just recast her, yeah.
They didn't have to make it another
but
character.
then, yeah, but Captain, they wouldn't have gotten, they wouldn't have been able to recast and make their own character.
Oh. Why did they need
they
to
got
do
to play
that?
it both ways.
Okay, wheel spin. Let's make Austin take another quiz. Oh, there it is!
Clark!
Yeah. We get to do it! Look how excited Austin is. Well, that's good. I'm glad we have something to look forward to with this episode.
Let's go.
Because I hate it. Okay, here we go, folks. Get ready to press play. Blech, God. 24 hours. Get ready to press play when I say now. And here we go. Everybody, please press play right now. Yeah, that's it. The solution is talk faster.
Yeah, I hate these. I hate any show that does the episode of, like, this person is mysteriously attracted to this person because they're under control.
It's just a waste of time, right? Like, you're not revealing anything about your character.
Yeah.
They're going to have to kind of
like
learn something they've learned before, which is, in Lana's case, don't date in Smallville? Don't live in Smallville? Maybe avoid men at this point? But I mean, I don't know why anybody lives in Smallville.
This episode looks so Final Destination so far.
To be fair,
Yeah.
You're only really in danger in Smallville if you go to high school.
That's not true.
Like 99% of the Kryptofreaks only go after high schoolers.
Yeah, I know, but you don't want to drive in Smallville.
Wait a minute. I know that guy from something.
He probably
looks
started.
Like not Zac Efron.
He probably starred in some other CW show, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna look this up because it's gonna drive me crazy.
Okay, adding another Kryptofreak.
Come on, babes. I'm gonna slip you a prize.
I mean, he hasn't become one yet, but we all know where this is going.
Spell your name out with spaghetti noodles.
Multiple GameCubes?
Yeah, what?
He liked cars,
Yeah,
comics,
that's
and
like a dozen,
GameCubes.
GameCubes.
All of them. All the GameCubes. So this writer had heard of a GameCube and figured that you must need more than one.
I figured this writer hasn't been outside.
He was on set that day. This is his first time outside at this fair.
Lana's never thrown anything in her life.
At least she's been outside.
That is true.
Oh, I
Yep,
must
proof.
have seen him on Fear the Walking Dead.
Oh,
Oh.
that's unfortunate. That's the kind of work he's
Yeah,
getting.
why
now.
would you admit that?
I mean,
Why would you
those
admit you
first three
watched that?
seasons are really good. It just goes downhill after that.
So this was written by somebody named Holly Harold, who just sounds like a supervillain, really.
There's no way that guy could knock over this guy. There's no way. You know who we haven't seen at all this episode so far?
Who?
Clark!
Clark! Oh, yeah. That's why we haven't gotten to say Clark. Well, we'll start the timer once he shows up.
I didn't even realize there was a timer. I thought I just had to do it for the rest of the episode.
No, it's just 5 minutes. So he just got hit in the head with a snow
Oh my god,
globe,
it's Sandman!
and that creates his tragic supervillain origin.
He's gonna become Kryptonite Boy.
Oh, Robert said that he was the kid in Air Bud.
Oh, that's
I mean,
probably what
I haven't
John was
seen that in,
thinking
like-
of.
I haven't seen that in like 20 years.
Wasn't he one of the dogs?
I think they cast dogs.
Oh, okay. Yes, it is normal that somebody's hammering the...
That's okay. It's a common mistake. That lightning looks real.
Oh, you didn't know? My name's Electra.
That you heard. My name's Electro.
I have a snow globe. That makes it okay for me to break the law.
I'm a carny. That means it's okay for me to break
I
the
also
law.
just love like how much of an overreaction that was. He shoved that guy, so that guy smashed glass in his face.
I mean, you did push him over.
I like how just for the sake of mood, we're lighting this like we're back in
The USSR.
it's not Bellry. It's Summerhold. It looked like Summerhold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
And
was
then you're like,
thinking
oh, we're
this
just in the
looked like
we're just in the
Hulk
regular
show.
Smallville hospital. But for a couple seconds, I'm like, it looked. Why is he in Summerhold? Are they doing experiments on him? But it isn't that.
Oh, that must be it, Robert Wilde. He's in the Dawn of the Dead remake.
Clark.
Clark.
Clark!
Well, at least we can do it in the intro. Now we're gonna find out just how how far behind I am. Clark.
Clark!
Oh, I'm ahead.
Clark.
Who?
Who?
Clark. If he's on screen twice, do I say
Clark.
his name twice?
Oh yeah.
I love that we all sound like the seagulls from Finding Nemo.
Yeah, I know. I had that.
Oh, Clark, because it's baby Clark.
Clark.
I also
Clark.
like to imagine that whoever wrote this
Clark.
episode
Clark.
was also working on Buffy at the same time.
Clark.
So they just copied their
Clark.
own script and
Clark.
turned it into both shows.
Clark.
Quit making points. You're supposed to say Clark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Clark.
That's not Clark.
That's not
That's the
Clark,
old man.
That's Legs.
That's the old man from the last episode. Wow, look at this continuity we got going on here.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
No, you skipped the weirdest episode of the season. where Jarrell dated Lana's great something, rather.
Wait. So, Alice and Dunn just happened to check on the Luther family history 15 minutes before Chloe. Weird.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, great. Now Lana's dating a Oh, that's right. He's not telekinetic. He can just move metal because he's Magneto.
Clark.
Clark!
You're supposed to bend the spoon, not pick Clark.
Oh, there's Clark. There is no spoon.
Clark.
Clark.
Clark!
Good job, Holly Harold. Good job, David Jackson. I don't know any of these people.
Neither do I. I think they're probably all dead by now. This is came out a while ago.
I mean, there are definitely people who worked on the show that are dead, but I don't know if they're dead.
I feel like everybody is in this show. It's like watching Wizard of Oz.
Clark. You know, we really should give up on the analysis portion of this, John, and just spend the whole 24 hours saying Clark when we see Clark. See if anybody watches it.
I'm surprised it doesn't just degenerate into that.
I mean, it might tonight.
It might this time, yeah.
So Holly, whatever her name is.
Yeah, Holly Harold.
Was an associate producer for Fern Gully 2.
Wow. Clark. Well, I was perfectly in sync with Lana when she said Clark.
Whoa. Look, there's a Jesus stick behind them. Clark.
But
This is the only episode of Smallville that Zack Snyder watched.
Yeah.
Is it a crazy oversized Jesus stick, though? Like the tennis racket?
Oh, by the way, Austin, the tennis racket is gone.
It disappeared.
What?
One of us needs to bring a tennis racket to the next show.
Dude, I would buy
Or
that.
just have it in the background. Find the biggest tennis racket you can find.
Major contribution to the show.
The two biggest things I brought to this as a series is Clark and the tennis racket.
So,
Clark.
John, don't you feel like I'm gonna talk to you because Austin's playing a game by himself.
Clark.
Okay, we don't have to do that anymore. We're 9 minutes into the show.
Oh. Yeah, but we didn't start the 5 minutes right away.
Oh, that's true.
Clark.
Whiplash.
Whiplash.
But John, don't you feel like at this point in the series, when you do Kryptofreaks, you've got to have some kind of like really fresh, different sort of angle on it that like you can't do just throwaway Kryptofreak episodes anymore? Of which this absolutely is one of those. Like the Van McNulty thing was cool, the Kryptonite Bullet guy, because that was like actually, you know, exploring the psychology and issues and stuff with that as a culture. Like, however well they might have handled that or not, but this is just another Kryptofreak. Like, oh, we haven't done Magneto yet. I guess we better do Magneto.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Because, like, so, you know, obviously, with any Monster of the Week, me personally, the main thing I'm always comparing it to in my head is, you know, like Buffy that did the Monster of the Week, and I always found on the episodes you could tell weren't just, like, filler episodes. They had something interesting to do with the Monster of the Week or the Threat of the Week. Whereas this show is just like, well, we're just going to exchange what powers they have, but it's the same principle.
With a really easy throwaway motivation. And how are we not, like, being a little bit more sophisticated with that after we did the episode questioning if the kryptonite makes them crazy? And then you just do another one where maybe it does, maybe it doesn't.
But on the flip side of that,
yeah,
back to formula.
You gotta count the wall of weird, Cap.
Oh, yep, better do that. Well, what I hate is you'll do these Kryptofreaks, right, that are really kind of sad and tragic initially, and then all I do is hate them afterwards.
Well, and, like, we don't know anything about this guy other than he got smashed in the head with a snow globe.
Yeah. Like, it seems like he's just
smashed in the head with the tennis racket.
But it's gone.
Well, yeah, because
he was obsessed with Lana, like everybody. and he tried to rush to her aid and then got, kryptonite poisoning.
Okay, so yeah, because I missed it a little bit. Was that why he pushed that guy? Because that guy was messing with Lana?
Yeah.
That guy looks like he's 20 years older than Lana. What the heck?
Or no, I guess he wasn't messing with Lana. He was... We were talking over it, but if memory serves, I think it was like your standard, fair situation where...
Yeah, I think he wanted the prize.
He was arguing about the prize, yeah.
Yeah. Because like all carnies, he was giving it to the hot chick and not the guy who won.
I remember the first time that I watched through this show, because I had to catch up on it on DVD for like the first 4 or 5 seasons.
Okay, so never mind, Austin. He's not actually very sympathetic at all, is he? Because I thought he was being kind of heroic, but he wasn't really being heroic.
No, he was an evil carny.
I'm sorry, John. What were you saying?
I think this, when I first watched it, this is one of the first episodes where I really kind of picked up on Lana's kind of unreasonable at this point.
Yes.
3 seasons in, if Clark has a suspicion, and he's always right.
If I were Lana, I just wouldn't be around men.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier.
Yeah.
But like any way you slice it, it's not interesting to watch, and she becomes massively unlikable. Like, she's either unreasonable because he's making her that way, which is what it is in this case, or she's unreasonable because we're trying to manufacture drama. Like, any way you slice it, when you spend this long with a character that's supposedly kind of, changing and growing, finding herself in some way.
Okay, I know that he has superpowers, but I don't believe for a second that he saw that.
Well, he's Superman. He can see through time.
What? He doesn't even have X-ray vision yet, right?
No, he's used it in episodes that I've been here for.
So, Austin, the way this guy is... I kid you not, this is what we're doing. The way this guy's powers work... Alright, he's Magneto, where he can control metal, but he also can manipulate Lana mentally because something magnetism in the brain.
Well, it's because women are made of metal.
I'd also just like to point out, and I don't know why it took me 3 seasons to click with this, they all are instantly masters of their powers.
Yeah.
Even Clark has to at least pretend to try.
He has to work at it for 16 seconds, and then he's perfect at it. But
he doesn't have all of his powers yet, either.
No, and he'll get super hearing this season.
Yeah.
Because we have to watch the episode where, they do that, Austin. He goes blind, and then gets his super hearing.
Imagine having superpowers and being a giant simp. That's so lame.
Well, and John, what you're talking about, they take all the way to other Kryptonians.
Yeah.
Where when we bring Kryptonians to Earth, they all have complete mastery of their powers.
Well, that's kind of like...
That was one thing I really appreciated with Man of Steel.
Well, I was actually about to say Man of Steel kind of does that too, where like Zod has way less struggle than Clark does.
Well, yeah, but at least when he comes down, he doesn't immediately know how to use his powers, and he has to like he can't breathe great right away and all of that. Like, it's more effort than a lot of these things generally put into that. Like, yes, they could do a lot more, but even Donner Superman, I mean, Zod shows up immediately, knows how to use his powers, and then Non doesn't with his heat vision, but they just treat that as a joke, like it's because he's stupid or something. Like the rest of them can.
And I like in Man of Steel, like, it's not a brilliant explanation, but it's an explanation of, like, he is a soldier. He has trained all his life to adapt and overcome.
Yeah.
So that's why, like, it's a struggle, but he gets it quicker than, like, Clark.
See, because we're literalizing magnetism.
You remember the episode of season 5 where there's like a sorority of vampires.
I mean, I try every day to forget about that, but and I just had to sit through that again a few weeks ago, and I'm having PTSD just having you bring it up again. But yeah, what about that?
I don't know. It just popped into my head.
Oh,
like,
okay.
It's an episode that exists in the show.
Why are you forcing me to relive that? He's like so uninterested in this episode. He's got to make me relive the horror of one of the worst episodes of the show.
Yeah, then we're gonna have to watch it again.
Oh. Do you remember Buffy the Vampire?
Are you stalking me, best friend?
Do you remember when Buffy in its final season, which is the same year as this, did a very similar episode? Why do I watch television?
John's commentary for this episode is remember other things.
There's nothing to talk about this episode.
That's not true. This character is cool.
You need to quit just being a contrarian.
I mean, look at him in his cool black shirt and his haircut.
Yep, nothing dated about this at all.
No.
Also, shows like he's using his power showing off for no one. Where it's like, you could just close your locker, but no, because you can manipulate metal, you have to do this from 3 inches away and shove your locker door closed.
That's what I would do.
Was that a Superman reference that Lana's not made out of steel because Clark is the Man of Steel?
Sure, we'll count that because
he should have been able to control Clark because he's the Man of Steel.
Because
Austin, you missed the most ridiculous use of like Kryptonian powers. So this guy bursts in and shoots Jor-El in the flashback, and the bullet bounces off and hits not Lana when she's like behind him. Somehow
she was not anything like at the right angle for a ricochet to kill her, and it's hilarious.
Oh, there was a thing I saw like that the other day. I watched that new Green Lantern movie, the John Semper one, and there's a part where Green Arrow.
I heard that was really bad.
It is really bad. There's a part where the bad guy gets like a green arrow through his like heart. And then it cuts to Green Arrow, who's in front of them, but the arrow shoots through them like that. So we'd have to have been behind him.
That movie is really strange because it's like trying to adapt John's run, like the beginning of John's run, but John Stewart is the main character.
Yeah. Well, the entire movie, I was like, okay, so this is obviously what the bad guy's gonna be, right? And then, oh my God, I'm a doctor. I don't want to see kissing in my office.
They should. This hospital desperately needs Dr. House.
This hospital desperately needs to be repainted because this definitely is not a hospital.
Okay, so she has just completely gotten over her infatuation with him at this point, right?
Yeah.
John, where like we had to spend so much of last season watching her pine away for him, and now she's way more mature about it, and I don't know why beyond he went to Metropolis and was like Scary Red K. Clark, and she kept that secret, so like because she was his confidant, now she feels better about their relationship. Is that all it is? Because it just seems like the show is kind of just decided, we're moving past that now, like generically.
I don't think so entirely, because as she was leaving the room, she had this like look on her face where I think she's like trying to get over it, but you could tell like it still affected her having to pretend to make out with him.
Well, I don't want to complain that she's not being obnoxious, because like that's good. But it is weird that you wasted so much of my time with the last season. I don't know if I buy that.
Well, and last season had a lot of weird stuff with them, like him suddenly having feelings for her out of nowhere.
Oh, yeah.
Why was that like the big thing she was insulted by? You talked to Chloe about this? They're under the loft again.
But Lana, is it crazy? Like,
Okay, I counted that other under the loft bit, so I have to count this one. Another under the loft. This is just turned into around in the general vicinity of said loft.
So, Austin, I would just like to point out this woman has been stalked by a shapeshifter, a bug boy. And
I was there for the bug one.
I don't remember what other like Kryptofreaks, but the idea of somebody controlling her mind is crazy.
Well, in like 2 episodes ago, like Aqualad tried to drown her.
And I mean, the metallic, the metal thing is really silly, but just the general idea that somebody could mind control you, like with everything you've seen, and also don't forget about the guy who could duplicate himself that tried to date you and Chloe simultaneously and then tried to murder both of you on a bridge. Like, we've complained about this a lot already, but we're still doing it. Where both of these girls now have dated Kryptofreaks that went nuts and tried to kill them, and that Clark warned them about, and that they said he was overreacting.
Oh, there's the wall of weird.
At this point, anytime he says, hey, this guy you're dating might want to kill you, you should drop everything and investigate. Because he's always right about it. There's never been a time where he was overreacting. Never happened.
Which, you know, it might have been important to have that episode where, like, oh, he's wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But, I mean, I guess when you're always right, it's not hard to figure out.
In exactly the same way as that again, the Van McDulty episode, you needed a Kryptofreak that was a good guy. Robert, there's also the zombie episode where you have to stay awake because falling asleep turns you into a zombie. I don't know if I remember that.
I like that episode.
Of course you do.
That's not ringing any bells. There's a lot of kissing in this episode.
This is like the most awkward, intimate scene I've ever seen.
That's like season 9 or something, and like his blood ends up being the cure.
Oh, see, I don't know those later seasons that well.
That looks exactly like the jacket that Clark wears under Red Kryptonite.
It's the exact jacket that Leon wears in Resident Evil 6.
That's true.
Yeah, and this guy just looks like a Power Ranger from this period. A lot of them dressed like this.
Oh, you know what? That might be it. That looks like the Red Ranger from, I want to say Lightspeed Rescue.
Yeah.
He also looks like he could be a villain in the first Ghost Rider.
Like when he was a teenager?
Well, he's the magnet elemental.
Oh wow, I can't believe they skipped one. But you know, if you'd been there, I wouldn't have noticed, because none of them were, like, memorable at all.
And Ghost Rider walks up, and then he magnets the chain away from Ghost Rider, and then Ghost Rider just breathes fire on him, and he's instantly dead. Like a 5-second long fight scene.
Yeah, and then nobody would remember that it happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Does anybody else think it's kind of ironic that they have no chemistry at all, and the whole idea is like magnetism? Or is that supposed to be the idea that, like, he can manipulate her, and they don't? There's nothing that. Well, I guess that is supposed to be the idea, since they brought up the whole thing at the beginning, where they don't have anything in common, and she's like, he likes Game Cubes. I don't know what to talk to this guy about.
This should have been the episode where Clark uses the magic erasing kiss.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
Robert, were we counting mind control?
Characters not acting like themselves.
Oh, there you go.
We've also done nothing to develop her to get from that point A to point B. Like, I know it's mind control, but it should be like an overnight process. We've done nothing to, like, get to this point.
I would think it would keep wearing off. Oh, I forgot Stupid
imagine-
Girl was in this show. That's hilarious. That's a little on the nose, man. That's but they're at least a little self-aware with that choice. Because she is. They're like, we know our character's stupid. But you're supposed to care what happens about her, to her anyway.
And he's gone.
And he's gone. Oh my god, Clark, that's damaging public property.
What?
Clark, he's like heat visioning this road.
Couldn't you just like heat visioned a tire, like one tire?
Yeah, that seemed like overkill.
Or he could have just put like a stick in the road.
Just like twig, like stop.
Yeah, it pops his tires.
He's just new to road construction. He doesn't know how to do that yet.
Yeah. Oh my god, the sheriff's on the way. They heard that the road was melted.
How are we going to explain this?
Easily. I'm gonna use my mental powers.
Okay, but what would you even get in trouble for?
Yeah,
You're like, oh no, the
that-
sheriff is coming. You're gonna get arrested for melting the road? Like...
What?
Well, no. To be fair, she would be arrested for theft because she cleared out.
Oh,
the
that's
cash
right.
register.
That's right. I'm sorry. I so don't care right now. I'm having a hard time even paying attention to what happens
This
in this
is
episode.
just kind of nothing. Like, there's a series of events that are happening, but it's like nothing. Gee, imagine that Clark was right.
Like, I know you could say this about, you know, any episode of episodic television, but like this is one of those shows where you're like, well, I know it's all going to work out in the end, so why do I care? You know?
Well, not even that. It's just nothing. Like, it's all happening, but none of it is developing or interesting in an organic way. So it's like, it's just like watching a series of events flash on the screen.
Yeah.
And it's just
That's my
about
point.
Lana. Like, Clark and Lex are like not even in this.
We should have just kept saying Clark the whole episode.
Yeah.
That would have been the only way to make this remotely entertaining.
Agreed.
Do you see what I'm saying, Austin?
About what?
Well, you thought you'd find some joy in this somehow, and I'm just doing everything I can to take that away from you, because...
I want to take your joy away.
Could you tone down your performance just slightly there, Allison Mag? I caught the Dunham!
I caught your family, Lex.
Wow. She's not done, and she won't be till her head falls off.
Someone had to wear a neck brace the next day.
The
Yeah.
blades that pierced.
Came from his gilder.
Gilder. Came from his trailer.
Oh, we just killed this guy that we established last episode.
And it off screen too.
Yeah, I killed this man, and I'm pretending
Lex
like he
have a
just died of a
morgue
heart
in his-
attack.
Does Lex have a morgue in his office?
No, they're at the actual morgue.
Oh, okay.
They went there after they had some ice cream together.
Are you allowed to just walk into a morgue?
If TV has taught me anything, yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, Lex can go anywhere he wants to. It's all about the Benjamins.
That's true. He's got that bald-headed privilege.
Yeah, and he might have superpowers besides.
Michael Rosenbaum will be the next Charles Xavier.
I was say Charles Manson.
Well, and then it'll be an absolute nightmare for him because the last thing he wants to do is shave his head for a role again.
Well, that will be a
Robert Wilde says he lost the
post-Endgame
will to live.
MCU.
Yeah, that guy just Just didn't want to live anymore.
See,
and that's
this
why
is
he's dead.
insane. He overnight can take on an entire police station.
Well, he's Magneto.
I love that he has to do that very specific thing with his hands to make
Yeah.
it out.
Why does he have to do that?
Well, before that, when he opens the door, he was like,
I mean, it's kind of comic booky, so I guess it's fun, but why? But I think when he was moving the spoon around earlier, he wasn't doing that. Is that
But
just
also, like,
for dramatic effect?
how does his mind control work? Like, it should have worn off if they were separated, right? So, like, will it just never wear off?
Yeah,
I know it will because.
because it does. Yeah, that was exactly my thought. What if they are, though? That'd be an interesting story direction. Your feelings for Lana are a lie. It turns out it was just chemistry. And when you spend enough time away from her, you don't care about her anymore.
I mean,
This
that's
guy came
arguably what happens in season 8.
Okay, so I have a theory about Pete.
Ooh?
I almost said it along with you. So
he walked into the scene and then didn't do anything.
my theory about Pete is that every movie he references is the last one he watched.
Well, that's why he's never around. He's
Just
watching movies.
movies. So he was like, "Oh, it's a good thing that this situation is similar to Bonnie and Clyde because I just watched that last night."
So, wait. Clark has super speed and X-ray vision, and he has to rely on a magnet?
Did he get
as,
that
like, a
giant compass from his father? Was that a family heirloom?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's... Like, the Kents just have a lot of compasses laying around.
Now they're gonna recreate the famous scene from Dark Knight Returns.
Leo says, his episodes like this that make me prefer Lois and Clark over Smallville.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that at least
I mean, I've never seen
knows
Lois
how
and
cheesy
Clark,
it
so-
is. Oh, I gotta make you watch some Lois and Clark. I think it'd be fun to do a Lois and Clark, Superman and Lois stream. Just
Yeah,
drive
and then we'll
everyone
just-
crazy with those titles.
And I think with the mind control in this, it also raises the like a question of like, how much of Lana is like aware right now?
Clark, I've killed a man in your own
Yeah,
home before.
yeah, exactly. Is she even a person right now? And you can tell how.
Whoa!
Again, she's doing her best, but you can tell how not interested in this material Kristen Kirk is. You just see it in her face.
Whoa!
She's like, I'm doing my job.
That gun turned into like a plastic toy.
Yeah, that shot was so cool.
John, can we just
I mean,
switch over and watch Power Rangers now?
Like, I'm conflicted because that does legitimately sound fun, but at the same time, we're 5 hours into this. I'm committed.
Oh,
Why doesn't he
I'm
just
gonna
mind
be
control
committed.
Clark?
Okay, so here's the thing, Austin. Clark is 90% of the time magically immune to whatever the Kryptofreak of the Week's power
yes.
Oh, okay.
Are we doing any thematic thing with the setting? I guess beyond just we're at the fair again.
I
think
am
it's the Tunnel
90%
of
sure
Love.
it's just to put him in a place where he will have a fighting chance against Clark.
Oh, you're
It's like the-
you're right, Austin. The Tunnel of Love thing, because they're ostensibly in love, but they're not.
Yeah. What?
I'm kind of surprised they didn't do a.
What the hell just happened? What the hell am I looking at?
I'm really surprised
He
they didn't do
reversed
a.
the polarity.
You can't force people to fall in love with you story with this.
Okay, so I did just have a weird thought. So he controls like metal, and his powers manifest in kind of like electricity ways.
Now she has to do
And it's
community service
interesting
because
That
she.
the first episode was a like a lightning Kryptofreak, like the pilot.
Yeah,
I like to go back to that electricity motif.
that's a really good point. Yeah, because their effect for it looks so good, they have to keep going back to it.
Robert Wilde, shocking, positively shocking.
Dante S. Wow, really 24 hours. I saw this earlier. Figured I'd come back when I couldn't sleep. This is great. I've only seen a few episodes of Smallville, though. Well, thanks for being here.
Well, we're not too far into the stream so far.
And we're about to come
into
into
Lois and Clark and Superman and Lois. If we did a 24-hour stream of that, by the time we got to like hour 12, neither of us would be able to keep either show straight.
We wouldn't be able to say the names of them. Yeah, Lois and Superman and Clark and Lois.
Okay, here's the thing. Take a shot every time you guys mess up.
Oh, that's pretty good. That's a
That
good
is
drinking game. If you misconstrue the titles, you're screwed. You gotta take a shot.
So, Cap, this is gonna go back to what you were complaining about in season 2. She went from somebody who can't serve a cup of coffee to the place needs you because I can't make a good cup of coffee.
Yeah. You just overnight, she became brilliant at that. And not only can serve now, but knows how to run a business successfully.
Is that her crypto power?
Yeah,
She's really good at serving coffee.
Yeah, that should have been a big revelation this season, that Lex and Lana both got powers in the meteor shower but didn't realize it. You could have had this big thematic thing for the season where it's like, Clark, all your friends are Kryptofreaks. And then if you set it up early on with, well, like Lana thinks that kryptonite makes everybody insane, and that's why they all try to kill her. But then she finds out that she's been a Kryptofreak this whole time, and so is Lex. And they have to learn that they're all mutants, and it's just X-Men. And that's why Lex is bald, because he's going to lead the X-Men.
I just love that Clark gets super strength, speed, and etc., etc. Lex has, like, advanced immune system. Lana can serve coffee really good.
No, it has business acumen.
And then
she got a super useful power. It's just not visibly there. Sorry, what?
The other girl, this one.
That's Chloe.
Chloe. Her power is that she's really good at making like wall collages. So that like explains the wall weird.
Well, and she's also a human bobblehead. That's the other part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's part of her power where, like, she, like, has to power up first. It's like, when you have a water gun and you gotta, like, pump it first. So she's gotta be like...
She does that a lot, and then collage.
On the wall.
Then collage time.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is setting up all the investigation that she's been doing on Lana Luthor. And again, I feel like this is a bit of a retcon, where the end of last season is she's trying to get back at Clark and is working with Lionel, and now it's, oh no, she's been working against him the whole time.
Oh, they're about to be in the loft together.
I really don't think that's where they thought that was going. Sorry, what?
Is it a retcon, though?
It's debatable, but I always saw it like that.
Because it plays to me like she initially agreed to work for Lionel out of anger. But once that anger cooled and she realized, oh, I'm helping spy on my best friend for an evil person, she turns on him, and then that's when she starts investigating him. Because she knows that, like, he's dangerous.
It would just help if she didn't seem to no longer be upset with Clark at all whatsoever by the beginning of the season.
I mean, it would also help if they remember that she's a high school journalist and shouldn't have the resources of a fully paid journalist that's been doing this for 40 years.
That's true, but you also live in a town where everybody is driving a nicer car than they should be able to afford, and they wreck them all the time and replace them with cars just as nice every time.
What is the insurance rates in Smallville like?
$1 billion.
Robert said they just used a production still of Rutger Hauer from the last episode he was in.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Robert, like I did get the loft scene in there, but I forgot to make sounds.
Make that sounds, white boy. School's back in.
So this will also lead to like my question about the timelines of these episodes, because I would assume each episode is like, say, let's say a week of the year that you're in.
Yeah.
But I guarantee you, she will not be in community service next episode.
Nope.
No.
No, and the excuse is, oh, the network wants us to make episodic shows and we can't have too much serialization, but then they have a lot of serialization.
Well, she done mopped up that building, so...
Robert, you were
good.
really worried about that gong.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I'm not feeling the need to get it out a lot because I have the sound thing. The sound, what's it called?
That sound...
That sound bar. What the heck? I can't think of words. I'm so out of it already.
Oh wow, Asylum is only is episode 9.
How word me good.
I'm pretty sure it's not, Robert, because we still have Adam and Jensen Ackles.
Oh no, there's gonna be a ton more of that.
I think that doesn't stop until she gets with Lex.
I don't think it ever stops.
I think it stops when the show ends.
Well, no, because she leaves before that happens.
Yeah, but it just happens, like, but off camera.
Yeah, but it continues to haunt us, though.
Yeah.
It's fine, because they finally start focusing on Lois, and I like their Lois a lot better.
So I keep saying Asylum, but it's actually a two-parter that starts with Shattered. And I couldn't remember if Asylum was the first or the second part of it, but of course, because he's got to get Shattered before he goes to the Asylum. So yeah, we're coming into a lot of people's favorite episodes this season, and there's a lot of really great Rosamund stuff in this, and I'm excited.
So see, Austin has to stay for 2 more
it's
episodes.
a lot of fun to watch.
I think Robert's crying to get in.
Yeah, he wants to come in, and even though we just did a break, since he's going to come in and we're about to watch a two-parter, I actually want to go ahead and take the break now, and then come in so that we don't have to do that in between the two-parter.
Yeah.
And
Austin's like, finally, I'm free.
It's time to conquer Earth. Okay, guys. So one more break, and then we'll watch 2 in a row and knock out Shattered and Asylum. And we'll see you again here in just a little bit. And Austin, thanks for hanging out with us so long, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it was fun watching these with you.
Wasn't that episode great?
Oh, we didn't do our sign flips. I'm flipping mine red.
Austin, I don't even remember watching it. We just watched it.
I just remember that he done controlled her mind with magnet.
That's what happened, yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
Bye.
So smart, me.
So smart, me.
I actually have that in here, but I don't know if I can find it fast enough.
Joy book so much.
I think now that you told him you have it, you have to play it.
Yeah, you have to.
So smart, me. You don't friends.
You should play that every time Pete shows up.
A new dumb friend.
If only it had the laugh he does after, where he's like,
New dumb friends.
Now that's just racist.
Agreed.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll be back here in just a little bit. Episode 8 of Season 3, It's Shattered. We'll see you in a little bit. Okay, folks. It is 5 in the morning, and we're still watching Smallville.
It's only 3 in the morning for me.
Oh, aren't you lucky? Time is relative anyway. Hello, Robert. How are you, man?
Pretty good.
Excuse me, it is 6 in the morning, thank you.
Yeah, see, it's all relative. Oh, hey, you've got your Spawnville poster back there.
Yeah, I just took that out. I still haven't gotten it framed, because I don't have space for it, but I really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for giving that to me, man.
Yeah, that's awesome. I need to get one of those and print it. Put that on my wall. And I don't know if I've mentioned this anywhere yet, but Ty, who drew that, did a... he's mostly done with it now. Did a Spawn Year 10th anniversary poster that I'm going to try to make available soon, and it's really cool.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's really pretty. It's got Coke Redeemer on it.
Oh?
You have to watch Spawn Year.
Oh. I don't know anything about Spawn other than the movie.
Well, that's a good way to learn.
Which is surprising because that seems like just in concept something I'd really like.
Yeah, it does. And then you'd read 15 issues of it and go, what is happening in this? And yeah, anyway. That's another love-hate thing, but more hate than love, really. Let's get back into Smallville. Robert, you get to watch the really cool Lex 2-parter with us.
Well, that's why he wanted to come on. It's just to watch these 2 episodes.
Right, and he's going to deck out.
Yeah, then I'll leave.
Like, we're all going to wish we could do them. These that well. I'm sorry, what?
I vaguely remember these. These are definitely standouts for the season. I don't know, man. So far, at least watching through on this viewing, I think this is the weakest season so far, though there have been a couple really good episodes.
Yeah, I don't really know what I was talking about.
And I know these are like series best.
I'm not having a great watch with this either.
Yeah, it's Perry in the Dream episode, and that's kind of it.
And the Dream episode isn't great, but it's fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so the Green episode, the episodes I've given Green, I think the only strong Greens is like Perry and the premiere, the season premiere. The Dream episode was good, but it wasn't like great.
Well,
yeah,
this at least shouldn't be 3 reds in a row, unless I have the worst watch of Shattered I've ever had.
No.
I mean, there's some typical Smallville nonsense with this, of course, but it's a standout for the show. And at least you get some really good performances in it. And it was my introduction to Johnny Cash's version of Hurt.
Oh, really?
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot that was in this episode.
It is. We end on it. It's great.
I have like a convoluted way of like discovering that song, because I discovered that album because the remake of Dawn of the Dead used one of the songs from it. So I found that album because of the Dawn of the Dead remake, and that's how I discovered that song, just listening to that album.
I bet a lot of people find Johnny Cash stuff through movies.
Yeah, I heard that song and fell in love with it through the trailer to Logan. I mean, I'm sure I had heard it previously, like here, obviously, but the trailer to Logan kind of brought a lot more attention.
I was going to say, when Logan did it, it felt real overdone to me, but it was so good in that context, I didn't mind it.
Yeah, and then it popped up a lot in a lot of stuff after that.
But it was already popping up in a lot of stuff before that. It was just Logan. It was too appropriate not to use it. Anyway, let's go ahead and get into this, folks. Make sure that you're at timestamp 0. Make sure you're watching the 8th episode of Season 3. And get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
It's Hush.
Now
okay,
let's see how we did.
I was gonna say,
you see what I have to work with here.
Cap, I thought you would be in no mood for 89 quotes after the movie we just saw.
Nah, I have a total disconnect with that. That wasn't 89 Batman. That was just Michael Keaton messing around in a movie.
It was funny. Kev messaged me like, "Do you still want to do Smallville this weekend? Because the Flash comes out." I was like, "I'm not seeing that."
I didn't know. I thought there was a chance it might be okay. So look, that's not Rutger Hauer. We couldn't get him back.
That's Jigsaw.
It does look like Jigsaw.
I hate when we do stuff like this. Just recast and you don't need to bring attention to it.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, yeah, it's Rutger Hauer, who was a big get, but you either just don't use the character again, or you just recast. Because how hard would it be to write him out? I mean, I realize that he's kind of important for that backstory, but I don't know that we really need to see him again. I mean, if you can't, if you can't get the original guy and you don't want to do it, I mean, it is weird. It would be weird if he never showed up again because he knows that Clark's secret. But we do that kind of crap in the show all the time.
Yeah, the main thing that would make it jarring is just that this is 5 episodes later. I mean, when recastings happen between seasons, it's a little less distracting, but I mean, we were just introduced to this character at the start of the season.
I mean, I guess this might be a hot take, but if you need to bring that character back and you can't make sure that you're going to get that actor back, especially someone like at Rutger Hauer's level, just don't cast him in the first place. Cast somebody that you know will come back.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Especially for as little time as he has in those episodes.
Well, the sense I get is that they figured is that they thought they could keep getting him back, and maybe he had a conflict after that, or maybe he just hated working on the show. If it's true that people didn't get along with him.
Yeah, probably.
He was like, "I got an offer from this Nolan guy. I'm gonna go be in a Batman movie."
Yeah, in 2 years. I can't be in your show this year because I'm doing Batman Begins. Comes out in 2 years.
Yeah, I was talking about this earlier in the chat. I think in the 90s, Rutger Hauer would have been a really good Mr. Freeze. As a Batman.
We had the perfect Mr. Freeze.
Besides Arnold.
We don't need another Mr. Freeze because we had the perfect one.
Yeah, why Mr. Freeze in particular?
Have you seen The Hitcher?
No.
A lot of what he does in that is really cold and no pun intended. I think he would have been good as that character.
Okay.
Allow me to break the ice.
Although he was actually a big inspiration for Nolan's take on the Joker in Dark Knight. Because Nolan was a fan of Rutger Hauer, specifically his performance in The Hitcher, where he plays this really terrifying bad
that's
guy.
Interesting. See, I think they should just make up a new villain for him that's about like sticky notes, like Post-it notes, and then when he goes and kills someone, he has this catchphrase where he always goes, "Did you get the memo?"
Catherine Hall says, "I liked Hauer in the original Buffy movie. I mean, he's as good as anybody in that movie is."
Yep, it's crazy, isn't that?
Surprise.
Oh yeah, just throw something at him. I don't even know what you threw at him.
How stacked it is.
And then jumps out the window, and then later there's not going to be any evidence that he ever jumped out the window, and then we're going to wonder if he's really crazy or not. It's all coming back to me. I'm just going to narrate the episode.
All it takes is one bad day.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell that
remember him
Rosenbaum's
in a
really having fun
straitjacket
with this
that's
episode
kinda...
because he gets to just like go nuts and have crazy eyes, which he's really good at.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most unfortunate part about Rosenbaum being stuck in this show is just this is the Lex that I want to see in the greater DC universe.
Mm.
I want to see this Lex team up with and then betray the Joker and have to deal with Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, that's a good point. We don't really do fun team ups with him and other Superman villains, at least not that I remember.
No, because by the time we start doing other proper Superman villains, he's left.
No, we do a thing with him in Brainiac in 5, but that's about all you get.
That's such a funny shot. He just moves the books, and there's like the top half of his head.
And this is an iconic Lex look to me from the show with the messed up eye.
I mean, we just got something similar at the, a few episodes ago.
So
well,
this is
actually, maybe part of the reason I'm saying that is because we keep doing it. You're right, because you have it. We said a few episodes ago. We had it at the end of season 1. They love that look. Did he have it on the island?
No, in the island he was more just like covered in like filth.
Well, what are you talking about, Robert?
Well, the episode after when he's back talking like he's still got like the scars.
Oh yeah. See, now I'm wondering if it's on the same side of the face that it was in the thunderstorm at the end of 1. Because they did it there too.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
It reminds me of I don't think anybody but me is going to appreciate this reference, but in Dragon Ball Z, anytime Vegeta character will get hurt, he will always grab the same arm. So it's like iconic in my mind. Like that's always what I imagine is just this character grabbing this one arm. Doesn't matter where he actually got hit. That's what he grabs.
Or it's like playing a video game where you always have like the same limp after a while.
I shouldn't read any. Oh, sorry, I gotta say this really quick. This is another Kenneth Miller script. Kenneth Miller, I always think of as a terrible writer, but then occasionally something like this will come up that's a better script, and I'm like, I have to throw my hands in the air and go, okay, apparently Miller can kind of write occasionally. He wrote some really bad Voyager, and then he show ran Voyager for just the last season, which is easily one of its worst seasons. But yeah, I don't want to read too much symbolism into that face. But like, because we keep doing it, I'm thinking like there's got to be a reason for it. You've always got the damage on the one side. Like, is it a duality thing, or is it just it looks cool? I don't know.
I'm like 75% sure it's it looks cool.
Yeah, probably so. I'll stop intellectualizing the show. Sorry, what?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
So this is a question I always have when we, not just in Smallville, but because obviously we have a lot of like stories that do this whole like there's no evidence.
Right.
How did you fix a window that quickly? How do you get rid of the body and the blood that quickly?
Well, I think the answer there is don't think about it, because by the time we know for sure he's not crazy, we're supposed to have forgotten about all of that.
Mm-hmm. And I've seen worse examples of that, so I can let it slide. It's like, it's a window. They got extras. We seen this guy before?
I've never seen this guy before.
We'll see, but even here we have evidence that he's not crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't remember how much this episode is like trying to convince you, the audience, that he's crazy, or if we're just seeing him go through the situation.
Well, I'm pretty sure that there's still places after this where Lex is acting crazed enough that Clark's still not totally sure, like, where reality is.
Mm-hmm.
This is reality.
And do we get into any of the Julian repressed memory stuff yet, or is that still a while away?
I don't remember. No. That is here, because that's going to be the big thing that pushes Clark to think that Lex is lost. Because the thing is, because of the way he's drugged, it is making him delirious. So he's acting crazy, but it's not because of the island; it's because of the drugs. And so you have that bit where he is holding a blanket and thinks it's his brother, and he's singing to it. That's this episode. Yeah. That's going to be in the barn.
And we're not counting Clark and Lex loft scenes.
No, but we are counting specifically Clark and Lex in the barn while Lex is singing a lullaby to a blanket. We're counting that.
Clark and Lex in the library with a wrench.
With a baby blanket.
Why do they need a baby blanket for a wrench?
Wall of Weird again. I was waiting for them to move over to that angle, or to that wall. I was like, if they never show it, I'm not writing it down.
Yeah, there have been at least a couple episodes where they're in this room, but they don't show that wall.
When we had that typical fight scene at the end of last episode, Robert, did we have any, like, convenient unconsciousness or bullet time or any of that stuff? Because I wasn't really paying attention.
I don't remember any bullet time.
No, because he sends Lana runs away, and then they just fight for a minute, and then it's over.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fight. And then did he die?
No, I don't know. It's kind of ambiguous. He just Clark like reverses the magnetism somehow.
You know, I feel like we could write a Smallville episode.
I'm sitting here like thinking like I could rewrite Smallville just using the ideas we've come up with and make it better.
I've always
And
wanted
I'm
to
not
do
even a
that.
writer.
Yeah, I've always
That's what
kind of
I
wanted to do like a fanfic thing and just like rewrite this show where you keep a lot of the beats the same.
Yeah, I would keep like the story points the same, just like tweak the characterization, and maybe at some point because you've altered the characterizations, you'd have to change some plot beats. But
Lionel,
like,
oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like obviously, if I was writing this by this point, you know, Clark and Lana's relationship would be much different.
Yes, of course. Lionel's giving a masterful performance here, because of course it'll be revealed at the end of this that he's behind what's happening with Lex. But that bit where he's almost stuttering and he goes, a psychotic break. He's had a psychotic, like, it's really convincing.
Mm-hmm.
I love the way we shoot Lex in some of this.
This is a motif through the season with him, the like one crazed eye business. Yeah, and this is that bit I was talking about. Where he's singing to the blanket. Yeah, the only piece of evidence Clark has so far that there's any truth to what Lex was saying is that one piece of glass, which could be there, from his perspective, you know, possibly from something else, but like when else would the glass had broken? I don't know. Oh, but isn't there like a fake explanation later that it broke for some other reason? Maybe not. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen this one.
Yeah. See, you're supposed to know the early stuff, and I'm supposed to know the later stuff.
Well, it's just like little bits that I don't remember. I don't know.
So is this the first Julian name drop, or have they?
No, that's come up.
Isn't there that whole thing with the woman that thinks Clark is her son?
Yes, that's where that
Right.
starts.
Yep.
Dude says, I don't know the
And
early
we
seasons
eventually
well enough.
meet.
Shut up.
Isn't Julian also the brother that's in like season 2?
No,
No, that you guys already hashed that out. That was
we already did all that. That's Lucas.
Oh, Lucas. And that guy's now playing Kirk.
Yeah, he is, and he's fine, but it's not Kirk. Like it feels like an almost different archetype that they're calling Kirk because their Pike is too close to Kirk.
Oh, interesting.
But I mean, I like him. Like he's fine. Oh, you know what? I think the first episode of season 2 just dropped for that, and I haven't seen it yet.
It's always interesting to me.
I guess I'll do that after I sleep.
It's always interesting to me when you see these actors that started on like CW, and because obviously that guy went from this to the Vampire Diaries and now Star Trek. Julian is first mentioned in season 1. Stray, says Catherine Hall. Ow.
And Cap, you still haven't seen Picard season 3?
No.
Oh, you know what it is? I remember now. Lucas is in a later season, and it's the guy that ends up playing the Snyderverse Jimmy Olsen.
No, Lucas never comes back.
Or it's somebody that he thinks is like his brother.
Isn't there is it a clone?
It's
of
probably
one
a
of them?
clone.
Yeah, it's when they're doing the clone things, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, he calls himself Lucas. But it's the same guy that plays Jimmy Olsen in BBS.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that character name ever coming back. I thought they completely forgot that character existed.
Doesn't Lex kill him? Because that's still a Lex season, right?
If it's 7.
It sounds like 7. So much is such a blur
Yeah,
for me.
exactly.
No pun intended.
I guess I'm going to have to spend all my time watching Smallville now, so I have anything to say about this. Well, and like I didn't go back and rewatch this because we're still in episodes that I've done reviews on, and we're about to get past those though because I never finished season 3. So yeah, this will be unprecedented. I'll finally be talking about episodes I haven't talked about before.
So I looked it up just because it's been a while since I watched it. It's Grant Gabriel, who is a clone of Julian.
Yeah, there you go.
I knew it was Julian, but I mean,
Yo, you said he was calling himself Lucas. I swear to God, that name never comes up again.
Lucas, Julian, it's all the same.
Completely different. Yeah, no, we have a fixation on Julian where we can't stop doing things with that. Lucas, we totally pave over, and it's like it never happened.
Yeah, my bad. I got the name.
Nah, I'm just giving you crap because I have nothing better to do.
I saw it happen. Don't tell me it didn't happen. And Cap, congratulations again on you and your wife on a new baby. That's amazing. I was not expecting.
Yeah, my life is crazy.
I didn't see the post that you made, so when I was like waiting and everybody kept saying congratulations, I was like, wait, what? And then when Austin made the joke for the first time, it went completely over my head because I had no idea what he was talking about.
I'm sorry. I should have.
No, it's fine. I just thought it was funny because I was like, what?
But I shouldn't have just assumed that you'd seen that.
Yeah, so is your new goal to finish counting Kryptofreaks before your next child is born? Is that the year goal for you?
No, because there's no chance it happens. I mean, I can't even do one next month. I'm going to be on so many trips.
So there's no way we're going to finish 7 seasons in 6 months.
In 6 months, it can't be done. I don't think it's healthy to do 2 of these in 1 month. Mostly because of Smallville, not as much the sleep deprivation.
I don't think it's healthy to do 1 of these a month, but we still do it.
But we're still doing it, yeah. So anyway, Rosenbaum is amazing here. I love the uncertainty, the insecurity. He's paranoid. He's sure he's right, but he's not sure he's right. You know, like there's that part of him that just knows what he knows. But then he sees the sweatshop. It shouldn't be here. He knows what's supposed to be here. And he has been acting kind of crazy. But Robert, I'm with you. And Smallville has this problem a lot. How much is the audience supposed to be wondering about his sanity versus how Clark is wondering about his sanity?
Yeah,
Rosenbaum is really good at getting Lex into that dark place.
Yeah.
Which is why, even if the writing's not as good in the later half before he leaves, I love that stuff because Rosenbaum is just killing it.
Tom Slow says, not with that attitude. You're not going to get all those seasons done. Could you imagine if I was in the middle of a 24-hour stream and my wife went into labor?
That would be a Smallvillian twist.
Be like, well, John, you're on your own.
I'm the captain now.
I thought you were just going to power through it.
Have fun watching the Lana witch and the tattoo crap. I'm out of here. I got better things to do. I'll see you at the Phantom Zone.
I'm with Lex. I haven't seen this guy before. He's probably in on it.
Yeah. I know what this calls for. Tons of alcohol. And then we'll find out that this woman is absolutely paid off by Lionel.
Oh. I don't think we've had one scene of Lex playing pool this season.
Wow, I think you're right. I mean, we will get more later. That's something that Rosenbaum talks a lot about on Talkville. How amusing it is that Lex is constantly like putting the ball wherever he feels like it and then shooting.
Does he actually?
Oh yes, I was right. There is an explanation. Yeah, so screw you guys making fun of me for not knowing anything. Thomas Lowe said, you're supposed to be good at this. See, I remembered that, so I've redeemed myself.
Have you, though?
Nah, probably not. Hey, does anybody agree with me that it might have been, well, I'm just saying this for the fun of the acting. I would have been okay with Lex being like this for like 3 or 4 straight episodes.
Oh, I would have.
So, if I have one complaint about this, it's not with the.
Yeah, but if you found out he was drugged the whole time, it would be a little bit of your character who's not themselves thing for too long. But I'm sorry, John. Go and then do I count this as one of those? Like it's kind of that.
I'm gonna say yes.
It's
because
mind-altering.
he was fine before this episode.
It's mind altering. John, you were trying to make a point, and I was being an a-hole. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing with you. It's just, I think part of the problem with this episode, at least for me so far, is this is out of nowhere. Like, we've had the the therapist sessions, but he's been fine.
Oh, yeah.
This entire time.
That's not true. It's been maybe a little bit too subtle and in the background. Like, he hasn't been... I can see why you'd want a little bit more build-up to this, but he's going this crazed this quick because I'm trying to remember if Lana, puts more drugs in his system than he had or what exactly happens. But I think the idea was supposed to be that he's, already questioning his sanity before there's any drugs in his system. So I don't think he's been drugged the whole time. Like, I think when you said it's out of nowhere, I think it actually in the story is somewhat out of nowhere. Because Lionel has to, make Lex uncredible because he's getting too close to the truth about stuff in his investigations about him. I think that's what's going on, if memory serves.
I just want someone to quote in this episode I want Lex to quote Christopher Lloyd in, I think it's Suburban Commando, where he's just out of nowhere goes, "I was frozen today." And it's one of my favorite Christopher Lloyd deliveries because it's so weird.
Yeah, I've seen that clip.
Robert knew exactly what I was talking about.
No, Austin sent me that clip at one point, but I've never seen any of the rest of that.
I've never seen the rest of the movie, just that one clip, and it makes me laugh like a lunatic every time.
I mean, if you want Christopher Lloyd shenanigans, you can probably watch all of it.
But
there's also a lot of Hulk Hogan.
John, there's some setup for this initially earlier in the season when he comes back from the island and he puts the gun on Lionel and he's, real kind of crazed there. And then when he's already questioning his sanity a little bit here and there, and then also dealing with the question of, did he actually have malaria? Because and he had the hallucination on the island. There is some, psychological crazy stuff going on with him that's not drug induced.
Okay. Well, it's even weirder that we're gonna drop Lucas because we're gonna get a lot of flashbacks later on to his time in boarding school.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good call. And I do think some of the trauma that he's been going through is very contrived in the first place because of all the stuff with Helen that didn't work. And I won't go back through all of that again, but
I was thrown out of a plane today.
Is that the new Johnny Cash song? I was thrown out of this plane today to see if I could breathe at high altitudes.
Do we think we're setting up any Lex-Lana relationship here, or...
There's that question all the way through. It's real hard to tell. It starts to feel like retroactively when you get into 5 and 6, because they're clearly on their way there in 5. Once you get to the beginning of 5, it's obvious they're planning on going that way. But retroactively, when you go back to this stuff, yeah, you start wondering if it was in the back of their minds at least.
Okay, so she's dead, right?
Yeah, she should be quite dead. Clark didn't get there in time.
Her leg even looks...
Oh my god, yeah. I remember that being kind of scary when it was first on.
So, with the Lana and Lex thing, that wouldn't, from what I remember, that always played more like he was just kind of in the right place at the right time. And that relationship was born out of just him being right there when Clark and Lana's relationship ends for like the 600th time.
Yeah. But he's got a bit of an obsession with her building before that happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've just had a lot more...
Well, yeah, because if I remember correctly, he's the reason Lana crashes her car, which is why Clark has to go back in time.
Yes. That's what I was going to say, is like, while their relationship is still in good shape, he's pining after her, and they've made it a clear love triangle.
Well, and as weird as it is that he's supposed to be, like, older, it makes sense from a perspective of, like, he still wants that life that Clark has.
That's right.
And I've always liked that, like, he's so afraid of their relationship falling apart that he's the one that makes it fall apart.
Well, and to be fair, I think a lot of people have this misconception that he's supposed to be, like, 10 years older than them. It's like 5 or 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, once we get out of high school, they just pretend they've been out of high school for a while anyway, so it's like, it doesn't matter.
Well, and they all look like, when they started the show, they've been out of high school 5 years or 10 years, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Cap,
Glover's
I
so
always...
good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, he's amazing.
I mean, Cap, I always liked your theory that it's after Lexmas where it gets in Lex's head, like, oh, maybe I can get both.
Yes.
Like, maybe I can do both. I can get, like, Clark's perfect life, but also do the stuff that I want.
Yeah,
well,
and I can do it through manipulation and using people, and those skills that my dad gave me are useful to get the interpersonal relationships I want, as well as wealth and power.
Mm-hmm.
And I've always appreciated that they're willing to go to the extremes to show how much he manipulates Lana into staying with him as they do.
Yeah.
Because what he does to her is horrifying.
And also, Robert, if I don't have that wealth and power, I can't hang on to the relationships I want, because that was the whole Lexmas thing. Is if I had the money, I could save her.
Mm-hmm.
And his mother's point in that is, and there's some sap in that, but I like overall I really like that episode, at least thematically. Her whole point is, like, just having had that relationship in the first place is valuable and worthwhile, like, come what may, like, let what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Catherine says that I heard them say on the season 5 commentary that they had to wait to after high school to do the Clark Lana Lex triangle. That way it was legal for Lex to date Lana.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all, if they were already thinking it 2 or 3.
Well, I mean, you always have to do that, right? Like, if you're toying with, and I fully believe the writers of Go and whatever his name is, maybe intended for him to end up with Lana, and then that pivoted when we changed showrunners and it just becomes a Superman show. But you always have to have that season where, like, she's dating the other guy in these, teen drama shows.
Well, and also because there's so much precedent for it with Lois and Lex in Superman stuff. They've got to be thinking that.
I'll take your word for it, because I didn't know about that.
Yeah, that's a real common.
That's
a real common thing. Lois and Clark does it. Comics do it. It's real common for Lois and Lex to have a thing, to either have a fling or a relationship, or for him to be after her and she's not interested. But there's a lot of different permeations of that we do.
Okay, yeah, because
I think Red Sun does that. That's in Red Sun too, right?
I don't remember. It's been a while. But I'm sorry, I might have missed what you said. Did you say Red Sun or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember anymore.
I know animated series does it. But I think in animated series, he's interested and she's not.
Or it's just that one alternate reality episode where they're together. I don't remember.
Yeah.
I mean, there's also the Bruce, Clark, Lois love triangle in the Batman Superman crossover. That's more of a thing than Lois and Lex ever is in that continuity.
Well, and my biggest issue always with that I had, because I recently watched the animated series for the first time, is A, I think it ends terribly, and B, I don't. Yeah, it ends with everyone hating him.
I love that because Justice League continues and kind of resolves.
Yeah, but they didn't know that at the time.
But you need Well, I think they're expecting another season.
Yeah, but I mean, what we got ends terribly, and I kind of wish it focused more on like Clark's personal life.
Oh sure. Oh, I mean, one thing that I hate about what they do in Unlimited is the thing I always hate, where Superman is dating Lois but still hasn't told her that he's Clark. Like, that's still a thing in Unlimited. I hate that.
Yeah, I mean, it's because they didn't bother to do anything with that in Superman the animated series.
We probably should have been counting Lex pointing a gun at Lionel scenes. You're right, Cap.
Yeah.
Well, start writing in your book.
Just Lex with it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know you're going to do all that anyway, so...
This is all just material for me.
We know you've already set up an AI that just counts everything.
We have a Clark that's actually being proactive for once.
Well, and I like that he's taking a little bit from his time on Red Kryptonite in Metropolis and, like, integrating it into his regular personality now, where, like, he's in control, but he can find that in himself some.
Yeah, he's tapping into that.
When he needs it, yeah. That's cool. I was also going to say earlier with Crazed Lex, that's a really good example of an actor with comedic sensibilities using it for intense drama, where there's some things that Rosenbaum is doing that remind me of the way he plays comedy. Like, he's tapping into that for, like, the really intense stuff, like when he's, you know, kind of making fun of Lionel when he's holding a gun on him, and he does some really crazy facial expressions. I'm seeing more of that actor, like, when he's just being silly and playful as a person, not even acting, in that performance. And it reminds me a lot, maybe I've said this before, of when Brent Spiner gets to play crazy as Data, where, like, suddenly he's Brent Spiner. Like, it's that thing with Lex, but suddenly he's a Rosenbaum.
I keep waiting for the new Morgan Edge to go, wait till they get a load of me. Like, oh, should we have counted that as, like, an intentional 89 reference when they're doing, like, the unwrapping? Because that was a little too similar to be an accident, I think.
That felt more just like classic movie monster homage than 89 specifically.
I really don't think
like
that was an 89 homage, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
there's Frankenstein.
It obviously reminded me of it, but I don't think they did it on purpose.
I mean, when it comes to, like, anything 89, I leave that up to you as the final say, because I think that movie's fine, but, like, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of it.
I'm between you guys. I love that movie a lot, but not on the level that Cap does.
I don't think anybody loves that movie on the level Cap.
Oh, that's not true, man. I know people that like it more than I do.
Well, that's see, only it's funny you say that because, like, everyone that I know, it's Returns. Everybody that I know loves Returns.
Returns has had a big resurgence in the last, like, decade.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
I like parts of it.
Well, what's also fun about Crazed Psychotic Lex here is that you're getting flashes to what he would probably be like in the future when he's full on evil.
There's your kryptonite necklace, and also Clark on Green K.
Oh, yep, there you go. And I like the little... I don't know how intentional they are, but the kind of occasional homages to the way classic Lex in comics uses kryptonite against Superman. So, like, obviously, later on, when you have the double, the enemy within thing, you're going to have the green ring. But there's something kind of provocative even about seeing, like, Morgan Edge with kryptonite up against Clark right next to Lex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought you were going to say a Superman 78 with the kryptonite necklace.
Oh, yeah.
Actually
I wasn't even thinking about that.
With it.
I guess that was a bad guy death.
Yeah.
I don't know if we've had any other bad guy deaths this season. I keep thinking there has to be somebody that I'm missing. Did Van McNulty die? That guy probably died, right?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'm going to count that. I'm pretty sure he died.
I hope not. He was a legend. Anyone who can call themselves Van with a straight face is a legend.
No, I don't think he died. I think they said he was arrested.
We don't know for sure. Okay, I'm going to have to look it up.
Correct me in the comments, please.
I will retract
but
that.
I'm pretty sure Clark said he was arrested.
Yeah, if you're still watching Smallville with us at 5:30 in the morning, would you correct us? Let us know. Oh, now he's dying. Okay, well, I counted that prematurely, but he's dead now.
He was only.
Oh my god.
Okay, can I throw out a really weird criticism? The music,
sure.
The like big bombastic percussion there was like Smallville previously on or trailer music.
My volume is down.
And then they're gonna use this whole insane like mind break to make him conveniently forget about his powers.
Yes. And that's of course the big problem with this episode is Lex isn't going to remember much of any of what happens with this, and it's all for Clark, and it's better than your average, amnesia plot, but it's just obvious from right here what we're going to have to do with this. We're like, of course he's not going to remember any of this. But it doesn't matter because he's not going to remember the entire series by the end.
Okay, so I have a question. Obviously, he sounds crazy because Clark is gone, but what do they think happened to that car? It's in pieces.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened to that tractor. It just fell off the truck.
But here's the thing. At this point in the series, before you know where anything is going, that potentially works if they're all working for Lionel. Because we don't know what Lionel knows exactly. But then we'll find out not anything like as much as he ought to. And that's my biggest issue with what we do with him in 4.
Yeah.
Is he should be holding all the keys right now.
Well, he was frozen today.
But I mean, he's better than you. He's not in a hospital with tubes in his nose.
He didn't get stepped on by a horse repeatedly.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you're never gonna walk again. But Lex is not doing great.
Are you ready for her to meet Adam?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I forgot.
So,
I kind of forgot about that because I was duped by the fact that it doesn't happen right away at the beginning of the season. I forgot we still haven't gotten to the quote unquote season long boyfriend yet. Do we have to do all of this today? I'm sorry. What were you saying, Robert?
Oh, so she's still gonna be healing in the next episode, and then she'll be totally fine in the one after that, right?
No, they do make it take a little while, probably quicker than it ought to, but the main reason that plot continues is because they use it to introduce a new character.
Okay.
So I don't want to give them too much credit for it.
I don't know what it is, but I don't like their logo for Belle Reeve.
Yeah.
It doesn't look right.
At least they pronounce it right. That drives me crazy in DCEU when it turned into Bell Rev for some reason. It's the only thing that's ever pronounced it like that. I'm like, stop it.
No, see, in this show, knowing it'd be like Belle Reeve.
Why did
Or
you name your
Vigilante.
insane asylum Ballerina? It's weird.
The Vigilantes are in Belle Reeve.
Vigilante Ballerina.
I don't know. You could just be like, not a piece of crap.
I think you love the idea of having a son more than life itself.
Well, and there's a kind of an interesting, like, when Lionel finally does make that shift to good guy, I like that they deal with it as, like, it's too late.
Yeah, but then after a while, everybody just kind of gets used to it. And then the writers seem to be kind of bored with writing that, so they take him evil again.
I mean, more from what I remember, admittedly. So, like, he switches, and then you obviously have that, like, period where, like, Clark doesn't trust him. And obviously it's, like, it's too late to even begin to repair that relationship with Lex. But then, I mean, at worst, he's more morally ambiguous. Like, he's doing things that I think are wrong, but for the right reasons.
By
What he thinks are the
7,
right
though, I
reasons.
think they've just taken him right back to where he used to be. But it's
I'll
been,
have to see how it
but it's been too
plays.
long. Yeah.
Because 7, he's working with Clark. It's just he's not doing things the way Clark would do it. Because he knows about the secret society.
Oh, yeah, it's the Veritas thing.
Which never came up for 7 years.
I know.
This is a great musical cue, by the way.
Yeah.
This scene I remember really loving, with Lex staring at his own reflection and Lionel on the other side looking at him. Like, that's good stuff.
Yeah, it's a really provocative image. It's the symbolism of that is really clear, but it's not, like, obnoxious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They don't do the hands on the glass. Like,
Yeah.
that's gonna go too far.
That's a good call. That's good. Well, I like that. Like, Lex can't see his father.
Yeah.
But like he is seeing his father. Like, that's the idea. I don't know. That's wonderful. And like I said, that introduced me to that song, which kind of got me into Johnny Cash in general.
It's really funny that we're gonna go from this like excellent two-parter to the super hearing episode.
Oh yeah. Isn't that unfortunate? And I always have like a really jarring reaction to that when I watch this in sequence, where I'm like, this is very lame.
I'm not sure how I'm gonna feel about it, because I always like episodes where like the hero is disabled in some way or like weakened, but we'll see how it plays.
All John wants is a season of a superhero show where the hero is like loses his arms and his legs. He's a paraplegic. The show is called Paraplegic Man. Yeah, let's get on that. Let's make that cartoon show.
Paralegic Paralegal.
Oh,
the
no.
animated series.
See, this is how we know nobody's watching anymore. Because nobody called me on not changing the episode title.
Aw.
And on a great episode, too. So we're all going green on this, yes?
Yeah, I am green.
We're going to be good for the environment.
I should flip it red just to be a contrarian, but...
Just to be a jerk face. Oh, wait. We just did Shattered. This is Asylum. You've seen it on the screen now for 3 seconds. I wrote it.
This is gonna be really unfortunate for your viewers who watch this after the fact.
They'll figure it out.
Well, there's at least 3 examples in every stream of it, so it's fine. I've done that every time. Yeah, no, we all know I'm a complete hack and a fraud, but the question is, what's
No, that's
worse,
a different
being
channel.
that or you guys still watching? That's the, who's the joke really on?
But that's a different guy.
What?
I said, but that's a different guy.
No, I know. I don't understand that.
Oh, haven't you seen the Red Letter Media Terminator Dark
Oh,
Fate
yeah, that
review?
one's great.
Yes, but I don't remember it.
Mike will explain something to Rich as Plinkett, and Plinkett will go, "Oh, you mean such and such?" He'll go, "No, that's a different guy." And it goes on for like 10 minutes as he tries to explain the Terminator franchise.
He's referring to all the John Connor actors throughout the series. Like, but that's a different guy.
Yeah. There are lots of them.
John Connor.
I'm
Good in
just
Smallville.
sad that we'll never get another season of the Sarah Connor Chronicles, and I'd be fine doing it now with everyone too old. It's fine.
Did you guys see?
Just resolve
James
it.
Do another Terminator, but he's waiting to see the effect AI will have on the human race.
Yeah. Yeah, it's preposterous.
Apparently he's writing it, but he's not going to direct it, so pass. And I don't know if
I mean, it's a Terminator film that isn't T2 or T1. That's kind of an instant pass at this point.
Yeah, and I don't know. 30 years later, that man is a different person.
Yeah, I mean, he's also slapped his name on the last 2 Terminator movies. That hasn't meant anything.
Okay, let's watch this episode, and then we'll take a break. Here we go. Everybody, please press play. I hope you're at timestamp 0. Everybody, please press play right now. Meanwhile, at Bell Rev Sanitarium.
Why is the B backwards?
Meanwhile, at the
style
Vigilante.
Meanwhile, at the Vigilante.
I remember liking the music cue here and thinking it was kind of creepy.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot of blue. Because he is blue.
Yeah, that's how you know that you're either in Metropolis or a hospital in Metropolis.
What if you're in a Metropolis hospital?
Then it looks like this. Only more blue. I mean, this is a Metropolis hospital.
Great Scott, it's double blue.
Great Scott. Great shades of Elvis.
Oh, I remember this thing.
Now it's time for crazy painting.
And it's funny that it's blue because like those episodes have to all deal with like reality and like loss of reality.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
because
because he's sad and depressed, and he's blue dabba-dee dabba-die.
But no, there's this great part in John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness.
Oh yeah.
Where he talks about like his favorite color is blue, and the character wakes up and like the screen has this blue filter on it, but the character's aware that it has a blue filter on it, and it freaks him out. That's all I can think about when I see a blue filter now.
I still need to see that movie.
I forgot all about that.
That's my favorite Carpenter flick.
Wait, is that the Magnet guy that we just had 2 episodes ago?
No, that's Van.
Oh, that is Van.
I told you it lived.
It's funny because he's not even a Kryptofreak. He just kills them.
I mean, to be fair, this isn't like a Kryptofreak prison, it's a mental institution.
No, I know, but everybody else is a returning Kryptofreak.
Has Alex ever shown like any artistic ability for painting?
He's not showing any now either, I don't think.
No.
I mean, admittedly, that's not like a terrible painting.
I don't know why he's making Zordon.
He's looking through the viewing globe.
Yeah, it was really cool when this was on to see some of those returning bad guys, like whether they were characters I liked or not, just because we'd never really done that much continuity stuff with the show. Like we had Tina Greer, like we'd had returning ones, but you threw them all together like that, and it just there's a little bit of weight to it because it feels like, again, actions and consequences. Like Clark has made a lot of stuff happen, and now they're gonna gang up on him.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't.
That's not something you're going to see a lot in this show.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't pick a lot of the best ones, but then a lot of the best ones they killed already. Yeah. So what are you going to do? And they're like, but we got Jonathan Taylor Thomas back. People remember him.
Did something.
Yeah.
Remember when he was in every 90s movie?
It's too bad that they couldn't have him and the other brother from Home Improvement as returning Kryptofreaks in the Asylum. But I think they killed that one. Didn't a big thing fall on him and crush him?
Was he the ice guy?
No. He was the Kryptonite Inhaler guy from season 2. He was baseball player, man.
Oh.
And he got super strength, and then I'm pretty sure like an engine or a turbine or something fell on him.
I mean, that must have been a very memorable episode because.
The only reason I remember it is because I watched seasons 1 and 2 way too many times over and over again.
And this year.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like back in the day when I was really super into the show.
Yeah, I think Lex just really wanted him to see his point.
Speaking of Terminator, we're doing some Terminator 2 stuff in this one.
That's a good call.
That's Sarah Connor.
Yeah, I like
this episode would be 10 times better if Arnold just showed up out of nowhere.
That's every show that's ever been made, except for his new one, apparently.
Like Lex Luthor, come with me if you want to live?
Yeah. Lex Luthor, come with me if you want to live.
I think that was the 912th best Arnold Schwarzenegger impression I've ever heard.
Thank you. I worked really hard to get to 912.
He's working his way up the leaderboard.
Yeah. That How It Should Have Ended video of the Terminator Back to the Future crossover is still the best Terminator thing that has ever been made since the first.
It's pretty funny. You guys, we just need this show. We just need, like, Crazed Lex Luthor Fugitive. The show. The production values on these 2 episodes are really solid. And I like these episodes that kind of feel like a different show.
Yeah, you can tell they saved their budget for these too.
And I don't mean like the main show sucks, so I need it to, constantly change its genre in the same way as these actors like changing their characters. But I just mean, sometimes it's warranted, and they'll get directors that know how to do this kind of, bigger action stuff, or make things look like an espionage show, or kind of more of a noir show. Like, there are places where this show gets kind of versatile and playing around with different genres.
Somebody save that guy.
Just save him already.
Is that the longest cold open we've had to an episode? Because that felt like that went on a while.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Almost 7 minutes.
At some point I forgot it was the cold open, so I was like, wait, we haven't even done the credits yet?
Yeah.
That may have been the longest one. Although, the one... It feels like it should be a season cliffhanger or something, because we tend to make those longer. Like, the one for season 1, I think, is kind of lengthy. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
Is it in the pilot?
So
no, it's not the pilot.
If I get what you're saying, I think episode 8, Shattered, is the mid-season finale, because I'm looking at the release dates, and Shattered released in November of 2003, but Asylum didn't release until January.
Oh, okay. So they kind of played it like a cliffhanger, with like 6 weeks in between.
Yeah.
There you go. I meant to say this earlier. It is kind of a problem. Tell me if you guys agree with this. That Clark is just not learning anything from constantly keeping the big stuff away from his father. Like, away from Jonathan Kent. Because he he inadvertently caused his mother to have a miscarriage and didn't tell Jonathan about what was going on with Lex and everything. And I mean, like, there's maybe an argument to be made on the other side, but I would think that his arc this season would be about, like, okay, he's done the teenage rebellion thing. He needs to find a middle ground and figure out, like, when it's time to be your own man, make your own choices, and when it's time to, like, you know, confer with and listen to your parents. Like,
yeah, I think the bigger issue is we're just back to status quo.
yeah.
Like, it doesn't feel like we've had this. It does not feel like this guy was missing for 3 months. You know, not that long ago. Like, that's a big.
Yeah, and with that though,
to...
what did he learn from all of that? What does he take with it? What was the character growth? Like,
yeah, I mean, like you said, we've seen him tap into that angstiness a little more post Ring, and I like that stuff.
Yeah,
which is, you know, subtle for this show especially, but that's kind of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is already, like, starting to watch. That feels really quick. Unless we've had, like, kind of a time jump.
But we also
how
don't
long
know
is
how
the
long
time
it's
jump?
been.
Yeah. I'm sorry, John, I missed that.
I was saying the same thing you were saying.
Oh, you probably said it better though.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Lex has been locked up a week or, like, you know, a month.
It's been 84 years.
3 months later, again.
Hey, it's that one guy.
Who?
Not that guy, the other guy.
Previously on Lost.
Previously on the Vampire Diaries.
There's so much Lost in this show. There's so much Lost before Lost.
To see how many writers like Lost and Smallville have in common.
Not very many. I mean, maybe none. Honestly. Did Loeb work on Lost? I think he might have.
I don't know.
I don't remember. No, I don't know.
Lindelof was secretly a student of Go and whatever.
But no, I was just talking about, like, that's Ian Somerhalder, and he's a main character in the first season.
I forgot about
I don't know if
that.
you know that, but that's why I said that. It's Ian Somerhalder. He's in that show.
I've only seen that season once, and it's been a long time ago.
Yeah, I recognized him. I just didn't know from what. My sister watched Lost, so I saw, like, bits of it, but I haven't seen the whole show.
I really like Lost for what it is. Granted, I've only seen it all the way through once, but
I'm crazy. I still go back to it.
I would like to. It's just the same thing with, like, Superman and Lois. I just haven't had the time to rewatch a show that I don't remember that well.
Yeah, and it's hard to build up the motivation to go back to a thing that you know falls apart and doesn't end right. And...
Well, I'm sure that, I mean, my sister binged that whole show in, like, a couple weeks on Netflix. I think it binges better now than it did, I'm sure, watching it, you know, for like 7 years or however long it was, you know, week to week.
Yeah, and I'm a crazy person. I didn't mind the finale. But I also, like, watched it after it came out, so I didn't have any...
I liked it better when it was on, and then on repeat viewings, it just doesn't hold up.
I'm sure it's better than the series finale of The Flash.
I still don't know what happens in that, but I'm sure it is.
Yeah. I watched it, and I don't remember because it was not memorable.
And Catherine Hall just
I mean, there are things I remember, but I don't want to talk about it.
They're not good things. And Catherine Hall in the comments said that Lana said she hadn't walked in a month. So there is a month time skip.
Well, if she hasn't walked in a month, then how's she walking that well?
Yeah, I still don't buy it.
Like, that doesn't work. She needs to say, I've been working on this for a month. I haven't walked in a month. Makes that worse.
Yeah, I mean, she's already using crutches. Like, her knees should be powder. I do love seeing
This is also twisted.
Well, and there's already been episodes this season where the obligatory, like, Lex and Lana in the coffee shop, and someone, like, there are some scenes this season where you can already tell him that he's getting kind of bored, and here he's, like, really having fun.
Well, and also, these are two of the only episodes that really revolve around Lex this season. Like...
Well, and I almost wonder, just from the impressions that I got from him in Talkville, he seems to like being more of a supporting player than, like, the main focus of an episode.
Yeah, that's true, but when his subplots are kind of just filler, he's getting bored, like Robert said.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's, like, disturbing, but I don't know. It's so funny seeing him do that.
Well, that's what I mean. He's tapping into his comedic sensibilities to do those things. And I think, with rare exception, only comedians can get to that place.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna compare him to Paul Rudd earlier, which is a really weird comparison. But there's like one scene in Halloween 6 where Paul Rudd just kind of gets to lose it and go nuts a little. I'm like, oh, I wish he got to do that more, because that was really fun.
Do you remember anything about Halloween 6?
Yeah, he never gets any of that kind of stuff.
Of course I do. Yeah, he gets
I remember
to laugh
it
For
sucks.
like 5 seconds. Oh, it's awful.
I also remember it sucks. And
I remember that opening
was creepy.
baffling, and I never want to think about it again. I remember that.
Halloween 6 commentary win?
Yeah. That might have been my first Halloween movie, which is embarrassing.
Mine was the Rob Zombie remake.
That tracks.
I'm on the camp that likes that movie.
So we got a Kryptofreak that still has powers, and we got a guy that used to be a Kryptofreak that knows how to get powers, and then we have a guy who hates Kryptofreaks and wants to murder all of them. This sounds like a great supervillain team.
And they walk into a bar.
Batman and Robin all over
They walk
again.
into a bar.
I told you to freeze him today.
So you want to kill the Clark, and I want to kill the Clark. Together, we want to stand a chance.
Is that what they say?
Is that what they say? So, I can't help but feel like in his, like, super twisted, screwed up way, Lionel really does think that he is caring for his son and doing what's best for him, even though it's all about him and it's just to cover himself. And I don't really get how that works, but he's just, like, too genuine in his performance for all of it to be an act. It's like he's what makes him so evil and inhuman is that he can convince himself of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, and, like, I don't need it to come from a logical place. As long as I believe that he believes it,
Yeah.
I'm good.
But, like, somehow he's able to as with the performance, get away with both, where he's such a good manipulator, he can even kind of manipulate himself, and, like, maybe that's how he can sleep at night.
Thomas says, you will not be safe.
You will not be safe.
We also just saw the Wall of Weird.
Oh. Even in almost pitch black darkness, I have to count it. Turn on some lights, Chloe. I realize that it's a melancholy episode, but why does that mean that you don't have lights on? And why do you have a skeleton of a dinosaur?
I was just about to point that out. Is that new?
I would also like to point out that not only has the office changed, the layout of the room is different. Like, there's no longer room above that door for that giant clock.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Is that why the mysterious giant tennis racket is gone?
It has to be, right? So, I question this brilliance of giving an insanus patient access to weights.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Well, how else is he supposed to maintain his beefiness?
Yeah, they were really concerned that the audiences would cry foul on that.
Yeah, because they know that they're in a CW show. And they have to keep their chiseled manliness intact, even if they're psychopaths. That's a really unfortunate power to have to play. You know?
I really wish.
Like, every time I use my power, I have to look like I'm giving birth in the face. I'm sorry, John.
I just wish that we didn't have to see it.
Because it's gross, or because the CG is terrible?
Because the CG is terrible.
Gee, I wonder what's going to happen.
Do they kill him in this scene?
Yeah. That's a bad guy death. Because, yeah, and I don't know why he did trust them, because all they needed him for was to get Meteorog. And, like, what do we need you for? Because all you're good for after that is making kryptonite making bullets that could kill us, because that's what you want to do. He's an idiot. You know? Lionel Luthor, he is not, man. He's playing checkers while they're playing chess.
Would that be... Does that count as enemy killed?
Yes, that's a bad guy death.
Yeah, I think that.
I'm working on it. I was just too busy saying things. Hold on.
It looks like it was more looks like it was more than unfortunate. He's like drooling yellow.
Like, and yeah, I know we've been joking about it a lot, but man, I forgot how little Pete was in this season.
Yeah.
Like, because when I got to the end of... Exactly. Because when I first got to the end of season 3 and he was written out, I was like, oh, I was kind of disappointed. I thought it was weird that they didn't keep him through 4. But rewatching it, it's like, yeah, he's barely in it.
And they're treating it like the cast got too large and he got lost in the shuffle, but they haven't added anyone.
Yeah, they're just giving most of his scenes to Chloe now.
Yeah.
Which I guess is better than Chloe just pining after Clark, but that's all they did. They just gave most of his scenes to her.
They're like, oh, you know what we should have done at the beginning of this? We should have taken these two characters that we had, Chloe and Pete, and made them Chloe.
Well, you know, Pete has a very important job. He has to chew bubblegum.
You know, and I just feel like Sam Jones could do that and walk at the same time, but they just didn't let him do that. So I really hate Jonathan Taylor Thomas's other episode. He's doing a good job in both, but you know, this plot's better. So like he's more fun because I don't have to watch him like seduce the main girls in the show and make them look like complete morons.
I thought you were just gonna say you hate Jonathan Taylor Thomas and you're just gonna cut off.
Nah, he's fine. I respect him a lot for getting out of acting when he just didn't want to do it anymore and was sick of being famous.
Yeah, I don't know much about his personal life, but like if that's the case, that's fine. It's just, you know, he was in like every 90s thing.
Yeah.
You know, so like I saw him in a lot of stuff growing up.
No, he hated the fame. And he's stayed completely away from the spotlight since then. Like, there's so few images of him at all. And I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah. He
Man's
finally
just
did
living
come
his
back,
life.
though, for Tim Allen's new sitcom.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know
yeah,
it.
yeah.
They
he's
have a mini.
close to that.
They have a mini Home Improvement reunion.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a fine sitcom.
It's not great, but I enjoyed parts of it. So, Cap, do you know about the Home Improvement like real crossover they did?
No.
Where it's Tim Allen also playing his Home Improvement character, and they meet, and it's two Tim Allens on screen. That probably went too far.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, no. I mean, by
Yes.
the time you get to the later seasons, especially, because that show moves to Fox, for multiple reasons.
Yeah, well, and
it goes downhill.
when all of his daughters are written out or recast, like by that point, I really don't care anymore.
Yeah, no, like but replacements for both of the daughters that leave are not great.
So
And then I think the youngest just left.
So we haven't talked at all about this character yet because it's tedious and a chore, and I don't want to. But I will for a minute, and I'll just say, the initial idea that it seemed like we were going with this guy was to like get Lana more out of her shell, and like he basically comes in and says, "You need to stop acting like a CW protagonist," you know, like. Like quit wearing this mask and blaming everybody else for your problems, and like, you know, be more real and more down to earth. And then we'll find out that he's just as secretive as everybody else in the show, and that he's just a walking corpse. And he's related to the... Whoa, there's a big bug in here that just jumped off my arm. Oh my god, what even is that? Ah! It's huge. I don't know what that is.
You never know what you can get live, folks.
Do something about
Drama.
that. Yeah. No, you really
Suspense.
don't. This could be the end of the stream.
You heard it here, folks. We're gonna watch Power Rangers after the break. The downside is it's Power Rangers Turbo.
No. 8 hours into a stream, you're gonna make me watch Turbo? Wow, curveball.
Well, what would you rather
Turbo
watch?
being bad always makes me sad because I love the Turbo suits. I just don't want to watch Turbo.
Well, and it's got so much crazy, neat Sentai footage. And
Yeah,
you're like, that
and then it
Sentai must have been awesome.
I mean, Cap, what would you rather rewatch, that or Power Rangers 2017?
Oh, Power Rangers 2017 easily.
Yeah. Yeah, probably so.
2017 doesn't quite land the mark, but like, I like the character stuff.
I mean, I find it frustrating. I've talked about this enough. I'm not going to talk about it right now, especially in the middle of one of the better episodes of the season. But Turbo is just kind of nigh unwatchable.
Oh, Kryptonite. Clark
that's
getting...
Clark K on. Clark
Oh
on,
yeah,
Clark
thanks.
K.
Sorry, I gotta get on the ball here. I gotta wake up and go back to work here.
You are gonna count on counting Kryptofreaks.
You know,
You gotta add a few more uhs in there. You are gonna count on counting Kryptofreak. Right?
you know, my job is stupid, but I'm gonna do it.
Do it. I love that quote.
So I think the silliest thing maybe in this episode is that you've got the Kryptofreak who figured out that he could transfer Clark's powers to him with electricity, and so he's the only one that can do it. It's like, is that your power? Like, if somebody else did that?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think that might make it better for me, because then it's not just you could somehow transfer genetics.
But that would mean that he either would have had to have been like kryptonite, or like kryptonite would have had to have enhanced him in the first place, or something about the lightning and the rock changed his physiology to be able to do that in the first place, but wouldn't change anybody else's. You know what I mean?
I mean that second part's a problem either way. Either he mysteriously changes his body.
So I want to say they're all just like real one-dimensional with basic villain motivations, but I mean they were in the first place too, right? Like the only difference is Eric had the abusive, insensitive father, so you sort of bought that he was, insecure enough and like wanting some kind of means of empowerment that got him to that place. Like he's one of the more, at least dictionary definition, sympathetic Kryptofreaks from the first season, in that I get how he got that way, in a way that I don't with a lot of those Kryptofreaks. I mean, there's others with kind of bad parents, but for some reason that one kind of resonated with me better. I don't know.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, Jareth, welcome to the stream. It's going good.
Hi there.
I don't know how much longer Cap's got left in him, but
yeah, we'll go with that. We'll say we're doing marvelous. We're watching one of the best episodes of the season and talking about how bad Power Rangers Turbo is.
It even has one of my favorite
morning.
morphing sequences.
It's got one of the better Megazords.
Yeah. Which is funny because the Zords are lame. They're just cars.
Yeah, but the Megazord looks cool. I don't love the suits, but whatever.
I mostly like the red one. I think the red one looks cool.
No, I agree. That's the best of them. Hey, look, Smallville.
This would be better if it was Power Rangers Smallville.
Power Rangers Smallville.
It's Smallville time.
I was gonna say what is the. Well, anyway, we should talk about this. This isn't gonna be a super interesting scene to talk over, though.
And see, this is what drags this two-parter down. Is like we have to give Lana something to do, but we don't have anything interesting for her to do.
Well, and this could have been really compelling stuff for her, but it's just new boyfriend, new love interest, and see where that goes.
Yeah, also, none of this was remotely Clark's fault. It's all because of what Lex was going through. I mean, like, Clark was, harboring him or whatever, but he was, helping a friend. Like, I don't see how we're connecting the dots to somehow Clark is responsible for horse kicking you in the face?
Wasn't it Lana's horse? I mean, if you should blame anybody.
Yeah.
So, I'm not saying that it's, right or rational, but I could see, especially, in the recovery, phase, it's his fault because he didn't turn Lex over to the authorities, and he left Lex with her. Lex upset the horse, which is what stomped on her.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I don't mean to be a hypocrite, because I'm always complaining that these characters aren't, communicating enough when they ought to be. And
this scene is uncomfortable.
It is. It's very uncomfortable.
This makes me think of Princess Bride.
Because I was saying earlier that maybe Clark should have, turned a corner and told his father about some of this. So I don't know. I'm a little conflicted on that. That was a silly transition. So we did a dissolve that we thought was, connected enough to do because you had two people strapped down to something against their will. But one was flipped upside down from the other one. So the dissolve looks very strange.
I think the camera was just upside down. I think they messed it up.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, why would you do those images like that? Why don't you just have it the other way? Right? No?
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
Well, fix it, dear Lila.
I forgot how little Sean Ashmore was in this episode. That's kind of disappointing because he's
great.
Great.
He doesn't get to do very much.
I know you started it. Did you ever get to his episodes on The Boys?
No, I didn't know he was in that show.
Yeah, he is wonderful in that show.
That's cool. I'll probably never go back to that show, but that's cool.
It's really good.
That's one of those things where, I recognize it's really good. I could not get into it. It was not my thing. I thought that pilot was great, and after that, I was like, I don't feel like I need this in my life.
I totally understand that.
Oh, you got to do the rewind on it.
Oh.
I mean, we could have just been binging The Boys right now. That would have gone by a lot faster.
Yeah, my work is never done, is it? You're gonna be watching superhero shows and talking about them forever. Doesn't matter how many kids you have. Robert, you know what I wanted them to do right there? He starts strutting toward Clark, and they just bring back Bone Cracker. I'm the Bone Cracker. Where's the Bone Cracker?
So I still question: can anyone just become Kryptonian with some kryptonite and electricity?
Yes.
That's what I was asking earlier. Is that his superpower? Is somehow he's the only one that can do it?
I mean, it won't matter because we'll pretend this never happened, but... Or I guess not pretend, but we'll never reference this again. Jareth Gearhart, Sean Ashmore is that Iceman?
It
I
is.
believe so.
Yep.
I get him and Aaron mixed up all the time.
Yeah, Aaron is the Jimmy Ashmore.
Jimmy!
And see, I've never understood why people mix them up, because, yeah, they're twins, and they sort of look the same, but, like, they have real different mannerisms.
Yeah, they look different enough.
You answered your own question. They are twins and they look alike.
Yeah, but they're not.
Yeah, no,
like,
but what I'm saying is, if you
identical.
saw either of them on screen for long enough, like I have, they don't seem like the same person at all.
That's fair. I'm also notoriously bad with names, so I rely on faces, and they have similar faces, so it confuses me.
That's fair. But yeah, this is all wonderfully disturbing.
Catherine says, I have a question. When in this episode was Clark meant to see Lionel doing the electroshock on Lex, which he testifies to in the finale? I mean, he already knew that Lionel was doing it. I mean, he sees the aftermath right here.
Yeah.
Back to the B plot.
More like the C plot.
Yeah, she doesn't even need crutches anymore. She's just limping. Like, come on.
Well, everyone in the show is very good at adapting, improvising, and overcoming.
Yeah, even if your leg was bent backwards.
That should have made me laugh. It just looked like a Family Guy cartoon.
Now she's just walking on
like the leg thing was just like an accident with the dummy they were using.
Yeah.
No, I always thought it was intentional. I always thought they were trying to make that look like as horrific as they could.
Yeah, but it wouldn't bend that direction with the way we saw the horse stomping on it. I don't think.
If it did, she'd never walk again. Guarantee you that. But yeah, the thing that's frustrating about Lex ultimately having amnesia at the end of this is this all feels like, because it's so memorable, because it's so provocative, it all feels like stuff that should really be working toward defining his path to the dark side, but he's not going to remember any of it. So it's like all these really scary things we see him go through. It's like, oh wow, well of course he turns into a supervillain. Like it's tragic, it's sad. He does everything he can to not become his father, but I mean he like got practically lobotomized. Oh, but he doesn't remember that happening. So like,
and then he doubly doesn't remember that happening.
Yeah. Well, I don't even want to talk about that ever.
Well, I mean, I hate to tell you, but we're gonna get there in 7 seasons.
Oh.
That's a question I meant to ask before that we didn't really get into. Do you think there's inherently a flaw with the premise of this show of this is about Clark and Lex's relationship, and it's great, but if we're building toward a classic Superman versus Lex status quo, like Lex can't know that Clark is Superman, right?
Yeah.
Like, so how does this
But
work?
he spent all this time with a Clark Kent who is not wearing glasses and just looks like Superman.
Yeah, like the second he sees Superman, like he's gonna know.
You're gonna
that's
know
Clark,
who he
which
is.
is why we need to mind wipe him. So I don't know. Like, this is the best live action Lex. Like, a lot of the stuff is really good. I just I don't. The problem is I don't think they know.
You have to let it go its own way. You have to ultimately build to not exactly classic Superman, and you have a couple of options and none of them are great. But one of them is you have a Superman that wears a mask. Another one is you actually kill off Lex before Clark becomes Superman, and I think that's your best option. I think this is a world where ultimately you would have to do that. That's better than, I mean, I'm not saying that's what I want. On the other hand, the whole point is getting this Clark Kent to become the Superman that you know. The status quo after that is kind of not important. You're never going to see it. So wouldn't you rather have that than you mind wipe the whole show from him? Yeah, just let him die, right? No.
No, you make a good point. Well, especially since with Lois, we do that anyway, where Lois is like, ask her it, she knows his secret, and he'll become Superman.
She's going to know that before he becomes Superman. So the other way you could go is you have a status quo where your Lex Luthor knows that Clark is Superman, but I don't know how you contrive it so that he wouldn't tell the world about it. That's the tough thing there.
I don't know. I mean, at least with this Lex, maybe it's like, I think you could justify that with, like, it's a pride thing. Like, he wants to destroy Superman, like, without taking the easy way out or something.
Yeah, I do think there is a story there.
Yeah, or could they have... This is actually what I probably would have done with it. You have a very not black and white rivalry. Like, this show is ultimately not interested in that, because it goes, eventually you have to have the full-on good guy, the full-on bad guy. But what if you made it like a Professor Xavier Magneto kind of thing? Where you have a full-on rivalry, but they still have this, like, mutual respect for each other, and they're never gonna, like, completely break each other down. Or, like, Lex still just cares too much about Clark. I think you could have gone that way.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
I never had that thought before.
Especially because they do toy with that in the final season, when when he knows Clark, like, he's doing something to hurt Clark, but he obviously still cares.
Yeah, with the clone?
No, in season 7 when he destroys the fortress.
Yeah.
Right off.
Sorry, I thought you said season 10.
Yeah, that's the answer. Maybe.
No, I'm with you. I think that, like, for this show, like, that's the right way to go. Just the problem is the creators don't know. Like, they're so fixated.
Well, I mean, the problem also is that we change creators and they go a completely different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just we have a show that they're so fixated on this doomed friendship with Clark and Lex, but we also are clearly wanting to get to a super traditional Superman status quo.
But they have their cake and eat it too so much with that, because like you said a minute ago, like Lois was the right example. They also want to reinvent stuff. I mean, it's a prequel reimagining. So if it's gonna be that, you got to lean more into the reimagining, I think.
Yeah, which is what Bates Motel did, and I haven't finished that show, but I liked what I saw of it.
Yeah, and like the last season is I'm mixed on, but overall that did this kind of premise so much better than this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I still need to watch that show.
You know, it gets you to its version of Psycho, and it's very different. I mean, it's not the same thing.
Yeah, and I'm, like, a little aware of that.
But, like, why can't you do... And, I mean, I'm saying this retroactively. This didn't exist yet. But why can't you do the modern Planet of the Apes thing, where, you know, you're starting earlier, and then eventually it's not going to be traditional Planet of the Apes. There's no way for it to be. And that's fine, because what you made was different and interesting, using the same characters and same, you know, basic premise and, you know, big sci-fi ideas.
Yeah, no, that's...
you know, at least she has to use a cane and has like a cast on.
Yeah, I just noticed
it would have taken 4 months longer than it did.
It's no
Not
Riddler.
Smallville. Haven't you been watching the show?
Oh.
Everyone's good at everything.
Well, except relationships.
I want to call this bullet time. No, I'm just kidding. And then Lana has to jump out of the pit without the rope.
I like that scene.
The fire rises.
Okay, John, where do you land? Is it still green?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah? Okay, what
think this...
what are your issues, sir?
Well, for one, the whole Lana thing is completely boring.
Yeah, it is.
I think this has the same problem the two-parter at the beginning of the season does, where all the interesting stuff is in the first episode. And I still hate the whole power leeching thing.
You had to watch it again? And unfortunately, I had to watch you watch that again.
I'm gonna go a light red. I think all the interesting stuff is in the first part.
Wow. I can't do it, John. I mean, you're right.
Shattered is a green.
The first part is way better. Oh, you're right. We didn't do this for the other episode yet. Hold on. You're right. More of the interesting stuff is in the first part, but I can't go red because of the Rosenbaum performance.
Yeah, that really seems.
I mean, he's great, but everything else is like, eh.
Robert, would you have gone green with both of those?
Yeah, I mean the first one's better, but I'd still go great. There have been much worse episodes.
I was gonna say, especially when you look at the rest of the season. You know, I think I'm gonna be pretty well beyond this is my favorite season when we're finished with this. I'm having the worst watch of the season overall on the whole.
I'm telling you, the show is better when they stop pretending it's a serious show and just make a schlocky superhero drama.
And as we all know, Smallville always picks up in the second half of their seasons. That's where the good stuff is.
Yeah, no, we're probably past the best of it, right? I mean, we're going to have, we're going to see Christopher Reeve one more time, but that's not a great episode.
Yeah, we're getting to we ran out of money until the finale.
Yeah, we've got some, like interestingly kind of melancholy and morbid episodes. And some of that I really like, just kind of tonally, atmospherically. You got Hereafter, which is kind of cool. That's one of the better Kryptofreak episodes of the season. But yeah.
Yeah, it's weird that we did another premise like that so soon after, the great season 1 episode with the psychic lady. Like, it's kind of similar to that one.
Yeah, that's true. I guess we're kind of obsessed with that. All right, guys, we're going to take another 5-minute break. Robert, are you going to stick with us?
Oh, yeah, I can do another one.
Okay. Well, we're going to watch Whisper in 5 minutes. So get that set up. That is the 10th episode of this season. And stick around to see if I'm still conscious in the next hour. And John, too. It looks like that's also a big question mark.
Yeah, we will see.
All right, folks, we're about to watch, I believe, the 10th episode of Season 3 Smallville. It's Whisper. This is the one where Clark is going to get his super hearing in kind of the most obvious way you would expect a show like this to do it, where he's got to get blind so that his other senses compensate, which kind of makes you wonder, John, if he would have ever developed that power without going blind. It's like, oh, my other senses are compensating, so now I ended up with super hearing because of compensation.
I have that with the super breath too.
I can't remember how he developed that.
He catches a cold.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you hadn't gotten sick, would you just never thought of that?
Yeah, well, we know that doesn't extend to the whole puberty thing with heat vision, because other Kryptonians have heat vision even when they reached full maturity before they got superpowers. So it clearly isn't that you have to go through sexual maturity in order to develop that ability.
That is true.
It would be really funny if that's how that worked, though. Like, other Kryptonians show up and they don't have heat vision. Because, oh, no, too late. You already went through puberty. You can't have that. Be great.
You can no longer get horny, so you can't get heat vision.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what if you couldn't fly because you never thought to jump? You know?
Yeah. Well, that's like, would he have ever, like, discovered that he can at least, like, jump really far if the hostage episode hadn't happened?
Right. If he didn't have to jump between buildings. How many powers would he not even know he had? Like, you could have a Superman who ultimately just, was invulnerable and lifted things, and that was it.
Well, don't they do that in New 52 for a while? When he goes back to, like, the jeans and shirt?
Because Morrison was trying to take it back to, like, street-level Crusader Superman.
Yeah.
We did that for a while.
Cap,
yes, sir.
Cap, isn't that the question you always ask with Bishop? Because he absorbs energy and, like, but what if he's just not around that?
It's potentially the lamest superpower imaginable. He's lucky that he was born in the future in an era where there's energy weapons, because if nobody ever sent an energy blast, he would have to get struck by lightning before he'd even know he had that power.
or put a paperclip in a wall socket or something.
Right, yeah. How many times have you done that in your life? 5.
A couple.
Right? Okay, let's go ahead and get into this. We are a little bit behind time-wise. Apologies for the extra time in between stuff tonight. We're going to really try to get through all this today. I'm not promising anything, but we're really going to try. So we're going to watch Whisper. Make sure that you're on the 10th episode of the season. I'm not going to promise coherency, just that we're going to be here. I'm not even promising that, but we're going to try. We're going to try. Okay, so Whisper is Season 3, Episode 10.
Hey, at least you remembered to update the title this time.
I know, I'm proud of that. I'm sure I'll mess that up the next 4 in a row, but I got this one. Okay, timestamp 0, and get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody, please press play right now.
That's good, because when people come back to watch this video, Whisper is what they're going to need to know.
Hey, I mean, you say that, but I think if I remember this episode, I might end up flipping green on this one.
It'd be crazy if you flip green on this and not Asylum.
Should we be counting American flags? Because I've noticed a lot more American flags in the last couple episodes.
Well, it's the American Midwest.
He's still working on that book.
I'm just spitballing.
I can't wait to read that. That really, it's going to be a tome. It's going to be so heavy. Is that walking away angry? I think it is.
Countess.
I think it's more walking away disappointed, but I'm going to count it.
I'd say it counts.
There's definitely a bunch of walking away angry that I've missed.
Oh, yeah.
Robert, you should name your book Necromonicon X Countess.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then put it in Kryptonian letters. So you can't even read it, but if you could, that's what it says?
No, that's a great idea.
I have a question with this episode in context with the later seasons.
Yeah.
Does that mean there's just a bunch of people with sonic abilities? Because we're going to get Black Canary later.
Yeah. That's true. Well, the sense I get is that Kryptonite just doubles up a bunch of powers from what will later be classic DC superheroes and villains. So we just see a bunch of proto versions of them because of Kryptonite.
So goofy.
Yeah, it's really silly. There are some powers where if I had them, I would just not use them because I would be too embarrassed for anyone to see me do it.
That is the worst attempt at a mask I've ever seen for a burglar.
So that was bullet time.
Yes.
Let's get that counted.
And who is that old guy? I've seen something.
So, if he's, like, practically indestructible...
Yeah, wouldn't his eyes be? Like, have we ever seen this? Like, if you hit him in the eye with a knife, and the knife shattered.
Right.
Like,
well, I mean, it's the Superman Return.
I was gonna say that's the infamous Superman Return shot
But
with
to
the
be
bullet
fair,
that gets scrunched.
Isn't that always the thing with stuff like Superman's invulnerability? Like, is he still invulnerable if it's his own power?
Oh, yeah.
right.
Well, it was that question that Austin and I had with Superman Doomsday, where it's like, can Superman really, like, get into his own head? Like, rip his own head open? Dig in there?
Well, and
we have to ask
Bruce
these kinds of
Timm
questions now that movie got made.
Bruce Timm and them, like, they have a different kind of, like, scaling for Superman, like, because that Superman also is, like, apparently weak to electricity.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, like, mega powerful Superman in that movie. Or in the animated series.
Yeah. And I was going to say they're different continuities, but I guess they have similar sensibilities in that way.
Yeah, the weird thing with that movie was not just that it was like, you know, if you're a casual fan, there was that question of, is this in that continuity? Because, you know, it came right after. But it was also after Brainiac Attacks, which had that animation style, but wasn't in that continuity.
Right.
So we were already
yeah,
confusing the audience.
All over the place. I like this conversation that Clark's parents are having here, and I kind of wish we went somewhere more interesting with it. When Martha said, I feel like she should win this argument. When she says, like, we might have to just finally break down and find a doctor we trust and tell him or her Clark's secret. Wouldn't it be cool to get a confidant like that now, like after Helen? It's like, you went through the stupid Helen thing. Now we're actually gonna get lucky and find somebody we trust. This may have been the time to bring in. I know we do it a lot later, but this may have been the time to bring in Emil Hamilton. And maybe, like, reinvent that character as a medical doctor.
Look, we keep giving Pete's story to other characters. We gotta let...
But Pete's not a doctor. You need somebody that can actually study Clark for altruistic reasons.
I have another.
Pete's not that guy. He's a high school student. He just watches movies all the time. And I don't know, who knows? He might be into GameCubes.
Okay, but I have another question with this premise. What happens to his X-ray vision?
That's a great point.
Well, I mean, if he can't see, then he's not gonna be able to. So, John, not to sound condescending, but the answer to your question is he can not see through things as well as he can not see things.
Leo says, so I'm going to bring up Lois and Clark once again.
Oh, passive-aggressive face!
Clark goes blind, and I remember liking it a lot better than this one.
Oh, I don't remember that one. I've seen all those episodes, but it's been a long time. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you, but she was driving me crazy. Did you see how passive-aggressive she was?
Yeah, he just got blinded.
Yeah, and she's like, look, I was just trying to help. I guess I'll never do that again. Mm-hmm. And then I guess she walked away angry again, right? Is that is that a record? Yeah. Some kind of friggin' record?
She walked away well angry, like without a cane or anything.
She glided away angry.
You wouldn't even know that
Hello
up leg 4 months ago. Ugh. That's the Jimmy Neutron intro.
Brain blast.
I'm actually kind of surprised that we didn't just make superheroing a thing he had in the first place. That, like, this was one of the powers that we had to develop.
Yeah, well, you kind of forget that he hasn't used it yet.
Yeah. But, I mean, I guess they actively avoid it all the way up to now. But, yeah, the fact that he is, like, very well past puberty at this point and shouldn't, and isn't really developing anything else, really makes me think that if he wasn't, if he didn't have some kind of an ailment, he would never have developed this.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer the Man of Steel angle, where that's like an early childhood, like, sensory overload thing, where he's hearing all the stuff from, miles away.
Like Daredevil.
Yeah. Yeah, because superheroing, you think of being like the opposite, right? Where it's not a power you learn, it's like it's just on all the time, and you have to focus, and what you're controlling is not hearing everything.
To be fair, I don't know if I mind it as much in the TV format, just because for each power you don't introduce them with. That's an episode that you can do and maybe do something.
But the problem is they don't spread it out right. Yeah. I mean, the biggest issue, of course, not to beat a dead horse, is the flight thing, because they're not allowed to have him do that, or they've decided that they're not going to have him do that, and yet that's an ability he clearly has from day one in this show.
Yeah.
And then we contrive all kinds of stupid reasons he's not able to do it, until he's that second version of Kal-El, and he's zipping all over the place.
Yeah, if you're gonna do the no tights, no flights rule, like, just have that never be a power. Like, no, we're doing original Superman where he doesn't fly; he'll just jump and run fast. Like,
or you have it in the last episode.
Yeah, and then you could say that for the series finale. But why is he levitating above his bed in like the second episode?
So is this where we have aftermath from Asylum? Yeah, I guess we do. We don't even get to maybe we don't. Do we have them actually talk at the end of that episode about what happened? Where Lex goes, I don't remember anything.
Yeah, there was an exchange.
Sorry, for a second I thought we were doing that here because we talked over it, and I forgot we did that. So anyway, sorry, I'm wasting everyone's time. Let's waste your time, Evolution. So how convenient was it that the thing that made him realize he has this power is the secret Chloe's been keeping from him all season?
Yes.
That's pretty convenient. She's on the phone with Lionel, and Lionel's like, "You better get me that report. My friend Clark Kent, who's got superpowers and is like an alien and stuff."
I think this scene right here justifies doing this when they did it, because now it gives Lex and Clark another thing they have in common, where they have this thing that people kind of pity them for, and it drives them crazy.
Well, and I guess I also... Yeah, that's a good call. And I guess I also kind of like the reversal where like Lex really had to lean on Clark before with Shattered, and now he's kind of returning the favor.
Yeah.
I mean, he doesn't really do all that much for Clark, but like I don't know, it's just like one of them was vulnerable, now the other one is.
Welcome back, AMC.
Hey man, thanks for coming back at 6:52 a.m. my time. Everyone else is... I don't know, it's like time travel, doing a YouTube channel with people in different places.
Time has a pattern.
Yeah, because it's like 8 o'clock here.
Oh yeah, maybe we should have broken for breakfast, specifically.
It's barely 5 for me.
We'll see how John holds out. We'll either do it after this or do one more.
AMC just asked if any honorary Kryptofreaks have been named yet.
No.
Who was it?
We have not named any.
Yeah, DNA was with us for a long time, but I haven't seen him in a bit. Catherine Hall's been here for a bit, and Jareth. But yeah, comments have really slowed down, and Thomas is there. Like, comments have slowed down a lot last few hours.
Yeah,
It's
I was
almost like
this time I was
5
planning on doing it based on top super chatter, but we haven't had a lot of super chats, so I probably will just do it based on who's interacted with us the most. But AMC, your name's already up there, man.
Yeah, they definitely come in waves. I mean, if there's anyone here who has been here the entire time so far, let us know.
If there's anyone here lurking that's never commented, we'd love to hear from you.
It says there's like 14 people.
Yeah, we've got 15 people watching now. Which sounds small, but look at what we're doing. That's amazing. I like the kind of stubbornness that Clark has inherited from his father, and that they're both dealing with kind of the same thing right now, where Jonathan won't lean on anyone else with his medical problems, and now Clark's got the same thing with his eyesight. It's not going to last very long, but...
Yeah, I mean, with what we were talking about earlier, with you could have explored Lex and Clark's rivalry being like a mutual thing. There's still some mutual respect there. I mean, you could have really played up like turning Clark and Lex into Jonathan and Lionel and what that dynamic looks like. Where, I mean, that's not a respect thing, but obviously, like, Jonathan knows things that Lionel did for him and can't do anything about it.
Okay, so what you're saying is, in one episode, Clark is saying, "Oh, those darn Luthers," and then 2 more episodes later, he's giving Lex the key to his house and saying, "You're welcome here anytime." Like, that's the dynamic that we should have gotten to. Is that what you're saying? Okay. No, I know, I can see it. That's about as sophisticated as you're gonna get in this show. Like, here comes Chloe and her bug again. Come bug Clark and her bug.
Do you have PTSD from the bug that attacked you an hour ago?
Yeah. Ooh. Why'd you have to bring that up again?
Relic is doing a really good job, like, changing his mannerisms to adjust to his character's new status quo.
Yeah. You're right. He gives a good performance here.
Being blind sucks. Do you know what it's like to drink half a bottle of ketchup and not know it's ketchup?
I don't feel like you'd get through half of it.
That's an Anchorman quote.
I've never seen that.
I think it's from the second one.
I think there's a big missed opportunity here, unless it happens and I'm forgetting it, but I don't think it does. You guys remember that Lionel was blind for like half a season, right?
That's a great point.
And you notice that, by the way, we do have to talk about how nice it is that we have already nipped this in the bud. That Clark just comes right out and tells her what he knows, and he's like, "Hey, you're spying on me with Lionel. What's that about? Your silence is deafening." Is a real kind of trite sounding line. Maybe it's just the way he delivers it, but but anyway. So yeah, it is nice that we're dealing with this since we were going to introduce it here, and like him knowing and not tease us forever about that. That's good. But anyway, we're making this about Lionel investigating him, and we're not going to have a scene with Lionel and him where he is blind now, and Lionel, snarkily comments on it. There's none of that.
Well, it writes itself with like Lionel approaching him, right? Like, hey, I know what you're going through. Like, let me help
Well, you're right.
you.
It wouldn't have to be snarky. He should use it as a manipulation tactic.
Yeah, like it's right there.
I can help you out.
And I can help you learn how to fake it for a while. All the benefits.
When you come out of it.
That's walking away angry or sad.
Oh, that's so great, though.
Oh, I love that.
Here's how to duck when somebody throws a pool ball at your head. Catherine Hall has Lex offered the therapist that he knows. Offered or offed, or I'm not sure. I'm not sure what question she's asking there.
This is how you know Clark's blind, because he's talking to a complete stranger.
Boy, I vaguely recognize this voice.
Oh, was it the psychic lady blind?
Yes.
Season 1?
There's a lot of blindness in this show. This is our third blind character in 3 seasons.
And it genuinely feels like they're not aware of that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It genuinely feels like the writers aren't aware of that.
Yeah.
It's like, let's make him blind. We haven't explored that yet.
John, you know what should have happened? Pete walks up and starts talking to Clark, and then Clark thinks it's Chloe.
Why did he kidnap that random guy? That was weird.
Pete gets kidnapped a lot. Oh, that's like a friend getting kidnapped. We should probably just multiply this by 3.
The numbers are going to be so off.
Oh, they're terrible.
You get to see.
It's just obligatory at this point. We kept counting Kryptofreaks in the title. I seriously considered Robert coming into this and not doing the counting thing at all. And the only real... I mean, it's fun to do. I knew we couldn't actually accurately keep up with it. But the main reason was the name's too good. Like, I couldn't go back on the name. I'm like, well, you can't call it Counting Kryptofreaks and not count anything. And it would be kind of silly if all you counted was Kryptofreaks. Because once you get past season 7, you're not counting anything. But it's still in the title. Until you get to season 10 and you got a recurring or returning Kryptofreak that comes back in the penultimate episode.
Well, when we get to season 8, just like Smallville's reboots, we'll just reboot, call it the same thing, but just pretend we're no longer, like, we never counted Kryptofreaks.
Wait a minute, that's such a good point. If they can get away with it, why can't we?
That's quite
AMC, remember Lucas and the pool ball? I do. That's why I referenced that. Yeah, Lionel should be like, oh, hey Clark, here's how you dodge pool balls at your head.
References are always better when you explain them.
So I do like this scene, but it has the same problem of the heat vision and other powers that he's gotten, where as soon as he figures this out, he's perfect at it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which makes the flying thing sillier.
I go back and forth.
I'm sorry, I keep talking over you, John.
Oh, you're good.
I'm a horrible human being. What was that?
I said I go back and forth. Like I kind of like that once he's got it figured out, like he knows how to use it. But at the same time, it would be good to see him make mistakes.
Yeah, just make it a little bit more gradual. It's gonna take him a while to get It's a bit of a catch-22 because I also will sometimes complain in superhero things where you have to spend too much time like watching a character like screwing up as they're learning to get their powers and playing it for for comedy and stuff. Like that can get really tedious and irritating.
Yeah.
And what do you do with it if it's not entertaining? So like I get that it's a difficult line to walk.
No, yeah, for sure. He's saving someone who hasn't learned how to perfect his heat vision, so he just accidentally roasts them. Well, I'm learning.
That's the guy at the theme song.
He accidentally drops a tractor on the guy that's supposed to be his boss in the future. I'm learning. It's no big deal.
Somebody save me from Clark.
He's really the biggest liability in his own universe. I mean, for every one person he saves, he ought to be killing 10. The population sign is going to start changing on a weekly basis and go way down, Like Smallville shouldn't have doubled in size. It should have gotten a lot smaller.
Smallerville. Because it takes him like 3 or 4 tries to get it right.
And like Lionel's even in this episode. What a giant missed opportunity. Unless that scene happens, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't.
And you've done a rewind on this before too, right? We haven't.
I know, but it's been forever.
Yeah.
Well, you expect Cap to remember everything he's ever written about?
I wish I remembered more than I do, honestly. It ends up feeling a little bit like studying for tests in high school. Like, yeah, I got an A on that, but I couldn't have taken that test 3 days later, Oh.
I feel that. I loved science in school, but just ask me how much of that I remember.
I remember
the
that
public
Freddy's
school system failed us all. I'm sorry.
I remember that Freddy's Dead: The Final Nightmare was one of Cap's favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movies, and I still hold that against him, and he doesn't remember them at all.
I just found it funny because it was the first time I'd ever heard anyone say that Freddy's Dead was essential viewing for Nightmare on Elm Street.
I just have one question for you. As much as I love John Glover's hair in the show, I adore that look. It's awesome. If you ran your hands through his hair right now, how gross would your hand be? Like, how greasy is that?
It looks pretty greasy.
It looks pretty greasy.
It's silk. How dare you?
Well, that's okay, because we're going to get that, like, epic opera moment where they shave his head next season.
For no reason. I don't understand it. No, that's here.
Yeah, that's the end of this.
Is it here?
Yes, that'll be the last thing we see.
Oh, because they like, intercut that with Chloe's house blowing up.
Yes. And...
yeah, it's the Lex scene in BVS. It's the same scene.
Wait, are we sure? Is that here or is that? See, now I'm fuzzy on it.
That's the end of the scene.
Now I'm also fuzzy because what you're saying sounds correct.
No, he definitely goes to prison at the end of the season. He has to, obviously, because the transference is next season. He's in prison. Yes. No, it has to, because Chloe... Because the cliffhanger for Chloe with 4 into 5 is Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, so it has to be this one, because this is where she's dead.
Yep. And I guess we'll talk about this when we get there, but when he gets his head shaved, which I still don't understand why he did that. He's trying to look more like Lex. I don't know. I don't fully understand that. It feels real artistic, but they ripped it out of the late 90s movie Elizabeth, based on Elizabeth I. Like they do that scene and it's the same music. It's that Requiem and her head is shaved and the camera angle it's shot exactly the same. They just stole it. I wrote a paper about it. I actually took a class on Elizabeth I, And I found out about this when I watched that movie. I was like, wait a minute. That Smallville episode just freaking stole this. And I did a paper about Elizabeth I in pop culture called the Elizabethan Fandom. And I wrote about that in that paper.
That was the beginning of the end of your love for Smallville. It was perfect.
And then I started seeing what they were stealing everywhere, man.
Bullet time, you never noticed
Cap's
that.
gonna write an entire 20-page essay on every time that Smallville rips off Elizabeth so that he can outrage the Elizabethans.
Yeah, I never picked up on that before, Robert.
You love the Matrix, you just never connected.
Never connected
the dots,
man. Yeah. No, that's ironic too, because that was something of a red pill moment. Seeing the world for what it was. Wow, he is a pro at getting off a tape gag without his hands. That's amazing. Good job.
Who?
That's a skill. I don't know that guy, whoever that is.
I want Clark when he hears the help goes, who?
Oh, sorry,
Good
I thought you were Clark.
God, how hard did he hit him to knock him out? That is convenient unconsciousness.
Yes, it is. Well,
Because-
it's not convenient. He knows that Clark has powers.
Yeah.
It's
That's
just
true.
unconsciousness.
Counts.
The convenient part is we did it so that he wouldn't see Clark use his powers.
Yeah, I don't know why he's unconscious though. He got smacked once.
Yeah, and why is he unconscious for the story? Because it feels contrived, but there's no reason to contrive it.
They just forgot. They're used to it being Lana or Lex.
They're just so used to it. He's got so little to do this season, they don't even remember that he knows Clark's secret.
Which is funny because early in the episode they write it like he does though.
No, they didn't forget, but that's pretty funny.
I choose to imagine that they forgot halfway through the script. And we're like, wait a minute.
I think they got the names mixed up. They wrote Pete, but it was supposed to be Lex.
Oh?
Hey, what's your favorite band? The Whore! Oh, I guess they had to knock him out so that he could get kidnapped again. So Pete could be anywhere. I guess that's why.
Clark's not very good at this whole heroing thing.
Look, everything's fuzzy right now, okay?
A blowtorch, my one weakness.
Oh, that's a reference because he's wearing glasses. Wouldn't it be great if he had to wear that for the rest of the series?
Admittedly, not the most egregious reference we've had in this show.
Okay,
I mean,
but
that's true.
You can't take up for the reference. That just means that other ones are worse than that.
I just saw the Flash.
Which means
man.
this one is better than... Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, he and I both made a mistake there.
Well, you at least have your YouTube channel to blame. He just went to see it.
Yeah. Is it a spoiler to reference the bag from '89?
Yeah, let's
You know
not
what I'm
talk about that.
Like, I never needed to see that again.
Let's not get into that right now. I'm gonna do the spoiler cast next week. As much as I don't want to talk about that anymore. And I had initially planned on going to see it again. I don't know if I can stomach that. Like, I don't know if I can make myself sit through it again. And like hand over money to someone to do it.
Yeah, when you
So,
Here's my money, give me torture. Like, I don't...
I mean, some people are into that.
just buy a ticket for like Guardians 3 and then go see Flash instead so that Disney gets your money.
No, I
instead of Warner
can't. I can't
Brothers.
do that though because they have assigned seats these days. All the
Yeah.
theaters, you pay for a specific chair you sit in.
When I saw the Flash, it was pretty empty. There were not a lot of.
No, there
People
were
in
there
there.
were 6 people in my theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Just pick an empty seat.
Okay, that's actually a really good point. I could sit anywhere.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to play by the rules, but who cares? That's a good point. I need to get a sense of perspective.
Rules where we're going, we don't need any rules.
We have not talked enough about these two on screen, but this was a kind of, unexpected, counterintuitive choice that we would, pair up Lionel and Chloe like this, and that he would manipulate her and, hold things over her head like he does, and that she would ultimately be the one that gets him in prison and all of that. It's an arc that starts in a weird place at the end of last season, and it ultimately ends up being one of the better things they do, I think. I mean, I like it a lot.
Yeah, the creepiest part is just that she's still a teenager, and there's never like this. No one ever brings out like, "Hey, Lionel, you're spending a lot of time with."
No, somebody should mention it, but I like how seriously he takes her. Where like he can tell that she's a force to be reckoned with. In his mind, she's hardly not even a teenager, and that's creepy in its own way. Because, like, Lionel and women and stuff, and, like, let's not beat around the bush. He's thinking crazy, screwed up things. I mean, he's Lionel Luthor, right? So I like that about it, because his awfulness knows no bounds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that they don't, like, actually go anywhere with that, but just...
Oh, yeah. I'm glad, too.
But the implication is enough.
Everyone's so upset about this Pete guy. I don't even know who that is.
I think he's like a guy who owns a dragon, maybe. I don't know.
Did they make like a biopic about him?
Isn't he Spider-Man?
Who?
Hey, Pete as in Peter Quill? Star-Lord?
Wait, does that mean that Pete Ross is secretly Miguel Morales?
Miguel Morales? Miles O'Hara? I think he's Miles O'Hara.
I mean, Miles sucks either way, so...
Miles O'Hara, who is one half Hispanic and one half Hispanic.
Oh my god. We still have 12 episodes to go. Fear me,
or would that be
my
Miguel
lips
Morales?
quiver.
I think that's better. I think Miguel Morales. One half Hispanic and one half Hispanic.
I just imagine this guy going tremble before me. My throat jiggles. Oh my god.
And
So
this was the
is that a
unfortunate final demise of Pete Ross.
This is how they write him out.
I feel like they're trying to make this action scene as spectacular as possible because they've been having to try to dramatize superhearing this entire episode and try to make superhearing as cinematic as possible.
Yeah, like, why would you ruin that piece of machinery when you could just rip the trunk off, get Pete out of there?
So that
he still just can't see well enough, I'm sorry, what?
That was the Kryptofreak death, right?
Oh, yeah.
Bad guy death.
Did he die?
I mean, he got a lot of cars on him.
Oh, okay.
I kind of figured.
If he dies, he dies.
I don't know, I feel like any chance at upping numbers on things, because I'm sure these are all too low.
I mean, with Lana's recovery, who knows at this point?
I mean, I don't know if you guys heard, but I heard they're going to remake Rocky with Tom Welling playing Rocky. And
I'd buy that for $1.
that one guy that just played the Kryptofreak is going to be Drago. He's going to move his throat to intimidate Rocky.
I can't wait to see Tom Welling give a really sappy, stirring speech about how
like
boxing just saved Russia and ended the Cold War.
I would just like to point out, jokes aside, this is the first time these three have had a scene together since like the season premiere.
It might be the last time they ever get a scene together.
Speaking of Rocky, though, I finally watched Creed 3, and it's wonderful.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, it's good. That was
I think it
pleasantly
might be my
surprising.
favorite of the Creed movies.
So when Lex just entered his own office like that, I really wanted him to be like, "Oh, wait a minute, we should reverse this. I live here."
Well, you know, he had a meeting with Miguel O'Hara, or Miles O'Hara.
He had a meeting with Miles well, anyway, I can't remember what we did with that. Miguel Morales.
That's Lex Luthor's canon event.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say that's Lex Luthor's other brother.
Yeah, this is my half Hispanic and half Hispanic brother.
Miguel O'Hara. Because it has to be L names.
Remember Spider-Man?
Remember Spider-Man? Are they in the loft?
Scene.
Is this the loft? This must be the loft.
No, it's the barn.
Oh, it's the barn loft.
Yeah. It's the Lart barn.
These are the jokes, folks. We've been up all night.
And this is all free.
This is an episode that drags a little bit.
Money.
Although I'm tempted to flip green, and I can't decide if it's because this episode's a little better than I thought it was, or because it's provided some really good comedy for us.
How about both?
No, don't date that guy. He's a corpse brought back to life. I mean, you don't know that yet, but he is. And that's another one of those things like with Helen, where I don't know if they planned that ahead of time or if they made that up as they went along.
I really doubt it.
Feel like it feels like it's made up because, like, I don't know. There's like a line between having people get superpowers and being able to cure death.
Yeah, we already had a guy in season 1 who did the opposite.
Yeah.
Caused death?
Yeah.
We already had a Kryptofreak that could kill people. It was real novel.
No, I remember what you're talking about.
She's walking away uncomfortably. No, that's the loft. When she was on Talkville this
she
week,
looks more confused. Like she just got like this blank expression on her face.
yeah, I don't know if that counts. Nah, she's bouncing up and down.
Now
I'm gonna
she's
count
angry.
that.
She just forgot to look angry for a second.
She got more angry. She was like, "Oh, that's right. It's this kind of scene." But I was just gonna say,
Now she's crying.
walking away crying.
She's outraged.
But she's outraged. Kristen Kurek on Talkville this week was actually making fun of how often they were in the loft. Like, we've been counting this forever, and she goes, "Yeah, we were in that loft like all the friggin' time." It was great that she brought that up.
That's amazing.
She was talking about a scene where she had to cry, and she was like, "It was our 9,000th scene in the loft." I was like, "That's great."
Yeah, Jareth, man, the stream is already loopy. That's generous, because that's what the last 5 hours has been.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the comments and messages I get when we're finished with this. They're going to range from, okay, it's time to stop the 24-hour streams, to I think you should only do 24-hour streams. John, can you make one more of these before we go get breakfast?
Yeah, I can do that.
Because if we do that, this stream will have gone 10 hours, and I'm going to want to break it down and start another stream.
Yeah, I can do that. I may need just like a minute, but then I'll be ready to go.
Okay.
1 minute.
I can do one more if you guys want me to leave after that.
Okay, cool. No, that sounds good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help you guys stay awake.
No, I really appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I don't know if Austin's coming back at all for this one.
Gauntlet. No, I doubt that he will. He's probably got other things going on today. I don't know that he's ever come back during the day for one of these. But anyway, thanks a lot for being here, folks, hanging out with us. I'm actually kind of concerned that we're going to have to do one more, like, really super short stream as slow as we've been going. Because we got 22 episodes, and we're at 9 hours right now. We've done, what, 11 episodes?
No, we've done 10.
We've only done 10.
Yeah, next one's 11.
See, my worry is we're going to have one 2-hour video.
All right, I'm back and ready to go.
Which is really funny to go like, oh man, it's going to suck that we have to have this one really short 2-hour video.
Well, it's been so long since you guys did the season 2 stream. I thought we might be more like rejuvenated for this one.
Well, I don't know. We started with not a great watch, and then I was not able to prepare for the stream the way I usually do. Not in like watching the material, because I haven't been doing a ton of that, but in just getting rested up for it. Like I could not get a nap. So anyway.
Yeah, but no.
Okay, folks. Robert is labeling me a failure.
I never said that.
Did you guys see
Don't
that?
quote
No,
me on that.
you didn't have to. You didn't have to. Okay, everybody get to timestamp 0. The next... Oh, I gotta... Everybody's gonna yell at me if I don't change this. What? Oh, well, we gotta do our sign flips, too.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go green on this. The villain of the week sucks still, but I like seeing Clark be more vulnerable, and I like how Tom Welling plays that.
Yeah, I think the production is really good.
And it doesn't have anything as infuriatingly annoying as the power swap with the
yeah,
the Ashmore kid.
You were so on about that.
It's
I don't
so
care about the
annoying.
powers. I just enjoy seeing that actor.
Same here.
Wow, I'm being more critical of the season than Cap. What is happening?
Yeah.
You're being more critical of one thing that's pissed you off since first season. Anyway, is this Hereafter?
I've got 2 more than you do.
We're at Hereafter. Say again?
I've got 2 more reds than you do.
No, we're at Delete, episode 11.
What is it?
Delete.
Oh, Delete. Okay. Oh,
Delete.
I think this one sucks.
Yeah, it looks like it sucks. So.
Just keeping it real here on Counting Kryptofreaks. We're gonna get our own kind of revenge. Alright, timestamp 0, folks. Get ready to press play when I say now. Here we go. Everybody please press play right now. I feel like everybody's like giving me commands right now. Everybody's like, delete. And I'm like, what am I supposed to delete? Just get rid of the stream. Delete it.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
I wonder if this Daily Planet set is going to stay consistent.
Oh yeah, it's gonna look exactly like this later. That was a beautiful CGI shot through the building. Good job.
To be fair, the set later on is like the basement. This looks like it's higher up.
Yeah, but when we get to the main floor and we're there all the time, it doesn't look like this.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we're ever on the main floor. When they start working on the Daily Planet, they're in the basement.
Even like season 8?
Yeah, I don't think that's true. She's gonna be in the basement in 5.
I'm pretty sure Clark and Lois are too.
Nope, I don't think so. But we'll see, because I don't remember that stuff super well. But I don't think you're right. I'm not prepared to go to war over it, but I don't think you're right.
You brought the war to us.
If there's even a 1% chance he is wrong, you have to take that as an absolute certainty.
And then we have to put in the disc and check.
Is that the first mention of Lois that we get? Yeah.
Yes.
Does that count as a DC reference?
It does. What is with the crucifixion in the background? Sorry, I was very distracted by that. There's another blatant.
Whoa!
Hold on.
Why is there a?
This is a landmark occasion. We got 52 DC blatant DC references. 50.
I'm not the only one who saw the Battlefield Earth poster. Right?
I saw that too. Why is that in a LexCorp lab?
I just saw John Travolta's face.
Okay, so I've always been kind of weird about Lex's plot in this episode, if this is what I'm remembering. Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of a different episode.
Why are there TIE fighters all over the Luthor Corp logo?
Yeah, the Octagon thing is part of their whole branding. They do that in the website and stuff.
I was just really thrown off by the movie posters. And why Battlefield Earth?
I think they're trying to make her all eccentric and nerdy. I bet she likes GameCubes too. No, what I thought this was an episode where, like, he had slept with this girl and didn't remember it, but I think I'm remembering a different episode. I don't think that's this.
No, because he's not the target. Chloe is.
Robert, I'm not remembering this one yet entirely. I mean, like, I'm recognizing the scenes, but I don't remember what happens.
I have read the episode description 3 times, and I'm still not remembering what this one is.
The posters are for the guy who really works here. She is an imposter, says discussing topics.
Oh, that's right.
He also says that's season 4 cap. Get your Smallville straight.
I thought you were good at this.
Well, that guy sucks if he has a Battlefield Earth poster.
Yeah, what is he, the Day Ghost?
Look, some people just like bad movies, like The Day Ghost. Okay, so that's another wall of weird. This is what I'm doing with my life now, folks. I'm looking for a wall at a TV show and writing it down.
You're like the Kingpin in the Daredevil show. You're just staring at a wall.
I'm trying to find meaning in the wall of weird.
You're a rabbit in a snowstorm.
You know what I'm probably not going to do? I'm probably not going to spend like $100 grand on it.
What is this, Christine?
I just beat to it.
I want to re-edit.
People know this, but Tom Welling actually auditioned for Halloween Ends with this theme.
Wow, they crashed into that logo they put on the side of that truck. That's a car crash, by the way. There's no way there's only been 15 car crashes. I don't believe that.
That's all. This is also character not themselves.
Oh, yeah, because it's going to be... Yeah, okay.
Somebody save that person.
Oh, that was another longer cold open.
Somebody save me, man. I don't think I'm going to get through this stream. Yeah, 6 minutes before the cold open.
You don't care how you do it. Just save him, please.
Just pick a method. Senior Sticks, Cap, do you have your own wall of weird? I mean, I got walls with lots of crazy things on them, but not really a wall of weird. I'm not like keeping track of all the super-powered people in my town.
Do you have a loft?
I don't have a loft.
Do you even live in Kansas if you don't have a loft? Like...
Yeah.
No, but we do all have basements. I mean, unless you're on a farm.
Have a loft?
Well, even some farms. Sorry, what?
Does your basement have a loft?
Pretty weird. Pretty sure that's my living room. I don't.
Why does dirt keep getting in here? I shut the window.
I really like how much extra personality the sheriff gives this show, and I just wish she got more to do. She made a real choice for this performance from the beginning, and she is committed to it. Because that actress is not Southern at all. She just decided to do that.
I've seen her in something. I'm not connecting the dots yet.
I think it might be this. No, I'm kidding.
Oh.
But yeah, the
Have
risk
you seen her on this show that you've seen before?
The risk in going Southern like that is that she'd be sort of stereotype, and that it would come off like the actress is like, oh, I'm in the Midwest, so I must be Southern, while nobody else has that accent. But it really does come off like she just came from somewhere else, because like she did transfer in, so like makes enough sense.
She'd do a Canadian accent if she wanted to be more authentic.
Oh, that's true. Well, she should stick with the Southern accent, but then occasionally throw a sorry in there
and say vigilante.
Vigilante, right?
That sheriff was
the
in,
Canadian
was in,
pronunciation of
an
vigilante.
Arrow.
I'm sorry, what?
That sheriff was in an episode of Arrow. Green Arrow and the Canaries. I think that's like one of the last episodes.
Oh, I don't remember her.
Yeah, that is.
That was the backdoor pilot
Maria
for a show
Bertinelli.
that, thank God, never got made.
She was also in Omen 4.
The Voyage Home?
Yes.
Here we go. Ooh, I wish we were counting these.
You know, they're being smart with their budget.
Okay, wait.
Okay.
Wait, I've
so
seen that guy in
of
something.
This is a bit of cool foreshadowing.
Oh,
this is their toy master.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
but
also
not for like until years later.
Mm-hmm. He's also in the Watchmen movie. He's in the last scene.
Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Yep, he's the guy with the crank file.
Mm-hmm. Seymour.
Okay, I kind of don't buy that. That's in that office building. Like it looks like a laboratory, but it's in an office building.
Yeah, I don't know if the continuity checks out, but like if he could be the toy man, like the same character. Like that's really cool. Like
no,
like
because his whole thing in the show is that
happen.
he's a Luthor employee who was fired.
Does he change his name though? Because he's not Winslow Shot here.
Hold on.
I mean, I think there's a couple Toymans in the comics. I don't think it's just Winslow.
No, but I'm pretty sure he is the Winslow Shot Toyman, is what I'm saying.
Okay, gotcha.
So what I mean is, if they don't name him here, it works. But if they named him and then he comes back with a different name, then it's a different Luthor Corp employee. Which I would not put past them. And I also wouldn't put it past them to not remember that they used him before.
Oh, wait. No, I guess it is. I mean, okay, so I'm looking at the wiki for reference. But wiki credits his first appearance in Requiem. Which is like season 8.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. There's no way that's the same character.
Yeah, I think he does 2 episodes that season. But if he could be the same character, like that's a cool happy accident. I love it when that happens in shows.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we weren't giving it too much credit, because that is not real intentional foreshadowing. There's no way.
Mm-hmm.
Chloe crying in the loft.
And this is ridiculous. Like, I don't buy for a second that Chloe would think he was actually trying to kill him. Kill her.
Oh, yeah. Guys, is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, she just said, I know you've been upset, but manslaughter's a little extreme.
Yeah, if you thought he was trying to kill you, you'd go to, what do you call it, the police. Yeah, I forgot about this whole thing. I've talked about this before, but she is, like, turning a whole thing on him that's her fault in the first place.
It's fine. I don't know if the events of this episode are ever referenced again.
Yeah, she was okay earlier in the season, and I kind of hate her again.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those shows where I'm sure there are fan lists out there of like, okay, these are the episodes you can skip, and these are the episodes that are more essential for like a better binge, like a better viewing instead of having to watch all 200 plus. The problem is there are so many episodes in the show that are awful but have like 1 or 2 key scenes.
They do it constantly.
Like in the Jor-El episode we just saw with the flashback, where it's like there's a couple important scenes in that episode, like, well, you can't skip it. It sucks.
You'd have to re-edit it, yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair, to Chloe, I will say I like that she immediately like is open to it being another possibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the whole episode.
Yeah,
like,
but
distress.
the idea that she thinks Clark tried to kill her is hilarious. Okay, so you know how I said there's not... I don't know if she's a straight-up Kryptofreak or not.
This is coming back to me, and I remember why I kind of like this episode.
But I was just going to say, I said earlier that we don't do Kryptofreaks that have, like, supervillain names. She's kind of closer, because she's got that alias Brainwave, but I don't think she actually has superpowers. But
excuse me, did you not meet Van? That's a supervillain name.
That's his name! It's a first and a last name. Her given name is not Brainwave.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do. She has a name. I don't remember what it is, but they called her that earlier.
Is it
Who's that guy? She just clicked on a file that said, who?
This is why you don't open random emails, folks.
Yeah, there's an important lesson to be learned here. Oh my god, she's in the Matrix.
Yeah. But this is also very, like, 2003 writers that don't understand how email works.
What are you talking about? This happened to me the first time I opened an email from a source I didn't know.
I mean, this just happened to me yesterday.
Did it?
Yeah, I opened an email and suddenly I was in a different place trying to kill someone.
Man, you sound like the characters on this show. Like, why do you have so much character regression? Why don't you learn from anything that happens to you? Molly. Thank you, AMC. Her name is Molly. Okay, not Brainwave.
No, it's Brainwave.
This is hilarious. See, this is one of those episodes where it feels like they contrived this whole conceit just to get this scene.
This is another character that's not themselves.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yep, yeah, count that. And are we counting any of these as throws? Like, she threw her down the stairs.
Yeah, usually throws, I mean, like, toss across a room and hits a wall or something.
Yeah.
Now she's got an axe, because we got to go as over the top as possible with this.
And in an episode, no one at school will reference or talk about this.
She's not going to at least, like, throw out a, here's Johnny, or no? Nothing? Okay.
And you can have my ox.
And then Chloe falls down and goes, that was deliberate!
I'm sure throwing them in a shower was purely artistic. It's all about the themes and what's going on here psychologically.
See, retroactively, they can say that this was them, like, trying to throw us off the trail that Ian was going to be evil.
My question is, what is he doing in the girls' locker room?
He has X-ray vision and uses it for obvious reasons. Matthew Basso, I remember this episode. This is kind of fun. Stupid, but fun. Yeah, I never liked this one. Now that I'm remembering.
Wait.
We're going. Yeah.
Chloe got suspended for getting thrown down the stairs.
And Lana was swinging an axe, and no one's gonna talk about this again.
Yeah, you're both suspended. One of you tried to murder the other.
Yeah, I mean, why isn't Ian in prison for going into the girls' locker room?
Well, I don't think that's actually, like, a crime. Like, it's against the school rules.
I'm pretty
He's
sure
not a student!
But is that illegal, or is it just against school rules?
To go into the school with, like... Yeah, if he's trespassing and then he goes into the girls' locker room, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I can see trespassing.
Does he have a pass?
He has a multi-pass. He got it from Mila Jovovich.
And if it's fine because he saved Chloe from Lana trying to kill her with an axe, then she shouldn't have been suspended. None of this makes any sense.
I'm just gonna wager a guess that grabbing a fire axe and swinging it at another student will get you more than suspended.
Yeah, but nothing happened to Lana.
No, she said you got us suspended.
Oh. I thought the idea was Chloe got in trouble, but Lana didn't. I missed that.
No, but can you just imagine that conversation when you come home? How was your day? Oh, my best friend tried to kill me. I got suspended because of it.
And then this random man tried to help, and he didn't even get in trouble for being in the girls' locker room.
And I have so many questions about that.
This is a nice location shoot.
Yeah. Too bad Austin's not here to tell us where this is.
Look, it's not like he's been to every part of his whole country.
You don't know that.
Well, he said he's never been to Vancouver. Why would you lie about that?
I wouldn't admit to going to Vancouver.
Is that because you just inherently hate the word van? Which is in Vancouver?
It's full of vans, man.
The only thing worse than Van McNulty is Vancouver.
Just wait. If you ever do that Friday the 13th
Previously on Lost. Sorry.
franchise overview, number 8 wants to shoot in New York, but they can't afford it, so they just substitute in Vancouver for New York, and it's really funny.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah, I brought that up to Cap before. How it's mostly on a boat.
So I don't think anybody expected this guy to be in the sheer number of episodes he's in. But he's introduced with Ryan with the Summerhold Institute, and we just keep using that institute, so he is all over this show. And I think we keep using him up through 7, maybe even shows up after that.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I do like that this is kind of building on that Ryan stuff.
And he's
we
kind of
lost Rutger Hauer, so we need somebody to fill up time.
Wait, we didn't even... He got no screen time! This guy already had more screen time than Rutger Hauer before now! His name is on the tip... Not the actor, but the character name is on the tip of my tongue.
AMC Comics, it's funny you said that, because I meant to make that joke during the... I meant to make a joke about that during the Lana Chloe fight.
Oh, Chun-Li.
Yeah, that's how she got Street Fighter.
Yeah, they've really been upping Lana's choreography this season, and I don't know if it's all warranted.
Yeah, I don't either. Well, and I mean, I kind of took up for it a little bit with Austin earlier, because he seemed to think it was just crazy that she was fighting like that, but there's been some precedent for it, but it's very choreographed.
And they're really inconsistent about it. There are scenes like that where she can take out 2 guys with guns, and then other episodes of the season where she's getting captured super easily.
Dr. Garner is his name. It just came to me. I don't know if he has a first name.
So, is this twice as weird because we know he's a living dead person?
Yeah, right. Yeah, retroactively, it's pretty weird.
Imagine being Lana and explaining your dating history. Yeah, I dated a dead guy and an alien.
Oh, to be fair, the idea is supposed to be she got Matrix downloaded with those fighting skills.
Yeah, we've seen her do similar moves.
That's
in
true.
Previous episodes.
I don't remember because I think the idea is just that she's just told to kill Chloe. However,
no, she just said it though. She said nobody knows how to do that without learning it.
Oh.
I mean, did we have a subplot last season of her taking self-defense classes?
Yes.
Or something? Yeah.
Well, just training with lags.
Right.
Yeah, he taught her how to use an axe so she could join the Fellowship of Smallville.
In Clark's dream, Lex probably taught her how to use a Kurosawa sword.
Yeah, from that hit film Throne of Blood.
Throne of Blood. Oh, that's actually real life. She learned how to use a prop foil.
What? Wait, discussing topics of important entertainment. What are you talking about?
Look, Clark, I think you're a murderer. Quit sneaking up on me.
Do we see the wall of weird in this
Hello,
scene?
Jason.
Oh my god, there's so much of that. Hi, Jason.
Hi, Jason.
John, I hate you for making me waste my life counting the number of times the wall of weird shows up in Smallville.
That's a sentence you never thought you'd say.
Oh, she dated a son of a witch? I don't remember that. I thought you were censoring something else.
Oh, no. So that's next season? The other boyfriend who turns into a crazy psychopath will be the son of the descendant of the witch that possesses Lana.
Oh, right.
Who is played by Dr. Quinn, Medicine Woman.
Yeah, and Jensen Ackles.
And Kevin Bacon.
Everything's better with Kevin Bacon.
Why are you really sharpening the hell out of that pencil? Oh, because you're going to stab him with it. Because you've been possessed by a computer program. Because nobody knows how to screen their emails. Well, at least they didn't try to show it. That's good. Because that wouldn't have looked good. Oh, look how dead she is. I mean, look how dead he is. Oh, no, they're going to... Yeah, I forgot. This is hilarious. Look at
that. It's Sleepwalkers. It's the scene in Sleepwalkers.
No, Robert, it's the scene in Friday the 13th Part 3 where she's like running down the steps. Everyone's dead!
That's the worst acting I think we ever get in that series.
It is, but I love it.
But when you know the context of why it's bad, because she has to walk at a slow pace for the camera to follow her, she can't go faster, so it's just
yeah,
awful.
But I mean, it doesn't change the fact that she also sounds like she's reading a script.
That's true. I'm just trying to be fair.
Oh, that's right. It's Garner doing it.
It's Garner in the study with a mustard wrench.
Yeah, I can't remember if like he and Molly are just working together or if he is mind controlling her. No, I think she's just working with him. Isn't it like a thing
I think
where
it's more like she's just like completely devoted to him.
Right. That's what I was about to say. I think that's why I conflated it with another episode, because I thought she was going to turn out to be like devoted to Lex or something.
Okay, $10 says that Lex checks his email in the next 10 minutes.
I think chances are high on that, because we like every chance we get to get him to act out of character and foreshadow being a psycho killer.
Like that one song. Can't remember who sings it now, but...
Don't you feel like they should have a protocol for any time Clark Kent shows up at Summerhold at this point?
I just like to imagine that every place in Metropolis has a Clark Kent list.
they have an alarm that automatically goes off if he walks into a building. It detects his DNA. But I like the continuity here where the first thing Garner says is, "Are you here to abduct another one of my patients?" That's pretty good.
We just referenced Radio Shack. That's dated.
We don't have a count for that. You're gonna have to put that in your book.
Specifically dated references.
Radio Shack, yeah. References to businesses that are defunct now.
I'm sure there's a Blockbuster reference somewhere.
Lewis Cox. Whoa, I've been asleep and woke up and got dressed, and Cap is on episode 11 of season 3 of Smallville. All right, cool.
Jason's said earlier that season 3 was his first season of Smallville.
Yeah, and I don't know if you
had
watched
a great
all of it or just part of it, or
I'm sure you showed him the Perry episode.
Showed him the what?
The Perry episode.
Oh, I thought you said Barry, and I was like, he's not in this show.
No, that's not true. Ezra Miller shows up in the finale.
What?
Yeah. Ezra Miller shows up in the finale. We all know it's coming.
Of what? No. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, we've lost it. No, I don't know how much of the season he's seen. I know he's seen Perry.
Yeah. Fake Supergirl's gonna show up, and then Ezra shows up to be like, "Don't do it, bro."
Don't do it. Don't make a movie. Don't get involved in film.
Don't go into the Speed Force.
So yeah, I agree with him. So you retreat into this little girl facade. It's ridiculous. What I can't decide, I'm a broken record, is how on his side in this argument the show is. Because the show very often does not seem to know how kind of entitled and full of herself Lana seems, and passive-aggressive she gets. But he's calling her out for all those things. So, like, is he wrong?
No, but he's very red.
Yes. Well, he's dead. He's a corpse.
Red
I don't
dead.
think that's why, though, because I still don't think that they know he's a corpse.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't Return of the Living Dead.
Hilarious.
There's the crossover for you to write. Smallville zombies.
Oh, sure. I mean, there's a real
Zombie
easy
episode.
conceit there with the Lionel's experiments with cloning and stuff. Like, you could easily get a zombie outbreak in this universe.
Lana sees Clark turning into a zombie. He's like, "How dare you make this about you?"
That's awesome. You call it level 3. But everybody leaves.
Everybody lies.
But yeah, everybody really needs to learn how to check their emails. Or to vet their emails, you know? There's this underlying message here that I think was probably lost on the audience.
This episode's just a PSA. That's all it is.
It's just an after-school special about not opening every email you get.
Oh no, it's the online dating episode of Buffy all over again.
Seems like it'd be really embarrassing if you tried to be a serial killer in this way, and it just didn't pan out because nobody looked at their emails. You know, now
like if you sent me an email, I'd never get it because I never checked my email.
Yeah, exactly. Now we would just do this as an alert on your phone that you couldn't help but look at. There's not a thing to open. You open your phone up and there it is, and then you get mind controlled.
Fake Amber Alert.
I mean, we do hypnosis with like public TVs a lot in things in like the 70s and 80s. There'll be like a swirling shape on a TV that's just like TVs that are everywhere. They're like in storefronts and stuff, and like everybody's susceptible to it because they just walk past it. They don't have to open an email. Oh, he duped her.
This episode is really proud of the fact that they can afford so many DVDs and discs.
And mini discs. Yeah, they're like, we don't just have DVDs, we got mini discs.
Okay, but
they fit in the center of the drive. I'm sorry, what?
They found the GameCube games.
They go in the GameCubes. Yeah, that guy with that poster earlier was really into GameCubes. All of them. They did make those in a lot of different colors. I mean, it's possible that he collected, you know.
I know. I had the indigo one, and I wanted the black one so badly.
Oh, that's the one I have.
I would love to get... I've been thinking about, like, trying to get a PS3 again.
I never had a PS3.
Because I really want to play Web of Shadows. And it's not available, like, anywhere.
Yeah, that's an old game.
I think I've got that on 360.
Web of Shadows is wonderful.
Yeah. See, everybody's... Wait a minute. So we got to count everybody that's not themselves. That's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, but...
Who all did
I
it?
have a question.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe that these two have an email, let alone check their email?
It came through the phone somehow.
The phone call came from the house.
So wait, how many characters have we had that are not themselves?
Clark, Lana, and both Kent. So we are up to 4 in one episode.
Okay, because I already did it with... I already counted 1, so I gotta pull this to 17 now. Oh, and there's some green
Yeah,
K.
but I can play Arkham Origins through PS Plus.
Sometimes I think that you're responding to a thing I just said, but you've completely changed the subject, and then I realize you're just not reading the comment that you're responding to. Leo says, man, Smallville Season 3 is a lot worse than I remember. That is my review right now.
I'm going to be honest, though. It's more consistently green so far than I remember Season 2 being. I could be wrong.
Season 2 had highs and lows.
Yeah,
and
this just has a steady, like...
Drab. Steady drab.
We've had a couple highs, but...
No, we did. But it's not the ebb and flow, man. It's not the bell curve.
Next season we get Lois.
Lois
is the key.
No, that comes later.
Some people feel like she was, though. That's when the show gets good. I don't have that. I mean, I like that actress, but I don't get excited about their Lois.
Okay, but we need, for the real talk, what do we think Jonathan Kent's email address is?
Jonathan Kent at what'sanemail.net.
Oh, I used to love this song.
Oh, we were just talking about Bates Motel, and he just referenced Norman Bates.
That is, I think that's a red flag for him.
And then you're gonna live here.
For anyone who can't hear it, it's Simple Plain Perfect.
Oh, there it is. Not gonna hear it. Yeah, that was a good band. So we don't have that pattern yet, where every time we introduce a regular love interest for one of our main characters, they're gonna turn psychopathic and try to kill everyone. But
I think by main character you mean for Lana specifically.
No, because we just did it with Lex, with Helen.
That's true.
Kind of the first one as far as a regular recurring love interest. And then you're right, after that it's mostly Lana, but like we started with Lex actually. But then it will become a pattern by 4. And then you got to be like, every time we introduce one of them, keep going. It's like, why am I supposed to get invested in this? Who cares?
Yeah,
he's just gonna try to murder everyone.
I don't know if this is an unpopular opinion around these parts, but I really like Alicia, and I wish they had kept her around to like recover. Like,
well, I'm not looking forward to that conversation. Because
mostly in her second appearance.
I couldn't disagree with you more on that, but I've never understood people's obsession.
Oh wait, am I an idiot? And that's Who Mistakes the Reason?
Oh, okay.
I thought it was Simple Play.
It's not. It's not. She's right.
You also thought it was.
I did. Well, I couldn't hear it though. I was just going off what you said.
We also saw the Wall of Weird.
God, but that's 3 times this episode. This went from I don't know if we'll see it enough to even count it to it's ridiculous how often we have it, and that makes me also not want to count it.
Don't worry, I think it goes away after season 4.
We've spent a lot of this season just in this room and the loft, like just back and forth. Very few other locations this season.
I think she's had tears on her face more often this episode than she's not had tears on her face.
I mean, to be fair, everyone that she cares about has been trying to kill her for the entire episode.
That's not the reason she's crying. That's what's funny about it. If that was why, I'd kind of understand. Oh, man, the song is narrating the scene. Gotta start over new.
One of my favorite examples of you complaining about that trope, Cap, of songs that are too literal.
Too little.
I hate little songs, man. Those drive me crazy.
Was I think it was like the pilot for Cloak and Dagger, where there's like a character falls in the water and a song kicks in. It's like, I'm sitting in the water.
I forgot about that.
That's ridiculous. What the heck?
It's so good. Oh my god, this is really appropriate. It's like, well, no, like, it's appropriate in that that's what's happening, but you might as well have someone standing there giving color commentary. And and then he falls in the water, and now he's drowning. Ooh, good word choice.
Leo, you're not going to get any argument from me. I much prefer Lois to Lana in the show. No disrespect to Kristen Krug, but I mean, I'm with you, Cap, that a lot of the will they won't they with Lois and Clark is obnoxious in this show, but I'll take it over a lot of the Lana stuff if I got to pick.
It's less with them, for me, the will they won't they thing, and just the cutesy, like, irony crap. I just don't like...
Yeah.
They have to hate each other, and then eventually they'll fall in love. Like, I never liked that angle.
That's totally fair. For whatever reason, that doesn't bother me as the Lana becoming more and more insufferable. And like,
no, but I don't need to compare them to have a problem with it. You know? Yes, I agree with you. The Lana thing is more irritating. That doesn't mean I have to like what they do with Lois.
I was just saying that I prefer Lois in the show.
Yeah, but I never said anything about which one I preferred. I just said I don't love their Lois that much. Like, that's all I said.
Yeah, I don't know. I never minded it with their Lois just because aren't Clark and Lois usually like opposite personalities that eventually come together?
Yeah. They up the bickering a lot.
Yeah, that's the problem with it. Well, and also that whole thing was always based on the dual identity. So it's like she really likes Superman. She's kind of dismissive of Clark. When you don't have Superman, it's not as interesting. You see what I'm saying?
Ooh. I don't know who Superman is, but...
Oh, I thought somebody said Pete Ross right at the very end of the episode. It's like a big shock thing. Pete Ross! Who?
Was he even in this episode? Who knows?
I don't remember.
I don't remember. I sure don't. Okay, guys.
We have a super chat from Thomas that says, just popped in to see how string this going. I'll watch later.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Well, we'll do a wheel spin for the next episode. Try to remind me, guys, or John. I don't know if Robert's sticking around. Are you gonna get going, or?
It depends on what the next episode is.
It's Hereafter.
Is that a decent one?
Yeah, I like it quite a bit.
I mean, I can do one more if you guys are cool with it. I don't want to.
He's like, but it better be good. If I don't like this one,
he keeps saying one more so he doesn't have to commit to a bad episode.
Real quick, how do you sign flip on this, John?
I'm gonna go green. It's a light green, but it's a green.
Yeah, it's like a guilty pleasure, entertaining episode. Yeah.
I'm on the fence. This is another one that I just don't really have an opinion about. I'm gonna go the other way and go light red.
I think you got our sign.
I'll get it.
And then after Hereafter, you guys have the street racing episode with Pete.
Yes.
Remember that one?
I mean, I might as well put red in right now, honestly.
I might as well just take a nap right now.
No, I think the main reason I'm going red with that is just everything with Lana is insufferable. Everything with Chloe is insufferable.
Remember Fast and Furious?
No.
Has that started at this point? I guess it has.
Oh yeah, Fast and Furious is the first one is 01.
Wow.
You were supposed to go through that whole
this franchise has been going on as long as Smallville has.
I'll watch it someday. Okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and take a breakfast break. So we're gonna go. It'll be like 15 minutes or so. John, let me know if you need more time than that. And you too, Robert, if you're coming back. And then
I can do one more episode if you guys.
Okay, cool. Yeah, up to you. And I'm going to start a new stream, so I am going to shut this one down. Nobody panic. It'll be a few minutes before you see the new one.
That's when everyone panics.
It's all part of the plan.
Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thank you guys, John and Robert, for doing this with me. And we will see you in just a little bit.